Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for it.
HasanAbi.
Having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Awesome Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the day that Biden most likely drops out. That's right. Maybe not today, but RNC last day, baby. RNC last day. Knives are out. Brandon might drop out. Just so much going on in the world. But before we get to the freaking news, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Yes, that's right. This is the part of the broadcast in the beginning where I tell you about my personal news. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And let me tell you, personal news wise, what has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker is not super significant. Obviously, I did a long ass one, 8 hour. After I was done with that, though, I had a passion inside of me, a passion, a fire burning inside of me, and that fire was for ball. As the time approaches for my 2v2 FaZe Lud versus FaZe Hasi, also known as FaZe 911, versus FaZe Jason the Wee Wee and FaZe Plagueboy Max on Saturday evening, Saturday afternoon. The closer I get to that, the more I feel a passion burning inside of me. Hey Hasan, Songhwa is having a hard time. Can you tell him it's going to be okay and we love him very much? Who's Songhwa? What is that? Anyway, the passion is burning inside of me, and that's why I went and played basketball last night. Songhwa from Atiz? What the fuck is Songhwa? From Atiz? Songhwa D's nuts? Anyway. K-pop Atiz's grandpa died? Dude, what are you guys talking about? What the fuck? What is... I don't even know. I don't know what is going on. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. He's a K-pop idol and his grandpa just died. Is All Black still tomorrow? No, I had to cancel the All Black stream. I had to cancel the All Black stream tomorrow because obviously I have Connor Dog voice actor, Connor Dog Virginia, Connor Dog Veterans Affairs is Connor Dog Veterans Affairs is charity stream that I'm going to be participating in. So for that reason, I said no to the All Blacks. Yeah, it is what it is. It was a fire stream, but I love Connor and I love doing charity. Oh, here, by the way, let me show you. It's from yesterday. This is me trying to fucking dunk and failing to dunk. If you guys want to see, here, I got Alex to film it. This was what I was doing last night. Like, I get high enough. But I lose the ball. Like, I'm high enough. New ick unlocked. This is an ick for you. You hate people who are trying to set goals for themselves. Bro can't jump. 6'4" with a 2-inch vert. Double rims though, so not that bad. 6'4" with a giant wingspan. Can't dunk, bro. Yeah, I'm 6'4", but like I'm also incredibly big. Like I'm 230 pounds. Well, as of this morning, I'm 228 pounds. 228 pounds. How dare you be alive outside? What's wrong with you? You jumping down? What's on your knees? I need patellar bands, like tendon bands, because I'm dying. I'm friggin' dying. That's why. Why the fuck is everyone so anti-sport? Isn't your back crippled? No, it's not. Is not. Well, for the time being, it's not. Anyway, can't dunk at 6'4". Your vert is weak, but I get it. You're big, but you should be able to dunk because you are a baller. Keep it up. Well, that's my point. I'm trying to fucking. They're not open. Oh, damn bummer. You can keep the card for when they are. You know when they will open? Okay. Keep the dream alive. It seems counterintuitive, but try jumping slightly further out. That was the difference for me. Isn't LeBron 250? Yeah, he's 250 all muscle. Like, are you comparing me to one of the greatest athletes of all time? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard. That's literally LeBron James is one of the greatest athletes of all time. I am not. He's also 6'8". Allen Iverson was shorter than you. Yes, people who are much shorter than me can still dunk. I don't know why people are... Guys, I wasn't showing you this because I think it's impressive. I'm showing you this because I'm telling you I'm trying to fucking dunk by the end of this year. Like, the reason why I'm showing you this is not because I'm like, look at how impressive I am. I'm the GOAT. I'm not. I'm telling you that it is unimpressive. My vertical is not impressive at all. That's my entire point, is that I have set a goal for myself and I'm trying to achieve it. I haven't been doing nearly enough in terms of like specific exercises. But regardless, I balled up this morning. Things that I'm working on in terms of things that I'm working on in terms of my like things that I'm trying to improve are my ball handling, becoming a better shooter, from the 3-point line, so that I can become more lethal, so that I can use that as a threat to be able to basically pass people. That's what I've been obsessed with. I've been like I've been playing with Alex and stuff. He's a pretty decent defender, pretty aggro player. He's like tall. And I've been trying to get shots off of him. You know what I mean? You still considering getting a basketball trainer? Yeah, I need to. Anyway, apart from basketball, hope to see you on an unpaid intern owning Ludwig and a Mogul Corp as well. Yeah, maybe. This what y'all look like this Saturday? Uh-oh. It's true. Have you been playing basketball your whole life? Is there a newer skill? I have been, but like not good. If I ever met you face to face, the only advice that I could ever give someone like you is focus on compound lifts and isolation exercise, especially for your hips, knees, your ankles, so you can get that explosive power off the ground. My biggest I would say my biggest problem right now is that I'm not very explosive. I'm simply not very explosive, whether it be my ball handling or whether it be whether it be my ball handling in general or just explosive in terms of my jumps. Oh, Jason the Wee did the 1,000 bucket challenge, something I couldn't complete for the record, but he did it for 13 hours. So congratulations. I don't even know how the fuck I don't even know why he did it. I was watching him earlier in the morning when he was at 900. He was on the ground dying, but he did it. How did his wrist not give out? Everyone has a different shooting form. So everyone hurts in different ways. And also you have to remember he's like 20. So like I was watching him play and I was thinking, why did you do this? Like, why did you do this right before we ball up? And he says something. He says something that made me immediately remember. He was like, "Oh, what do you mean? I'll just sleep it off and I'll be fine." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's right." He's literally 20 years old. Of course, he's just gonna fucking sleep it off and he's not gonna have an issue afterwards. What brand of tank tops you wear? They're Calvin Klein's, Jockeys. I just have a bunch of different ones, but they suck. Huh. Anyway. So, getting off Air Force One and helped into his motorcade is beyond Jover. Oh no.
He got down.
Oh no, that's not good. How many days were you sore? Like 3 days. But I injured myself. H3 Atanomi. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift to subs. I injured myself. I went above and beyond what I was supposed to when I should not have. You know what I mean? Like that's the difference for me. When I did it, given my shooting form, my wrists were like my wrist tendons had gone above and beyond. Wait, what? According to Team YouTube, Hasan reading a New York Times article on stream about the term shooting violates the violent criminal and organizations policy. The video is probably just mass reported, but please reverse this. That's crazy. Also, why the fuck are you posting this, actually? I'm supposed to be posting this, HasanAbi production. The fuck are you doing? I mean, on principle, that shit pisses me off that YouTube does that. But also, you shouldn't be posting that anyway. You know you shouldn't be posting that. This motherfucker's scooping this shit. That's crazy. You always yell at him for posts. I don't know. iShowSpeed made a baby cry in Denmark. Not the smartest thing to do. How do you make a baby cry? Anyway, yeah, I retweeted it and I unretweeted it. Do you see Kai's Taiwanese friend Ray cook a Chinese viewer of his? Yeah, I saw. I was watching and I was looking at the comments and everyone was like, damn, bro, they got like real hatred for one another. Like one's Chinese, the other one's Taiwanese. And I was like, oh shit. I just realized like an entire generation of children that love Kai are now invested in American foreign policy. Are invested in American foreign policy from that perspective. Ray's always talking about China being their ops. That's what I'm saying. Like, people are probably watching that and thinking like, yeah, that's right, they're ops. Being invested in American foreign policy in the fucking worst way. Anyway. Okay. We'll talk about that as well. Let me just blast off. What am I doing? We have a lot to cover today. An NLB1 HasanAbi head left his advice. What? NLB1? MBL1? Work on your cardio and listen to LS Key's advice next time. Conserving your knees and fundamental form adjustments are both very important when you're shooting this many shots, and please shoot more often when you're playing outdoors to improve your jump shot in order to obtain that wrist control and to better your release. You're 6'4", not 6'8", 6'10", with a lengthy wingspan. I get that you're big and squat and bench whatever stiffness, but you can't just watch Kyrie highlights and think layups and ball control are going to be your thing. He does an insane amount of dribbling drills and balancing exercises with his father. I agree with your politics, Hasan, but please figure out ways to improve and work on your cardio. Little advice from 6'7" wing MBL1. Damn. I mean, it's fair. This is very fair stuff. But why not do more ball handling drills? Wait, what do you mean cooked? This is not cooked. Chatters are so weird. I don't think this advice is bad. This advice is good. What the fuck? It is fair critique. Of course I will never be as nimble as Kyrie Irving. Like, that's insane. He's literally been he's a ball handling god. That's never what I would ever get to anyway. Anyway, Hosprod gave a statement in Hoscord. Is Jover? It is Jover, motherfucker. What are you doing? Look at the community note for lore about Vance. JD Vance's mother utilized her position as a nurse to steal prescribed medication from her parents, not because of undocumented immigrants. Oh no. Cooking his ass. Would you rather have a workers' revolution in communism succeed or become an NBA player? Become an NBA player. Patients, not parents. Did I read it as parents? Dude, yeah, it's pretty funny because like obviously when you're watching, I suspect you think like I suspect in your mind you're thinking I should be playing basketball at a level that other people that you watch basketball at. Like that's never the expectation. That's never the expectation, chat. You can't be expecting me to play at like a professional level. I will never be able to play at a professional level. That will never happen. I hope you understand that. Okay? Anyway, we're going to talk about Obama and all the top Democrats being fake friends, being phonies. Okay? Obama and other top Dems are fake friends to Biden as he gets COVID. Drop watch imminent. Mamala delivers speech. Trump is live later at RNC. The majority report. Thank you for the raid. And majority report on Thursday. Hope you had a good stream. We're getting in. Barack HasanAbi Obama. Yeah. Trump is live later at the RNC. New details emerge on shooter that confuses the mind that confuses the mind even further. And more news. Get in now. Yeah, he was a gamer, which is not surprising. The likelihood that this dude was in this chat and got banned becomes more obvious every day. Do we have a blast off meme, chat? CNN said the Steam account was fake. No. He is a gamer, though. No, he is. No, the Steam thing that everyone is talking about is fake. But chat. He was a gamer. The Steam account is not real, but that doesn't change the reality that he is a gamer. Do we have a blast off meme or not? Tucker is zinned up. Dude, I'm so mad. How the fuck did this guy get... Dude, there are no Zins. There are no fucking Zins in Los Angeles, California. We're like desperately looking for it. We're desperately looking for some Zins out here right now. Speaking of Zins, like, dude, Alex is going on a mission currently. Make a plan to quit then? No, I love Zins. I mean, I have alternatives. It doesn't matter. I was on the nicotine gum already. Like that was my starting point. But it's like we're at the precipice of a Zimpocalypse. And I fucking hate it. I'm not gonna lie. This is bad. It's not good. Didn't you have like 1 million? How are you out? Because it's not. A lot of people say I consume a lot of Zyn, which I do. But beyond me, my own consumption, you know, like I have a house full of fucking animals, right? They also consume. Like, I'm not the only one who's zinning up in this bitch. My consumption is not for one person. My consumption is for like 3. No, when I say animals, I don't mean Kaya. Yeah, Kaya's zooted off that Zin. Do you have urges to smoke? Never. I'll just go exclusively back to nicotine gum if that's the case. CNN narrative all day has been Biden get the fuck out. I think it's going to happen. I mean, that narrative has not changed really. All right, we blasted off. We blasted off, chat. Let the people know we're live. Let the people know we are alive. Let the people know we're doing the dang thing. Okay. Oh boy, big day, big news. Oh boy, big news. Oh boy. Reopen the P.O. box and we send yous in. I'm working on it. More info on the Trump and shooter and police incompetence. I know. So a lot of this stuff I actually covered last night, and I'm going to be recovering it right now because I realized that when I'm on big days like this, on big weeks like this, during the election cycle, I must repeat myself quite a bit because I turn into like 24/7 CNN news coverage basically. Where, you know, a lot of the stuff that I talked about last night that HasanAbi production immediately fucking cuts out content over before my team can get to it. Son of a bitch. I will get on it. I will cover more. I will cover it again. So we got a lot to talk about, as you know, and I'm glad that CNN is doing this drama as well. And there's a can you play more No Pixel later in the future? No. Okay. We got, all right, let's cut this stuff out. This stuff we already talked about. Okay, we got this. So Eric Toller, friend of the show, Eric Toller, New York Times Visual Investigation says, I keep hearing people say that the Trump shooter had no social media. That's not true. He was a big PC gamer. He was on Snapchat, Instagram, Steam, and Discord, among others, like DeviantArt. He just wasn't terribly active and social on the accounts we found. Or put another way, for an introverted 20-year-old guy who spends a lot of time playing games on his computer, his online footprint that we've observed is not super unusual. Well, cross Steam off the list for now with the FBI or whoever contributed to that Senate briefing getting fooled by an obvious fake. That said, I'm pretty certain he did have a Steam account, just not sure what the username is. So the Steam account that was going around is a fake one, but he definitely was a gamer. It is crazy for him not to be a fucking... He had lots of accounts on gaming platforms, plus there are anecdotes from classmates about it. Yeah. Like, come on, bro. Look at the fucking shooter. Like, look at him. Look at his face. Okay? Look at his hair. Look at his attitude. Look at what he did. I'm sorry. I know we're on Twitch, so this is like maybe a little too close to home, but like that motherfucker was a capital G gamer. I didn't need to see his Steam account. I did not need to see his Steam account to know that that was a fucking gamer, dude. Come on. Yeah, 100% gamer physiognomy. Is that how you say it? Yeah, he had the gamer everything, dude. Physiognomy. Yeah. You may not like it, but that's what peak gamer looks like, okay? Oh, by the way, last chopper out of Saigon, Aaron Rupar hitting the... I've made no bones about the fact that I think Biden has gotten a bit of a raw deal, but it seems almost impossible to imagine him forging ahead with the campaign while reports circulate the most prominent Dems, Pelosi, Schumer, Jeffries, now Obama, think he should get out. Aaron T. Rupar, journalist, formerly of Vox.com, is now fallen, okay? Biden has lost the Aaron Rupar confidence. It's Jover. There has never been a moment in this cycle where it has been this Jover. Once Rupar had fallen, fucking fallen, it was Jover. This is the fake Steam account. This is not real, bro. Come on. How can you not see that this is fake? July 13th, watch this space. Lee Harvey Oswald's my hero for real. AIM Labs 0 hours on record. Mr. President 132 hours on record. Like, this is such an obvious fucking meme. How the hell did people fall for this? Like, people are already spreading 4chan misinformation saying the shooter was trans. Oh, it came out. Oh, there we go. I was waiting for the fucking shoe to drop. I was waiting for the shoe to drop for them to say, oh, this is like a trans person. Classic. This has 74,000 likes, by the way. I'm so glad that Twitter is this right-wing shithole. Yeah. I was waiting for them to like randomly be like, this is a trans person, and it happened. Rightfully. So you complain about the Republicans, you complain about the Democrats, and I agree with all that crap. Who can we start to get behind support for 2028 and the future of other candidates? Come on, bro. 2028 is crazy. The Macius, thank you for the playlist. What is this? We finally found one. I will reiterate that I am voting for Joe Biden in November and only Joe Biden. Don't play with me. Dude, I love that. The Biden or busters, dude. That's my fucking goat. You did? You bought him out? We just cleared out a fucking tobacco shop. Let's fucking go, dude. What did you get? Let's see. Let's see the bounty.
This is the only coffee they had.
Okay.
And then this is all they had. This was all the.
What did they? Okay, we got a bounty. We got a bounty. We got a bounty.
Only 1.6 though.
There's only 1.6. Oh shit. Okay. My God. Thank you. How much was it?
It was quite a lot. It was like
290. 290? Bro, all of this was $300. We're getting cooked out here, dude.
But how many is that? It's like 20 packets. That's a lot.
The towers are back. The towers are back, baby. Yeah, of course. Long live the Zintifada. Let's fucking go. All right, we're so back. We're so back, boys. We're so fucking back. Oh my God, we are so back. It's never been more back than this very moment. Woo! Okay, I'm fired up. What's your favorite Zin? You can't tell what my favorite flavors of Zin are? Your shooter monologue yesterday? If you lean into Zins more unironically, you might be able to radicalize more right-wing frat boys. Maybe. There are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where the two most evil men alive almost die in the two funniest ways possible. That's awesome. Are they all 3 milligram? There's one sixer in there. There's one sixer batch. It's harder to find the sixers. They found a shooter's TikTok and it's nuts. This is a poop sock. Shut the fuck up. JD Vance's Venmo got exposed? Oh no. Dude, JD Vance is so fucking stupid. I told you, he is so compromised. He's the most compromised motherfucker out there. Anyway. What is this? Zin Towers? If Kamala reacts like this to Trump on the debate stage, she's so cooked. She's so good at locking in and looking normal when she has to. Lamau.
Harris.
So there's a clear difference between the candidates in this race.
Okay, that's like her opponent was throwing though. Like, yeah, she took advantage of that. But like, what is the expectation? She just like also dabs. Please fall for the poop sock, please. Yeah, no, you're fucking annoying. She has gone from posting eye to we to eye. I have often challenged Trump and so-called leaders who say that an abortion ban is the best interest of women and children, yet stay silent on maternal mortality. The hypocrisy abounds. Oh my God, she's saying I. Yo, they say there is no I in team, okay? But there is a me in team, and the me is Mamala, dude. Yo, woman president time? That's crazy. It'd be really cool because, like, it also hurts Hillary Clinton. So that's like, I'm kind of riding with Mamala more than I have before because it would genuinely be so upsetting for Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? It's awesome. It's so sick. They just like brought her on. They brought her on because she's a non-entity and she fulfills like a marker, like a check mark for the Biden administration to say like, look, we love black people. Like literally, they openly said that. Okay. She's a qualified person, but she's not very charismatic. Right. But like the Biden campaign was literally like, oh no, we want a black woman here. Okay. That's how much of a non-entity she was. Like they went with a Californian senator. and honestly, it is the funniest outcome that like the first woman president also happens to be the first black woman president, also happens to be the first Asian president. And it literally happened because they were like, oh, well, we don't want anyone to outshine Joe Biden. Oh my God. Edinger with some with some Nancy Pelosi news. Nancy Pelosi this week. I feel like LeBron fandom is like unk status now because all of the fucking compies that I see, of LeBron feature music from like early 2010s. We have become the old heads. We are becoming like the Jordan heads. You know, oh, you don't understand. This generation's ball was so much better. I mean, Bron himself is unk, obviously. And now officially, like, the fandom is unk status. I grew up at a time when the fandom obviously was not unk status, where the unk status was like the Jordan heads who were like, you don't get it. Like Jordan balled at a time when players weren't fucking pussies and, you know, people actually hit one another. Their stakes were higher. You know what I mean? And now it's like, and now it's just straight up like unk status. I hated this motherfucker from my 20s, and since I'm turning 30, this is my hill. This is my hills both ways in the snow. He's the GOAT. I mean, he is the GOAT. Who has done it like him, dude? Who has been so dominant for 21 fucking years straight? Like, it's just crazy to think about. Like, there are dudes in the motherfucking NBA. There are dudes in the motherfucking NBA that were born and they only saw him They only saw him be the demon that he is their whole lives. They grew up and now they're playing against him. Rudy Gobert. Wait, what? Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Okay. Okay, don't get me started on this. This is so stupid. This is the dumbest. Please stop. This is a very stupid conversation. Daily LeBum posting. Okay, dude, LeBum. Yeah, okay. Listen, dude. Listen, this is just because we're doing RNC watch doesn't mean you have to put the clan robes on, okay? What an insane statement. Like, what an insane thing to say, dude. What are we doing here? How is my community a community filled to the brim with clansmen, okay? This is crazy. This is madness. Calling LeBron a bum is akin to putting on the white robe and poking holes in it, okay? Stop it now. Stop it. What's next, dude? Oh, yeah, you you really like the intelligent players. You really like the hardworking, intelligent players, you know? Like Jokic, who is also awesome, but, you know, I just don't like the raw talent players out there, you know what I mean? You need a real hardworking lunch pail kind of guy. Huh? Larry Bird is my goat. Okay, chat. You know, I get it. I get it. Of course, leftist doesn't let me criticize his favorite players and calls me a fascist. Yeah, no, it's fine. You guys are just, you know, I said I wanted hogs. I didn't realize that would bring, you know, just a bunch of straight up white supremacists. Yeah, this is supposed to be the NBA, not street and hood ball. Exactly. Oh, yeah. All these guys nowadays do is just... Everyone can dribble hard if you could just carry the ball like these guys do nowadays, you know? Lunch pail, high IQ, great shooter in space, not flashy. For those of you who don't follow sports at all, okay, that like those four aspects is basically like saying the N-word over and over again for a sports analyst, okay? Like that right there is a dog whistle. It's basically like, you know, it's basically the equivalent of like consuming a sport that is like dominated by black athletes while also being incredibly racist. Oh man. Anyway, he's a real gym rat, coach's kid, first one in the gym, last one out, makes up for his lack of elite athleticism. Okay. Is Stephen A. Smith a racist then? Yes. Sometimes. Okay. Let's get started. No, what is this thread? Stop sending me this thread. It's full of fake news, bro. Oh, a thread of LeBron James lying for absolutely no reason. Get out of here, bro. That's like 3 years old at this point. Okay, please stop. Please stop. You just described every white NFL fan. Yeah, it's the black quarterbacks can't throw and they get injured easy attitude. Okay. Oh, you can't have a quarterback be a black guy. Come on. Classic. I don't even watch the NFL and even I know. Oh, come on. You can't have a black quarterback, dude. You just have to have a white guy in that spot. Yeah. Yeah, put the black guy in a normal position like running back. You need someone you can trust as a QB. Yeah. Anyway, one thing, This is the fucking dude from last night that we were watching. He was live on IG.
Bro, just pull over and put your hands up, bro. My baby is in the car, Dayon. Bro, my baby is
Insanity.
in here, bro.
I mean, he was whipping that shit around.
Just pull over.
I understand.
Let us out, bro.
Fuck, cause these bitch ass snooving niggas, cuz.
Why are you looking at the bro? He was one-handing it. Yeah, no, this is the guy. 100% this is the guy. Okay? This is absolutely the guy. Are you kidding me? We saw him. We saw him get arrested.
Bro, just let us out, bro. Let us out.
Was this in Missouri? No, man, this was in Los Angeles.
Oh, I'm not even supposed to be in this shit right now.
Bro, let us out, Dayon.
Turns out he was not streaming on Kick. He was just IG streaming. But he was streaming.
Let us the fuck out.
Oh, stop this.
Bro, no, I'm not relaxing when you got my baby in the car and they got guns pointed to the car and they about to hit the car, bro. You're not thinking about your baby right now. You finna get our baby.
This is the dude we watched yesterday.
You already did it the first time, bro. Don't do this shit again, bro.
Bro, I love y'all. I'm never gonna see y'all again.
Bro, we love you more, bro. You is gonna see us again, but you gotta pull over, bro. You have to, bro. Pull over with your hands in the air, Dayon.
Bro, it's over with.
I think it is wild that, like, yeah, no seatbelt either. It's really fucked up. It's wild that, like, these chases happen because it's like it just puts so many people's lives in jeopardy. Why are we watching this man abuse someone? This is literally from yesterday. We watched this from top down. I went on his Instagram. Dude's insane. He's been in and out of jail since he was a teenager. Yeah. This video's solid alibi for the baby. For the baby's guilty. Yeah. That's why they arrested the baby too. You're making me like him more. Too much skills going on here. I mean, technically, he's a known crip who went viral for getting caught live in a house. Getting caught live in a house burglary. Dude, what? There's cripfluencers like this? That's crazy. Like, they just straight up have cripfluencers. Like, he's just I don't even know what to say about that. I mean, he didn't crash. No, I know. He's a decently skilled driver. He clearly has initiative, you know. Imagine putting that into something that is otherwise good and not bad like this. Was the car already damaged? No, it had a little bit of side damage by the time we started watching.
Oh, Dayon, pull over. Bro, Dayon, pull over, Dayon. Bro, you don't give a shit about your baby, bro.
I do. I love both of y'all.
Then pull the fuck over,
What the
bro.
fuck you think I live for?
Bro, you finna get us fucking killed, bro. They got guns pointed to the car, bro. Bro, oh my God, Dayon, you can't be fucking serious right now, bro. Pull over, let us out.
For some shit that
Bro,
I didn't
let
do.
us out. Don't fucking matter who the fuck did it. Let me the fuck out with my fucking baby.
Anyway. Someone said, why do you live stream everything? Anyway, that was what was going on. On the other side, he got arrested. So did his girlfriend, like so did his baby mama. But you know, I hope she's all right. This is living proof that it's, you know, she had nothing to do with anything that was going on. The woman wasn't arrested and released. No, they detained her when we were watching, but they said they let her go. That's what they're saying. Chat is saying they let her go. Baby a real one for not crying though, for real. Yeah, that's a real ass baby. He posted on his story later that he's sorry he let everyone down. The fuck does that even mean? Like, he let everybody down because he couldn't get away? Is that what it is? Hey, Hasan, I've been a fan for a long time, so I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this, but you have an audience that is on the younger side and looks up to you, so you unintentionally promoting Zins and hyping it up is something you should reconsider, in my opinion. You're right. I should reconsider it, specifically because I don't want motherfuckers to get all the Zins. I want it for myself. So you're right about that, honestly. Also, I don't think this audience is on the younger side. That's number one. Number two, more importantly than that, is that nicotine products help me specifically get off of cigarettes. So the reality is, if you're starting off with nicotine products, it's stupid. Don't fucking do it. But if you're smoking cigarettes, it's very good to substitute it with nicotine gum. Nicotine gum saved my life, okay? Nicotine gum literally saved my life. It is the reason why I was able to quit smoking. And I will always advocate for that. Hasan taught me to smoke crack. The only thing I'm trying to teach you is to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long and coming to you right now. Okay, I don't want you to see it. So I'm telling you, at the top of the hour when there's a 3 minute ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Oh, so you lost weight from smoking cigs? No, that was years and years ago. I was fucking shredded post cigarettes as well. Death Skate, thank you for the 5 gifted. Jay, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 3 minute ad break now, by the way. 10 people won't see because they got gifted. Yeah, for what it's worth, even the FDA agrees that moving down the continuum of harm from combustibles like cigarettes to oral nicotine or vapor products is good. Yeah, the thing is, like, obviously tobacco products are significantly worse than nicotine products. Nicotine as a standalone thing that you consume is bad. It's like caffeine. It has negative side effects, negative consequences, but it's like not even in the same fucking field as tobacco products, which have so much worse shit in it. Anyway, let's get to it. FBI has uncovered searches on Trump's shooter phone from Trump rally. We'll get to it now. We covered it last night, but there's more information on the shooter. Now, obviously, as you know, Thomas Matthew Crooks, age 20, shot at and missed Donald Trump on the July 13th rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, in Western Pennsylvania. He's a Western Pennsylvania boy himself. And obviously, he's a registered Republican, which was already, a weird, unique moment. The fact that he was a white boy, like a cis het white boy in appearance, wearing like YouTuber, a gun YouTuber merchandise, kind of immediately got people to quiet down on the many different avenues that they usually explore in the aftermath of a shooting like this, where they just start blaming entire marginalized communities for the actions of one person. But because he was white, thank God, people didn't immediately rush to that conclusion, even though people are now rushing to that conclusion. As a matter of fact, they're just lying. They just decided he's a white male, but now he's trans, according to some psychopaths online. No indication that he's trans at all. Having said that, there are some new developments in the story. The new developments, however, make the situation even a little bit more confusing. What is the political motive is what people are looking for right now. And it seems like he might have been an extreme centrist in certain aspects here. Let's
The
take a look.
investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Trump. We are now learning what the FBI found on the shooter's phone. Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas has the latest now.
This morning, new details from the phone of gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks. Sources telling ABC News that the FBI's examination of his phone revealed that he searched for the date of the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, as well as dates for the upcoming Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The searches uncovered no indication of his political views, but agents did find images of both President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. And now new video.
Bro, this is okay. This part is the funniest to me because it's like, why are you searching for images of the fucking president and also the former president? Like, you don't know what they look like? Like, who the fuck's like, yeah, I need to figure out, this Joe Biden guy, what's he look like? Like, how is that shit not plastered in your fucking brain already? Like, to make a sick edit? Yeah, he was making a compy.
Video showing the moment the former president, wounded from his attempted assassination, arrived at a nearby hospital.
There he is. He's walking. He's walking.
On Wednesday, the FBI and Secret Service briefed congressional leaders about the assassination attempt. The morning of the event, congressional sources telling ABC News the shooter came to the fairgrounds for an hour and later returned at 5 p.m. In this footage obtained by ABC affiliate WTAE, law enforcement believes this is Crooks, wandering just outside the boundaries of Saturday's rally at 5:06 p.m., approximately 1 hour before he opened fire. Law enforcement sources tell us he was spotted walking near the magnetometers, did something suspicious, and was approached by authorities. He backed up and faded into the crowd. At 5:10, according to congressional sources, law enforcement identifying Crooks as a person of interest. Police believe he used AC units to climb up and gain access to the roof of a building, and eventually made his way to the perch where he had a direct line of sight to the former president.
There was local police in the area that were responsible for the outer perimeter of the building.
5:30 p.m., police see he has a rangefinder, which can be used to establish distance for target practice. And at 5:52 p.m., a sniper spotting Crooks on the roof, roughly 20 minutes before he takes his first shot. At 6:02, Trump walks onto the stage.
Someone's on top of the roof. Look.
The crowd notices a suspect on the roof. An officer climbs up the building, but falls to the ground after Crooks aims his weapon at him. At 6:12, the first shots ring out.
Take a look at what happened.
A Secret Service counter sniper from a distance away sees the commotion. He has to make a split-second decision in the span of 26 seconds. He decides...
Bro, 20 fucking minutes, big dog. That's crazy. Those numbers are wild, okay? They also got up there. There was a cop that got up there and was holding on. I'm so cooked, I gotta stop memeing. What? No. He was outside. He was like walking away.
To fire, killing the gunman. And we learned of a new potential gap in the plan. Sources telling ABC News the Secret Service requested that a local police cruiser be stationed at the same building where the shooter was perched. But local law enforcement said they did not have the resources to provide that cruiser. Members of Congress demanding answers. Overnight at the RNC, 4 Republican senators confronting the Secret Service director near the convention floor.
Can you give us an explanation? You owe President Trump answers.
Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, took center stage overnight at the RNC.
Okay, wait, another video?
Look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration.
Famously, the police are so desperately defunded, dude. They're just so defunded, brother. That's what it is, you know? When I'm thinking of a group of people defunded, I'm always thinking about the military and law enforcement in general. It's like, bro, if they're defunded, there's just no other, like, what's left? What's left? They are the most well-funded, most adequately funded organizations on the and that is like, you know, a part of the government.
Ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I mean, new video, he just takes a selfie while the dude's getting shot. This video sucks, brother. Illegal immigrants saved Trump by making him turn his head. Yeah. Overfunded libraries and teachers. Yeah. When I'm thinking of a group of individuals that are sucking up these government funds, I'm thinking of teachers. I'm thinking of people who fill up potholes. I'm thinking of the dudes who are working on the roads, electricians, you know. I'm thinking of people that are like building out our infrastructure, librarians, libraries in general. What was it? Oh, okay. Anyway, good stuff overall. This video sucks. But yeah, the new information that has been revealed is that he was looking to potentially he was looking at depressive disorder. He's Googling that. Probably has some shit not going all right in his brain, which was pretty obvious overall. But of course, that hasn't stopped the psychopathic weirdos on the right from going and lying and saying, anyone wondering why they aren't using this photo of the shooter? I wonder why they're not using this photo of the shooter. Possibly because it's a random trans person that you found online. Okay? Maybe that's the reason. This seems to be a random person with 4chan users trying to spread falsehoods. Also, the picture by Paul Hookham is clearly edited, made it to look as if it comes from TikTok. See the original pic in the link. You know? But that's where we're at. Holy crap, Hookham, is that real? And then they have this like compy of shooters all being like non-binary or trans or whatever, and it's like, dude, we are officially at a level of mania, officially at a level of madness. Biden has taken Paxlovid. Okay. We are officially at a level of madness and mania where it's just, you can make up literally anything, and a decent percentage of people, depending on how much they hate that group of people, will believe it. Okay? It's just, it's so unimaginably psychotic. A viral post on Twitter and Facebook is claiming that Trump's shooter was actually a trans woman who was shared by far-right accounts and Alex Jones. The problem? It's of an unrelated trans woman named Rose. I spoke with Rose today. The post alleging that a trans woman was the actual shooter of Donald Trump went mega viral yesterday, and today, like many times before, it is of an unrelated transgender person. Read my full story here, where I interview her. One of the major accounts pushing this information is Paul Hookham, who posted a picture of Rose with the caption, "Wonder why they didn't use his picture." The account claims to have been unbanned by Elon Musk after being banned for 4 years. The account was then shared by larger influencers, including Alex Jones, who has a history of disinformation. It's just so fucked up. It's so fucked up. No one cares about the truth anymore, man. This is the beginning of the end. I mean, people have always had these biases, right? People have always People have always had biases. People have always spread misinformation. It's just that when there's no check on this whatsoever, when there's no control over this even a little bit, and people do not trust mainstream information at all, right? Hey, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. When people have no interest, no regard for the truth whatsoever, and there's no like, there's a lot of mistrust in mainstream outlets. Some of it is actually well-deserved mistrust, by the way, because mainstream media drops the ball quite frequently, especially when it comes to foreign policy. That matters to a lot of people, okay? When the Iraq War happened and the New York Times and all these other outlets promoted narratives that were complete falsehoods without doing adequate journalism and running cover for American foreign policy, that definitely played a significant role in a lot of people no longer trusting media as much. Okay? During COVID, it happened for bad reasons. A lot of people's brains were broken by COVID. And for unwarranted reasons, people were like, yeah, I don't trust the media at all. COVID is fake. Or I don't trust the media at all. Vaccines are making you gay. And basically, they just like looked for confirmation bias from independent, unverified outlets. And media literacy has gotten worse and worse. TikTok also plays a big role in this as well. TikTok can be good, but it also can be very bad at the same time. So now it's more so, it's not about like CNN, it was a mostly peaceful assassination. We need to stop misinformation laws. Both sides do it. CNN, it was a mostly peaceful assassination. CNN never said that. You're just making that up. If anything, CNN has been kind of glazing Trump quite a bit since the assassination attempt. Like, so I don't know what the fuck you're on about right now. Someone said bro's a Facebook main. Yeah. That's a hog doing the mostly peaceful protest meme about BLM, because it was, for the record. Yes, 98% of Black Lives Matter protests that happened all around the United States of America were mostly peaceful. Every single one of those Black Lives Matter protests that turned into not peaceful rallies that turned into riots happened as a consequence of police brutality. Okay? The police were the escalating factor there. Except you've already been you've already beamed this kind of misinformation into your mind so much that you can't even think about it critically at all. Hasan, it can't be mostly peaceful. There were millions of dollars in damages. No, I know. Has there ever been a time when the media was trusted in the USA? Can't think of a time since yellow journalism. I think over the course of many years, I think the mistrust in the media has grown a lot, especially as like there are more outlets overall. Like, people still personally think that like Portland was on fire nonstop. Okay, 95 isn't true, Lamau. No, it is true. There were studies conducted on it. That was where the coverage was coming from. Studies were conducted in the United States of America, mapping out every single fucking protest that happened. Doesn't matter though, because it's the same narrative with the crime panic. It's the same narrative with the immigrant crime panic, right? You see these emotional, impactful images play over and over again in repeat, and it warps your perception. Okay? It warps your perception. It makes you think this is happening all the time. This is happening in my fucking backyard. I live in Los Angeles. I live at the heart of like all of this crime, this violent crime that's occurring, right? And I would tell people all the time, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, there is no massive increase in violent crime occurring in Los Angeles. I'm looking at the fucking data. I'm looking at my own personal experience on a day-to-day basis. And people were telling me, people living in Ohio were telling me, no, you're fucking stupid. You're just lying. But you're in a gated community. I'm not in a fucking gated community, dumbass. That's a lie. Anyway, that's a lie I repeat over and over again because I don't want motherfuckers to come here. But yes, I do. I live in a gated community with turrets, okay? Jank was telling you, Lol. I know. And that's what's so crazy about it. Because if you remember the conversation that I had with Jank, I kept giving I kept giving him information. I kept giving him empirical data, and he kept resorting to an emotional moment that he had. Okay? And sometimes that's all it takes. Didn't you say your friend's car got stolen recently? Of course. Guys, crime is a constant. What are we talking about? There is no world where there is zero crime. In Japan, when there's more public transit, for example, Grand Theft Auto doesn't happen with higher frequency, but they steal bikes all the fucking time. Like, depending on where you are, depending on where you live, of course there's going to be crime. What are we talking about? The entire point of this is not to deny that crime ever exists, okay? The point is not that crime, the point I'm making is not that, like, there's no crime at all. The point that I'm making is you can't look at just individual acts of crime and go, I'm inferring that crime is actually out of control. You literally are supposed to look at it and go, let's look at the data. Let's look at the broader picture. Is there more crime happening right now than the year prior? If the answer is no, then crime is on a fucking downwards trend. Crime has historically been on a fucking downwards trend for decades. Okay? For decades. But it doesn't matter. People just like refuse to recognize that. Portland's murder rate increased 450% during COVID. There's also snapshots. Like, people also love cherry picking data. Okay? They love cherry picking data and going, oh, well, murder rates, one specific type of crime increased. That was the only type of crime that increased. Not in your fucking backyard, by the way. Not in anybody else's backyard. The only type of crime that increased was murder, specifically in certain neighborhoods for one fucking year in the immediate aftermath of COVID. Because during COVID, no one was interacting with one another with the same frequency that they interacted with one another in the immediate aftermath of the restrictions, lockdown restrictions easing up. Okay, but even then, it doesn't matter. Even then, it was still lower than prior fucking years. And it's only gotten lower and lower. But because of the increase from COVID in 2020, and in the beginnings of 2021 to opening up the floodgates, okay, not to say that like COVID went away. Of course it didn't. But I mean, Joe Biden has it. Was there ever an argument to be made that decline was due to underreporting? No. People love it. Only went from 37 in 2019 to 57 murders in Portland. What is he talking about? I don't know. He probably saw some fucking stat and it broke his brain because it corresponds to their personal biases. Because every single person in the media, from local news all the way to network television, kept fucking repeating this over and over again. Okay? They also don't prosecute for theft under 2K. This is another one of my favorite fucking idiotic takes, because you know where else they don't actually do that? Texas, dude. There's places all around the country, and that they don't prosecute theft under 2K rule has been around since like 2007. So you're fucking delusional if you think that this is a new thing that happened. Cenk was repeating this lie as well. It's a common process. What you have to look at is arrest records. You have to look at the population of you have to look at the prisoner population per capita in places like California. They are definitely overflowing with prisoners. The idea is not that there are too little prisoners in prison in the United States of America, which has the highest prisoner per capita density on the fucking planet, by the way. 4% of the entire planet's population, 25% of the entire planet's incarcerated population. Oh, and I can't believe we're still having these arguments. The reason why I brought up the crime statistic, okay? The reason why I brought up the rampant lies surrounding crime was because a lot of reactionary ideology thrives with just misinformation. Okay? a lot of reactionary sentiment, sometimes expressed by Democrats as well, abso-fucking-lutely thrive with hysterics, with hysterical hallucinations, okay? And the actual reason as to why people misanalyze the increase of crime is because poverty has increased, okay? Or income inequality has gotten worse, specifically due to housing becoming less and less affordable in big cities, okay? That has created a larger number of homeless people. That is visible poverty that people see as crime, okay? When poverty becomes more visible, people immediately assume like, oh, crime is just out of control. It's all over the place. And that's where it comes from. That's how you see it in your day-to-day. When you're walking down the street and you see a homeless guy or you see these massive fucking homeless encampments, you think that's crime. There's a lot of crime happening around me. Okay? That's why it doesn't correspond to the stats that you're seeing. And the media is finally doing the correct thing and adequately analyzing it by looking at the data. Homeless people are obviously going to commit crimes. How else is someone going to do with no job, no house, no support going to eat? Okay, now we're basically just operating with the assumption that I just gave you, okay? Yeah, homeless people are just like really good at doing crimes, okay? This isn't to say homeless people don't fucking do crimes. Of course they do. But the idea that like homeless people are just like contributing to this like increase in crime, but it doesn't actually reflect in the data is so silly. So what are they? Are they just like the best type of criminals? Homeless people are really good at crime. They're like the experts of crime. They do it in a way where like it's happening and it's impactful, but they do it in such a way that it doesn't even get logged. Okay? Like they do it in a way where it doesn't even get fucking logged. Like people don't even know that they've been robbed at that point because they're that good at it. So it doesn't even reflect in the fucking data at all. Anyway. So, yeah, somehow they're still poor. No, it's because they like being homeless. That's why they're still poor. They're not even poor. They just have a lot of money. They just like being homeless, remember? Homeless people love living on a fucking tent and shitting on the side of a road. That's like their favorite thing. So, anyway. Why did I talk about this? Because this is very dangerous. It's very dangerous that like misinformation that corresponds to your biases gets so much pickup nowadays, more so than ever before. Especially at a time when trust in media is lower than ever, right? So there's no place that people can look to that they trust, that they can use as their North Star basically to be like, I don't know if this is correct or not. So that's the situation that we're experiencing. Like trans people are underrepresented in the population. They are so unimaginably marginal. It's less than 1% of the population. It's tiny, minuscule fraction. Okay. So of course they're also unimaginably underrepresented in the population of mass shooters. Okay. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's a great narrative. It's a great narrative. You know who's overrepresented in the population of mass shooters? White people. Of course. White men specifically. But now, this is a great way to just turn around and be like, no, this is not a white man. It's actually a trans person. It's actually a trans woman. That's the way that they've basically come up with a perfect counter. Back in the day, people used to say, oh, if it's a white guy, he's just like a depressed loner. He's a shooter. It's because they bullied him. Okay? It's because they bullied him. It's fine. It's whatever. This doesn't reflect you know, this doesn't, obviously no one is going to make an inference about white men in general because white men is the dominant force in society. So obviously people have the capacity to analyze it as not like a monolithic force of evil, in the same way that people analyze it for trans people, in the same way that people analyze black people, in the same way that people analyze migrants, brown people, right? We celebrated too early? What do you mean we celebrated too early? It's a lie. There's no evidence that the shooter was fucking trans at all. What are you talking about? Anyway. The fuck you saying about white men? As you know, I'm an anti-white racist. Anyway, as I keep saying anyway over and over again, I keep repeating Joseph Robinette Brandon. How do we get them back to reality or change their minds? I don't think we can do that. I just don't think that is like if people are that desperate, to find this like prevailing narrative and they're just like hallucinating at this point, they don't even care. I don't think they care about the truth. I think they care about their own narrative. I think they care about their own biases. Obviously, this shouldn't stop you from trying to educate people, and it shouldn't stop you from advocating for the right things. But having said that, just know that it's going to be quite difficult if someone is just running along with this narrative that it's like, no, it's a trans person for sure. All you can do is like point them in the right direction and try to have this conversation. If you want to do it, if you have friends who are like in this camp, if they've been like crazy radicalized, you can attempt it. But let's get to J.D. Vance, Jon Don Vance.
Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, took center stage overnight at the RNC. Donald Trump is set to give his speech tonight and accept his party's nomination just 5 days after the attempt on his life. Rachel Scott is there in Milwaukee for us. Good morning to you, Rachel.
Hey, Robin, good morning to you. It's the fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention, and last night all eyes were on Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. He's only been in office for 18 months, and he leaned on his Midwestern roots to make the case for the Republican ticket.
Overnight, Donald Trump's new running mate introducing himself to the nation.
My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio.
J.D. Vance, the 39-year-old first-term senator from Ohio, taking the stage at the Republican National Convention.
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
Picked in part for his ability to preach Trump's populist message, denouncing trade deals, immigration, inflation, and laying it all at the feet of President Biden with a sharp reminder of the president's age.
For half a century, he's been the champion of every major policy initiative to make America weaker and poorer. And in 4 short years, Donald Trump reversed.
You always said Trump was white Obama. Now this is the real white Obama. You think J.D. Vance has the charisma for white people that Barack Obama had? Are you kidding me? J.D. Vance is nowhere near. Bro has zero riz, dude. His aura is out of control. It's really bad. That Holly, sadly, no, you guys are wrong, brother. You guys are liberals, okay? Or at least lib adjacent. You literally think that a guy with a neat little image like Josh Hawley is actually seen as like a real salt of the earth kind of guy by Republicans that want to see that kind of marketing. J.D. Vance is a TED Talk speaker, okay? Literally and figuratively. So is Josh Hawley. These guys are well-spoken. They got elite education. They're liberals at their heart. JD Vance openly was a never Trump Republican and got the most play from MSNBC in that crowd. He has no fucking riz whatsoever. And I think his eyes low-key make him less trustworthy, I think. People, I mean, he looks like he's got eyeshadow. And I think that personally, like Donald Trump's reasoning for bringing JD Vance was maybe because he thought he could get the MSNBC watchers, like some of those more moderate but still very conservative voters, back on board with the ticket. Beyond the fact that he's also a money faucet, he is described as a money faucet for tech bro donors that are openly coming out as reactionary Republicans now.
Decades of betrayals inflicted by Joe Biden and the rest of the corrupt Washington insiders.
Vance grew up in poverty and the rest.
Depending on what level of right-winger you are on, some will get mad at him for miscegenation as well. But I don't think that he wins. I don't think that he is perceived as a positive figure in the Rust Belt. I don't. He's too much of a lib. His commentary, he's too green as a politician. He's only had 18 months in the Senate, and he hasn't actually figured out how to communicate his message in a way that like responds, in a way that like Ohioans respond positively to. Most people can see the resentment that he feels towards the Appalachian population, which is what his entire book was about, for the record. Beards equal untrustworthy in politics. That's also true, but you have to remember something. This dude looks so much worse without the beard. Holy shit.
Belt served in the Marine Corps and attended Yale Law School. While working as a venture capitalist, he rose to fame with his 2016 working class memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, a bestseller turned Ron Howard film.
You got to decide. You want to be.
He was an ugly ass child that was reflected well in this Netflix rendition as well. I almost want to rip this and just like watch it, pull the trigger and just do a watch party for this fucking thing on stream.
Somebody or not.
Vance repeatedly relying on that biography, especially as he tries to appeal to the Midwestern swing states that will decide this election.
I promise you this, I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
And he leaned on his face.
Oh, this was awesome. I saw this moment. Donald Trump falling asleep during his son's speech and also falling asleep during the fucking JD Vance speech. That's awesome. That's perfect. Love that. I won't forget because I'm going to make it your problem that I hate you. Vance should have received the GI Bill from his time in the Marines, so his potential $200K school loan story is bullshit. Blaming Mexicans for your mom being on perks is crazy business. Yeah, especially when apparently there's more information on it because he wrote a fucking entire book so people know the truth, that his mom was a nurse. And she basically stole prescribed medication from her patients. That's the craziest part about it. I mean, it's not shocking that he's just like lying. He's like, yeah, Mexicans brought over the fucking fent that my mom was addicted to is just like, what are you talking about? Oh my God, my shoulder is just twitching on its own. Let me see if I can show you. Can you see? It was before But I moved it now. I moved it around so it's not twitching anymore. I'm gonna put them things away so you guys can actually pay attention to what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Anyway, just watch JD's speech. I feel there's a genuine chance that someday we look back at his career and recognize he was a once-in-a-generation political talent. His intelligence is that high. His fear of confrontation is that low. His presence is palpable. His speaking ability is that natural. His instincts are keen. His story is that inspirational. Yeah. Speaking of which, another striker banger. Speaking of which, this is the guy. This is the political demon.
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans? The media calls us racist for wanting to build Trump's wall. They censor us, but it doesn't change the truth. Joe Biden's open border is killing Ohioans. With more illegal drugs.
I like this argument because it's like, no, racism is actually saving America. Like, he just presents this narrative, which is obviously based on a falsehood. But at this point, might as well treat it like it's the fucking truth because, you know, it just enough people believe it. Because one side keeps lying about it and the other side's not doing a good enough job of like showing what the truth actually is. Even though it's like right there. Even though it's right there, dude. Easy to find. You know what I mean?
Drugs and more Democrat voters pouring into this country. This issue is personal. I nearly lost my mother to the poison coming across our border. No child should grow up an orphan.
You understand? Like, the narrative that he's presenting is built on a falsehood. Immigrants are trafficking drugs over the border is just an abject lie. It's just not true. Okay? His mother also did not get drugs from Mexicans. Okay? His mother, as we now know, stole the drugs as a nurse from her fucking patients. Now, and also immigrants are not voting. That's also another lie. Having said that, however, even if this was correct, there's something so funny about the idea that like being racist is going to solve this problem. It's like when Republicans during COVID would be like, COVID is fake. Okay. It's not real. It's a lie, but also it is real. And China is a Chinese bioweapon. And you have to call it Kung Flu or the Wuhan flu and act like Asians are responsible for it in order to deal with it. It's like, how are we, your solution is just like yelling at a random Chinese person who happens to be Vietnamese, but you thought that they were Chinese. That's how we're fixing the COVID issue, which is simultaneously fake and also real when I feel like it, when it suits my argument. Like, yeah, Mexicans are trafficking fentanyl and giving it directly to my mommy. And also, the only way to solve this issue is by being racist. Got it. Good argument. Thanks, man.
I'm JD Vance, and I approve this message because whatever they call us, we will put America first.
Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff from JD. Generational talent. So much charisma. He should be blaming the Sacklers, not brown people. Yeah, except that's going to be quite hard for him considering that, you know, he's Ohio Republicans have weighed in on transgender care, abortion, but also insulin health care for immigrants. Hold on. Let me find JD Vance is like compromised on that front as well. JD Vance has a big pharma problem. If that's shocking to you, you know, the U.S. Senate candidate who founded an anti-opioid nonprofit has several close ties to Purdue Pharma. So the hilarity of the situation, the irony of the situation is that, like, the American pharmaceutical corporation directly responsible for the entirety of the Rust Belt being deeply addicted to opioids, which he loves talking about, okay? Well, he got money from them. The apparent contradiction, first reported by Politico, stems from vulnerability analysis posted online by Protect Ohio Values, the super PAC through which Vance has raised millions of dollars for his Senate campaign. Because campaign finance law bars any candidates from communicating with their associated super PACs, POV appears to have posted a trove of polling data, strategic documents, and opposition research on a low-profile Medium account for Vance to reference, detailing potential weak spots in his competitors' campaigns as well as his own. Vance's vulnerability analysis reveals that the lawyer-turned-author who founded a nonprofit dedicated to curbing the opioid epidemic had at one point worked for law firm Sidley Austin LLP in Washington, D.C. During Vance's time there, the firm's lobbying arm was working on behalf of Purdue Pharma, which pleaded guilty in 2020 to criminal charges and faced penalties of roughly $8.3 billion. During that time, Sidley Austin also reportedly represented a Chinese real estate company and lobbied Alibaba Group, a massive Chinese e-commerce platform. But as Senate candidate, Vance has repeatedly called for the U.S. to sever economic ties with the country, calling globalization a gravy train for China. The Associated Press then reported this week that Vance's charity suffered a major conflict of interest when it recruited an AEI resident who never disclosed Purdue's financial contributions to AEI, while favorably citing Purdue-funded studies to argue that prescription painkillers played a significant role in the region's drastic uptick in opioid addiction. According to the Associated Press, Dr. Sally Sadel occasionally shared drafts of the pieces with Purdue officials in advance. And as ProPublica reported in the past, AEI, American Enterprise Institute, by the way, not DEI. American Enterprise Institute is a think tank comprised of demons, some of the worst, received financial support from Purdue totaling $800,000. Okay? Vance's past work may prove a problem in other areas beside Big Pharma. He was with Sidley Austin while the firm filed an amicus brief in support of gay marriage back in 2015, while the Supreme Court ruling on Obergefell v. Hodges. Since then, Vance has taken countless swipes at the LGBTQ community. New information also came out that JD Vance was literally best friends with someone from Yale. Him and his wife were best friends with a trans person from Yale from their own class that they actually were incredibly supportive of in their private life. However, in public correspondence, of course, JD Vance is constantly ripping on trans people nonstop. They brought their friend treats after their top surgery. Okay, that was like as far as hold on. I think Aaron had a. Didn't Aaron have a? Didn't Aaron have a tweet on this? I think. Yeah, his Venmo came out as well. We're going to be analyzing that too. JD Vance's trans ex-friend is confused by his hateful words and sudden pro-Trump beliefs. JD Vance has a long storied history of anti-LGBTQ beliefs, but his former classmates at Yale University say it wasn't always this way. Donald Trump's official running mate for November presidential election didn't previously hold such extreme views. I wonder where they came from. He also called Trump Hitler, guys. He is a classic politician. That's it. Nelson recently revealed to the New York Times that they've been friends with Vance while they each attended Yale, and that the latter had even been supportive of their transition. Nelson recalled a time shortly after they had undergone top surgery in which Vance brought them home-baked treats as a recovery gift. However, as the years passed and their friend group entered their professions, Nelson noted a stark shift in Vance's beliefs. Their friendship ended in 2021 when the politician voiced a support for a bill in Arkansas banning gender-affirming care for minors. It hurt my feelings when he started to say hateful things about trans people, Nelson told The Times. Oh, here, by the way, he's a bitch who switched up. Don't know whether to cry or laugh. Apparently, one of the reasons Vance radicalized and went from moderate never-Trumper to insane MAGA-Trumper is because the Netflix movie of his book got panned by liberal movie critics. It was the last straw, according to a friend. I don't think that was the last straw. I think ultimately he was getting a lot of good press from liberal elites. I think he personally saw that this was the Trump party and that he wanted to move in a political fashion to be Peter Thiel's blood boy and his guy inside the room. Because remember, J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's blood boy. Okay? J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's guy. Him and Blake Masters were the two candidates of Peter Thiel, dumped a lot of money into their congressional races. J.D. Vance won by, a much slimmer margin than Donald Trump in his respective state. Blake Masters lost because Blake Masters' vibes were absolutely atrocious. So I think that's the real reason why he, made this heel turn. He wanted to win. But here is a pivotal moment, I guess, in his... Vance garnered more support from Thiel during his Senate run in 2022, receiving record-breaking donations, about $15 million from Thiel, which marked the largest amount of money donated to a single Senate candidate ever. When the Hillbilly Elegy movie came out on Netflix in 2020, it was not just critically panned, but greeted with intense online mockery, and the tenuous cultural diplomacy achieved by the book seemed to unravel for good. Rotten Tomatoes audience score 83%, critics score 25%. According to Vance's best friend from Yale, Jamil Giovanni, the wounding commentary was the last straw in his falling out with the elites. I think this is a fun little narrative, but I don't think it's the reason why he did this. J.D. Vance is a political opportunist, and I think he's also too green to shelter
Grindr is experiencing
his obvious political opportunism. Okay? He is too new to be able to hide the truth. Wait, is this the... Where's the article? Can you explain Blood Boy? Peter Thiel is an evil villain, gay libertarian who owns a company called Palantir, which is a surveillance technology that uses artificial intelligence that has defense contracts and is terrifying. He's a Silicon Valley tech CEO who is a psychopathic libertarian. And I mean, he's legitimately a scary dude. He allegedly his boyfriend a couple of years ago died under suspicious circumstances. Yeah. This is Peter Thiel's kept romantic partner who died under mysterious circumstances. That's all I'm going to say about it. I'm terrified of Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel also openly had blood boys, as in young, nubile men who he would get blood transfusions from, like blood doping. That is not a joke. I know it sounds insane. Okay? I know. This is the only time where I can use the word nubile, so I'm going to use it. That is a literal, real thing. Sounds pretty blue and on to me. What? Yeah, it was most famously parodied on the HBO comedy Silicon Valley. That is why I jokingly refer to JD Vance as Peter Thiel's blood boy. Anyway. Peter Thiel also successfully took down Gawker for the crime of outing him as a gay man. Gawker outed Peter Thiel because of all of his like right-wing support for homophobic politicians. Gawker went and found that he was actually openly gay in secret, I guess in the closet, not even in the closet, but like he was a gay man. Gawker outed him for it. And then Peter Thiel spent years waiting for the perfect opportunity to take down Gawker, which he successfully did when he found the Hulk Hogan lawsuit. He funded the Hulk Hogan lawsuit against Gawker and put them under such deep financial trouble that they had to shutter their doors. Very vindictive man. Terrifying person. I would say, I have all the smoke for Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk is a nasty little freak himself. But if there's one guy in the billionaire circle that I'm genuinely afraid of, it's Peter Thiel. Okay? Wasn't Gawker also a pretty awful institution? Where did you are not a billionaire with secrets. You are a regular old person. For you should love Gawker. You should love this kind of investigative reporting that they engaged in. Yes, they were dramatic. They had a penchant for drama. But no, it was great. Peter Thiel is a very high IQ individual. Yeah, okay. Some of Pete's like good old fashioned insane opinions. This is an 8-minute TikTok, bro. Like, that's crazy. But I will tell you some of his libertarian opinions. He wants to, he, for example, is the type of dude who like wants to have a Micronesia style island nation outside of the purview of any kind of international. Rutgers frat bros call Yale grad low IQ. If you personally put a lot of emphasis and a lot of weight on what fucking elite institution someone graduated from, you are probably kind of stupid. I wouldn't say low IQ. I don't really place a lot of emphasis on IQ that much, but you're kind of stupid. George W. Bush graduated from Yale. Do you consider George W. Bush to be an intelligent person? You graduating from an elite institution simply just means you had, parents that graduated from there, or you had enough money.
My name is Jon Stewart.
Oh my God, David Graeber went up against Peter Thiel personally? That's crazy. I did not know that this is a thing that happened. Isn't Peter Thiel the exact kind of person conservatives should hate? Yes, but they don't because he funds the Republican Party. Anyway. Yeah, Peter Thiel is basically a fucking James Bond villain. Anyway, JD Vance, however, is not exactly super smart and very compromised in general. JD Vance was in a group chat with a bunch of teenagers where he would routinely shoot the shit with them, like groypers and wonks and people who just like are really invested in politics. And he would personally just, he would go in there, check in on them, talk to them. Very weird stuff. Okay? So there's that as far as opposition research goes. He is very compromised on that front. Beyond that, he apparently had his Venmo account public, and it shows close ties to many on the far right, including the people behind Project 2025. Senator J.D. Vance's public Venmo account shines a light on the many corners of the Republican vice presidential nominee's inner circle, illuminating his long-standing ties with right-wing fascist, shadowy elites, and federal employees, according to the new report from Wired. It's worth noting that when setting up a Venmo account, the app offers the users the opportunity to sync up their phone contacts. Venmo taking down Republican candidates for vice president. And also just like Republicans across the board is pretty funny. Matt Gaetz, famously, prominent Venmo user. Okay. So some of the people included on the list of Vance's Venmo friends could have been automatically added when he made an account in 2016 and may have never made a transaction with the senator or contacted them recently. Still, the list presents a trove of powerful right-wing voices and some surprising names, too, who could be splitting meals and trips with the Ohio Republican. Among the 200 accounts listed on Vance's Venmo friends list is Amelia Halikius, the government relations director of the Heritage Foundation, the conservative think tank behind Project 2025. Donald Trump and Paul Dans, the project leader, have attempted to create the illusion that the former president is not affiliated with the fascist plan to oust civil servants and replace them with Trump sycophants, but they can't outrun all of the evidence demonstrating that Trump had his hands all over the project. Yeah, it's also the Heritage Foundation. Donald Trump saying he does not have any associations with the Heritage Foundation is like me saying I don't serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. That's all I fucking do. Okay? The Heritage Foundation is an institution that drives Republican policy. It's a policy think tank that is very prominent. Donald Trump's own personal agenda items that he brought forward are damn near identical to the Heritage Foundation. So it's ridiculous for him to say that. Just like it's ridiculous for you to think that you won't see a 3-minute ad break unless you subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because at the top of the hour, there is still a 3-minute ad break. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, they write legislation that Congress members don't even read. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Despite all that posturing, Vance has had long-standing public links to the Heritage Foundation. The group's president even said he had been rooting for Vance to get the VP nom. Halikius gave a nod to Vance on Monday, retweeting Elon Musk's comment of Trump's excellent pick of a running mate. Atomic Truth, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Also present on Vance's friend list is Gladden Papin, a conservative political theorist who serves as the president of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. Papin is part of the same new right vanguard as Vance, which has turned to Hungary's authoritarian populist regime and inspiration on how to install Christian nationalist policies nationwide. Perhaps they will also have allegiances to China in the same way that Viktor Orban has had. Papin also co-founded an online publication called the Journal of American Greatness, which attempted to make scholarly arguments out of Trump's talking points but shut down before the 2016 election. Alongside collaborator Julius Krein, Papin later co-founded American Affairs, a Trumpist magazine that still exists. A bit flippant, thank you for the 5 gifted. Cigarette Overlord, thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah. The 7 thinkers are groups that have shaped J.D. Vance's unusual worldview. His worldview is not unusual, in my opinion, by the way. It's just like a technocratic approach to Donald Trump's right-wing populist mania. A Yale alum, Vance has previously criticized elite universities' expensive daycare centers for coddled children. but has plenty of connections with many attorneys from the expensive lawsuits, including predictably his alma mater. Several of these lawyers are employed by the Department of Justice and would therefore be considered Trump's so-called deep state enemies. Of course, that's also a fucking lie. Vance also had links to outright Trump critics such as former Arizona Governor Jeff Flake and Lanny Davis, Michael Cohen's former lawyer. Davis denied being Vance's friend on Venmo. Others on Vance's list include intellectual dark web doyen. What does this word mean? I've never heard this word before. Barry Weiss, hapless conservative news pundit Tucker Carlson, as well as lobbyists from conservative think tanks such as the Hoover Institution and the American Enterprise Institute. None of these people responded to Wired's request for comment. Oh, Guru. What you guys need to realize is that Vance is influenceable, wrote Andrew Torba, a right-wing the freak social media CEO who has promoted anti-Semitic content in a post on X. We have plenty of people in his orbit. Plenty of our guys can be put into positions of power because he's there. Our focus should be on pulling him as far right as possible by 2028. Long game, honey, not vinegar. Andrew Torba is the CEO of Gab, by the way, a absolute psychopath. But he is right. He is right in this instance. He does have a lot of groypers in his orbit. JD Vance does. Project 2025 isn't even Trump's policy. What are we talking about, man? Is him being tied to Project 2025 people damning in any way? It's literally a platform that the party's running on. I just don't see this meaningfully at all. The only thing that's meaningful about Project 2025 is that it has already been in motion before Trump. Trump definitely implemented certain aspects of it, and it will continue no matter who the right-wing candidate is, because the American Enterprise Institute and the Heritage Foundation run the Republican Party. They are the best at communicating the desires of billionaires directly to the Republican Party. That is what they do. Donald Trump is saying no to Project 2025 and disassociating himself from the Heritage Foundation because he recognizes that people are looking at the Heritage Foundation and looking at Project 2025 and freaking out over it. So he knows that it's actually poisonous to the discourse to associate himself with this fucking think tank. That's it. That's it. That's the only reason why Donald Trump, who is a room reader, recognizes that as not a benefit, because absolutely zero Americans like these shadowy think tanks funded by billionaires. At the end of the day, he actually opposes it. If you think Donald Trump opposes Project 2025, you might be the most delusional person on the fucking planet. Okay? Genuinely. You think Donald Trump actually opposes Project 2025? Why the fuck? Question, bro. No, that's not a question. Okay? That's not a question. Because I'm telling you that he does not oppose it. You are posing it as a question while simultaneously saying, no, he just genuinely opposes Project 2025. That's not, you're posing it as a question, but you're not actually asking a question. Why do people always do this? But how do you know? Because Donald Trump and the actions that he fucking took in office, how do I know genuinely? Because I'm telling you, Donald Trump and the actions that he took in office were damn near identical to the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is basically the leading think tank for the Republican Party. And also, the most damning aspects of Project 2025 are basically Republican policy and Republican executive office, like giving more power to the executive office that has been in motion for years prior to Donald Trump's rise to power in the Republican Party. And Donald Trump continued that aspect of Project 2025, including, but not limited to, gutting the federal agencies or literally appointing people who are antithetical to the values demonstrated by these federal agencies. All manner of federal regulatory agencies basically turned into Trumpian weirdos who opposed, like the EPA was filled to the brim. All of the appointments in the EPA We're filled to the brim with people who genuinely oppose any kind of regulation on corporations, on environmental policy, things that the EPA was supposed to do. Okay? His cabinet also had Heritage Foundation people in it. Of course it did. Also, it is not a question that you're asking. You're being antagonistic. You're not coming from a curious place, and not a single person in this chat legitimately believes that you're coming from a curious place, because we hear this stuff all the time. We have a joke for it, the just curious Andes. Okay? Stop being antagonistic if you are legitimately curious. Don't come at it from a bad faith angle. You're trying to masquerade as someone who is seeking deeper truths while simultaneously just trying to be as contentious as you possibly can be. You already have your heart set on one aspect. Hasan is such a fucking prick sometimes, bro. I can't stand it. Bye, y'all. This is the reason why a lot of people do this, by the way. People come in here and say, instead of coming in here and being like, Hasan, you're a fucking idiot. Donald Trump doesn't believe in Project 2025. They say, I'm curious. How do you actually know? And then I respond in kind because the question is already antagonistic in nature. And then other people go, wow, this guy's a real fucking dickhead. Anyway, that kind of bad faith questioning, specifically to like shelter your antagonistic opinions and your contention and your antagonistic thoughts, is very effective in making other people in the margins feel like I'm an asshole. And I am sometimes an asshole. But I will always simply match your energy. If you come in here like a fucking asshole, you might get hit with, a standoffish reaction. That's what you wanted. I gave it to you.
Family shouting out the grandma who raised him, Mama.
She was a woman of very deep Christian faith. But she also loved the F word. I'm not kidding.
To celebrating his mother, now nearly 10 years sober.
I love you, Mom.
And embracing his wife, Usha, a lawyer and fellow Yale graduate.
That JD and I could meet at all, let alone fall in love and marry, is a testament to this great country.
Formerly a staunch opponent of Trump, Vance even once suggested his running mate was America's Hitler.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I think that he's leading people in a very dark direction.
But the senator...
Oh, God, I can't stand this. I can't stand looking at this motherfucker without the beard, dude. Holy shit, he looks so much worse without the beard.
Has been adamant that Trump's first term in office changed his mind, now adopting his positions on everything from foreign policy, especially the war in Ukraine.
We will make sure our allies share in the burden of securing world peace. No more free rides for nations that betray the generosity of the American taxpayer.
To immigration amid calls in the convention hall to send them back.
Here, yeah. Trump administration embraces Heritage Foundation policy recommendations. January 23rd, 2018. Bro, you are over assuming people's intentions behind the question. Some people are truly ignorant and your audience isn't completely savvy in politics. I answer similar questions every day, chatter. Every day. And I always do it. And chatters will even get mad at me because they're like, bro, you're repeating yourself over and over again. You know why I do it? Because I recognize that reality. Because I recognize my position. Okay? I try to do it to the best of my ability. Okay? The only time where I actually will hurt someone's feelings is if they come in here and try to angle something as genuinely curious when they're not actually genuinely curious. Do you get what I mean? It's the way someone asks the question that matters. There are people who come in here who are actually legitimately curious. They are genuinely curious. The way that they position that question is very important. Do you get it? You feel me? You smell me? Some people are genuinely curious, though. I know. And there is a noticeable marked difference between the way I respond to those guys versus someone who's like, well, what if Trump is actually, I think Trump is actually fucking not interested in the Heritage Foundation at all. That's not a question. Just because you slapped a question mark behind it doesn't change the reality that that wasn't a question. It's called sea lioning. I was a nice JC Andy and he answered my questions nicely. Just don't come and chat and be a dick. Yeah, exactly. Now we're having a conversation about like the way I respond to people. Just curious, do you plan on playing the Mr. President's game? Yes. I do plan on playing the Secret Service game of protecting the president.
When we allow newcomers into our American family, we allow them on our terms.
And Vance emphasizing his Midwestern roots, making the case for the Republican ticket.
President Trump represents America's last best hope to restore what, if lost, may never be found again. A country where a working-class boy born far from the halls of power can stand on this stage as the next vice president of the United States.
By the way, the people that like get sucked into the I'm just genuinely curious, why are you a piece of shit type chatters are also the same people who will hear this man say, I'm a Midwestern working class boy and I love America, and go, well, he said the words, so I believe him. There's a lot of gullible people out there. Americans love marketing. And by that, I mean, they love to believe marketing. They love to believe the hype. So as long as someone is like marketing themselves in a certain way, there's plenty of Americans who just simply do not have a fucking bullshit detector and will, believe the person.
United States of America.
Trump, of course, is not even on speaking terms with his first vice president, Mike Pence, who defied pressure from the former president and ultimately ended up certifying.
Yeah, someone should ask, what happened to the last vice president, dude? I think JD Vance simply doesn't understand what's coming for him if he doesn't act right. You know what I mean? But he's such a rat fucker that I think he will probably do whatever Trump wants. Having said that, however, given Trump's track record, given what happens to people that were in Trump's cabinet, given what happened to Donald Trump's former vice president, why was that position vacant is a question that JD Vance should be asking. The gallows will never come for me. Yep.
2020 election results, Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that he would have followed Trump's lead and would have handled that entirely differently. So tonight, here on the fourth and final night, it is Donald Trump's turn to take the stage and officially accept the Republican Party's nomination for president. Now, Trump himself has said that he has ripped up his speech after that attempted assassination on his life to focus more on unity. But after his rhetoric, this campaign, we'll have to see whether or not that holds, George.
Right, Rachel. And just to underscore something you just said there, he made it very clear that he would not have certified the 2020 election.
Donald Trump may strike a new tone on that stage you see tonight, but that has not stopped the Biden campaign from portraying him as a risky choice for America. And to make that case, they often turn to the former president's own words, which made us wonder how Donald Trump's biggest supporters, the folks right here at the Republican National Convention, would interpret his more controversial quotes. What we found was often not what we expected. Take a look.
The one big code is, well, I'm going to be a dictator.
He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling.
So in essence, what he's saying is, I'm going to make up some executive orders that are going to change the direction that we're going.
For some Republicans,
Can a blue collar maintenance man get a shout out? Lol, the show makes mopping floors a breeze. You got it, Oni Bears. Here for you. I can sympathize with those who come in here acting smarmy and annoying, but when I was caught up in the red pill pipeline and you're pretty much taught to be a smarmy dickhead, I remember watching old Politicon videos of you and always thought you were a jerk, but later I saw you were a way more empathetic of a person when talking about your views. I'm glad I escaped that pipeline and found this community. I hope other people can find it too. Hopefully. That's the goal. I'm glad you're in here, chatter. Come on, guys. He just said he'll be a dictator for one day. Maybe we miss the hogs in this community because like they haven't been around for quite some time. But I'm sure once like there are more hogs in this community, I'll start getting annoyed with them too, because they're going to start doing the, well, Donald Trump only said he would be a dictator for one day. He was just joking. Like people who are disingenuously framing what Donald Trump is saying and how damaging that will be until I like unwind all of the talking points slowly but surely until they ultimately come out with the truth that they do think that like, you know, deporting tens of millions of people, putting them in concentration camps would be good, because that's ultimately what it comes down to.
There are easy explanations.
A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles. So he's talking about the election fraud that he alleges, yes, even those found in the Constitution. He's talking about suspending the Constitution here, it sounds like.
Well, it sounds like it, but I don't think it's going to be hard to implement. I don't think he's going to do it. He's a man, black letter law, not the spirit of.
Others will admit he can be coarse.
You know, this is a famous quote of his: "For those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution."
Well, I think that's a little bit, I think retribution's a little bit strong, but...
A little bit strong.
Yeah. I'm a Marine, so he comes across very Marine-like in what he has to say.
But what often alarms Democrats...
By that she means he's really stupid. Like, I'm a Marine, my favorite crayon flavor is red, and Donald Trump also strikes me as a cherry red kind of guy.
You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country.
Hasn't even been heard by some Republicans.
He's poisoning the blood of America.
The immigrants, they're poisoning the blood. The people who cross the border illegally. How should an independent voter hear that from Donald Trump?
So I'm not really paying no attention. When you say fake news, I believe some of that be fake news.
Oh my God, dude, this is it. This is the same energy that like Nazis display when they're like, no, you don't get it. Donald Trump actually will secretly hate Israel because he secretly hates Jews. Like Nazis that are pro Donald Trump will just be like, no, I've actually imagined a different world where Donald Trump also believes what I believe. It's the same shit. That's what this guy's doing. He's like, as a older black gentleman who is a conservative at the RNC, okay, he very clearly still recognizes, you know, openly white supremacist rhetoric when he hears it. And obviously that is openly white supremacist rhetoric. So much so that in spite of his undying loyalty to Donald Trump, he's having a moment of cognitive dissonance. He's like, that does seem kind of fucked up.
No.
You don't think he really said this?
I didn't hear him personally.
I mean, it's on YouTube. You can find
a lot of things on YouTube.
And then there are those who have heard the comments.
There's a large of them, of immigrants that are good.
Yeah, you just gotta, bro, at that point, you just gotta fucking blast it. Like, you had to have that ready. That would have been a perfect moment, dude. That would have been a phenomenal moment where you just go, oh, really? Well, what do you say to this? And just like blast it. immigrants, poison, blood.
Trump rallying his supposed comments about immigrants at a rally in Durham, New Hampshire.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
The Biden campaign.
There you go. Just play the longer clip.
Poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done.
You know? And just be like, what's up? What do you say to that? Certified HasanAbi talking point. When you try to explain Republican policy to everyday Republicans, they don't believe you because it sounds comedically evil. Yes. There is literal evidence for this. There have been studies conducted on this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. But yes, when you sit a Republican down and explain to them what Republican policy is, and you explain to them step by step what it is, either they will say, you know what, I like that kind of violence, and demonstrate that they're like openly a fucking rabid fascist, or they simply will refuse to believe you. Okay? This is also partially where like the poll shyness conversation comes from. The idea that like Republicans sometimes hide their real beliefs because they also understand that like their real beliefs might be really truly abhorrent, you know? So they keep it close to their chest.
People, I'm an immigrant myself, but the ones that are coming from the Middle East, that are terrorists.
So poisoning the blood to you is a reference to Middle Eastern
For me,
immigration?
it's trying.
Oh, she's saying he's only specifically saying that to Middle Easterners. That somehow makes this okay. Never mind. Dude, Islamophobia is so incredibly commonplace, is so incredibly normalized in American society that like a person literally personally thinks that they can just openly be like, no, it's not Mexicans. Okay? That would be kind of fucked up, even though I am kind of on board with that. It's actually Muslims. It's Arabs.
Not to bring terrorists into America, defending freedom.
What these Trump supporters take away.
Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country.
Is often not what Democrats argue is being communicated. For example,
it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole country.
We've had a lot of violence coming out of the left. And so when he says that, he's very clear.
Like, how do you deal with this person? We have a lot of violence coming out of the left. Like, what planet are you fucking living on? Okay? Because it's certainly not this one. See, oh, they're doing it. Bro, Middle Eastern doesn't mean Muslim, though. Yeah, that lady was talking about Middle Eastern Christians and Middle Eastern Jews, dude. Oh, here it is. We got it. We're getting them now. They're doing the disingenuous framing. Yeah, she meant Middle Eastern. She literally said Middle Eastern terrorists. What do you think? You think she's talking about? She's talking about like you know, atheist terrorism coming from Middle East? You think she's talking about Christian terrorism coming from the Middle East? Or do you think in her mind, Middle Eastern is synonymous with Muslim? And Muslim is obviously another word for terrorism. I'm Syrian Christian and we are seen that way too. Yes, you fucking idiot. You are seen that way because they think you're Muslim because you're from the Middle East. What are you saying? Do you think people come to me and they find out that my name is Hasan and that I'm from fucking Turkey and go, oh, this guy whose name is Hasan is probably a very progressive, pretty secular guy? No, they don't. They call me the sand N-word after they find out what my background is. Because obviously Islam is one, heavily racialized, and Islamophobia is heavily racialized. And two, it is just basically a catch-all for Muslim. And Muslim is a substitute for terrorist. So why do you keep calling yourself white? Because whiteness is a political construct. And look at me. That's why. If my name was fucking Hank and you never knew about my background, you would never think that I'm anything but white. You might think I'm like a little spicy, maybe Italian or some shit, because I'm swarthy, I guess, because I'm a little bit hairier than the average white guy, but that's it. I don't know why we have to have this conversation all the fucking time. I have a lot of privilege. I have a lot of privilege because of the way I look.
You hear him talking about the left.
It's going to be a bloodbath because they're not going to tolerate Trump being president anymore.
In this election year, perhaps like all the others, what matters most is not what's said.
If this election isn't won, I'm not sure that you'll ever have another election in this country.
But who's saying it?
I don't think you're going to have another election in this country if we don't win this election. What do you hear?
A comment like that is absolutely the farthest thing from the truth.
Well, but this is a Donald Trump quote. This is what he said at a rally.
Yes! Dude, CBS Morning doing Jordan Klepper bits is pretty funny. I love that. Okay, we need more of this, okay? Please, more of this. Please and thank you. Oh my God, I'm so on fucking board. I'm so goddamn, I'm on board with this shit, dude. That's fire. Straight fire. Bro, they're glitching. Watch them. Watch their faces, bro. Look, oh my God. Look.
Here, a comment like that is absolutely the farthest thing from the truth.
Well, but this is a Donald Trump quote. This is what he said at a rally, and you know, this is something that the Democrats will use.
I see. No, I see.
So, how do you interpret this line from Donald Trump?
I think he had a lot of concerns about the last election.
Well, now that I found out it was Trump who said it, I agree with it. I love seeing this fucking cognitive dissonance display in real time. Like his brain literally reset, dude. His brain he short-circuited. It literally flipped the on and off switch in real time. Well, now that I know who said it, the equation is very different. My calculation is very different.
And especially whether or not all the results were accurate. And I think with that mindset, he made that statement, wondering whether or not, if this election were rigged, what would be the cause for future generations. When you first read that statement, I thought you were...
This is why Trump is so dangerous. His supporters 100% don't care about the truth, reality, or facts. Brother, if you think that this is unique to Donald Trump and not like the entire Republican Party, I don't know what to tell you. And this is not even unique to like the Republican Party even. There are some Democrats who also operate with this mindset too. Okay? Liberals do this shit too. You're watching the Biden dead enders currently chirp in the exact same fashion. Watch fucking 5 minutes of Joe Scarborough and tell me that he is not feeding into that same frenzy, but on the blue and on side. Okay? The major difference with Donald Trump versus like the rest of the Republican lineup is that Donald Trump has the capacity to develop this like parasocial relationship because he's very telegenic and he's very charismatic to certain subsects of the American population. Okay? He's very good at channeling the frustration and the resentment that that people feel to whatever his own personal agenda is. Like Joe Rogan with that British took our airports quote. He mocked Biden for it, then instantly switched up when he got fact checked. Wait, what?
Attributing it to President Biden. Yeah, and then when you tell me that it's Trump, doesn't that tell you a little bit about what's going on in this country today when we have both major party candidates making...
Wait, what? No, this doesn't tell us anything about society. This only tells us everything about you and your own biases and how you operate. Oh, I love when people just immediately resort to society. Yeah. Yeah, this thing that you just did to me that demonstrated that I'm like literally a fucking idiot and so unimaginably biased. Yeah, it says a lot about society. Yeah, it does. It says that society thrives with dumbasses like you. Okay?
Similar statements about the other.
Well, I think it does.
They do that to you every day. Yeah, it's the classic. Like, there was in 2021, when I bought the house, in the most radical anti-communist act that I could have ever taken, there was a sequence of like an entire year where people would just like straight up lie about things about me. And then it would come out that it was just an abject lie. And people would then turn around and instead of being like, yeah, actually, okay, my bad. Maybe I'll just like reconsider the way I interpret news about socialist Andy living in a gated community mansion, killing his editors, blah, blah, blah. Instead of being like, oh yeah, I was duped because of my, because of all of this fucking drama and all of this like hatred that I have for this man, right? They would immediately turn around and be like, it says a lot about society that I could believe that he was, I could believe that this was true. It's like, no, man, that's not how this works. What do you mean? It tells me a lot about Hasan that I could believe him, that I could believe that he had said this. My friend thought you were making a content house with Sneeko. That's insane. You are still on the Gen Z subreddit as a socialist guy who hypocritically bought a house and everybody hates you, Lamau. Yeah, I know. Everybody hates me so much hatred. No, to me, if someone has like a legitimate amount of anger and resentment towards me and they're not like a diehard right winger, it just means that they're extremely online. Fuck it. Even when they are even if they're a right winger, that still means that they're extremely online. You're talking about a fucking Twitch streamer, big dog. Okay, if a Twitch streamer, if a random fucking Twitch streamer carries this much resentment and weight in your mind, you are unimaginably online. Okay, that's it.
But not in quite the way he was referring there. I think, by the way, he was talking about Joe Biden calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. But I didn't expect to be quoting Brene Brown this morning, a prior guest of our show. But a line from her actually came to me as I was having these conversations, which is, we think that we are rational beings that are sometimes emotional, but in fact, we are emotional beings who are only sometimes rational, especially, it seems, with politics.
Spot on. And it's not always the message, it's the messenger. All right, Tony, we appreciate you, man. Thank you
that
so
was
much.
great. Tony, thanks so much.
We are hours away from the main event. Former President Donald Trump accepting the GOP nomination for the third time. Our Jay O'Brien joins me now. We are in the home stretch, Jay. But I do want to start with Democrats, if that's okay, because we've been talking about this Washington Post reporting. Former President Obama, rather, apparently privately expressing concerns to fellow Democrats about Biden's candidacy. What do you think? I know I've asked you this a number of times as news develops, but is the dam really about to break now on Biden's campaign?
I think that's the interesting question here. So there have been, as we hear a mic check on the stage, by the way, there have been a couple of intervals where we thought.
I think most of your positions are dumb, but I don't hate you for it. Doing the fish. Many on the right refuse to even listen to what the other side says. That's the first step, baby. Take the pill. Take the motherfucking bread pill. Okay? Yep. That's how it starts. There are some shittily translated clips of you on Bilibili that doesn't capture your sarcasm, and some people think you're anti-China because of it. I try to cover for you and say, for an American, you're as pro-China as it gets. What do you mean for an American? Internationally, I'm as pro-China as it gets. For a Chinese man, I'm as pro-China as it gets. The fuck are they talking about?
Thought maybe the dam had been patched up, and then it had been kind of reopened, reignited. One of them was those comments Nancy Pelosi made on Morning Joe. Remember those, where she kind of left the door open for Biden potentially not running again. And then just yesterday, Adam Schiff comes out, says that he doesn't believe Biden should run again. That also kind of reignites this tension in the party after we had thought maybe Biden had put it to rest a little bit. And now this reporting as it relates to not just former President Obama, who's a huge figure in the Democratic Party, but also we know from our Jonathan Karl's reporting, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, also expressing different variations of concern, if not outright doubt, that Biden could win in November in private conversations with Biden. That is what the Washington Post reports, that President Obama has privately expressed to allies as well, that he doesn't believe that Biden has a very open path to victory come November. All of that to say, we've been talking about these frontline Democrats, but also just these rank and file Democrats who
I think it's pretty funny that Morning Joe yesterday, as the chatter also pointed out, Morning Joe yesterday was begging Barack Obama to come out and swing for Biden. And then Barack Obama did come out, but the way he swung was not the way that Morning Joe wanted. Okay. Oh God. Do we have the Morning Joe from today? I wonder what they said today, because I love tuning in to see the copium session.
privately believe that Biden can't win in November, who have maybe not
it's coming
publicly
up.
expressed
We got the BET interview as well, but
to leave the ticket. With all of these notables in the party, either reportedly or in some cases publicly, coming out and saying Biden should not be the candidate, it gives air cover for those rank and file Democrats to come out and for the floodgates to open. But even if the floodgates open, A, Biden will be the nominee unless he chooses to step aside, and B, the open question here is how big of an impact do...
Wait. Oh, fuck. This person blocked me. God damn it. So many fucking liberals block me. So am I being dramatic when I asked if this is the donors' version of storming the Capitol? Asking on behalf of 14 million primary voters? Yes! 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 And Miranda! I love you. I love you so much. It's just like January 6th. This is akin. This is liberals have now compared it to rape. That Joe keeps saying no and says no means no. Demanding that our 800-year-old president, who is unimaginably, like historically unpopular in the lead up to an election, is just like rape. And now what's worse? January 6th. In the mind of a liberal, January 6th is worse than 9/11 and therefore worse than rape as well. So now they're comparing it to the worst thing that they could compare it to. January 6th, which is kind of like 9/11, but like maybe 9/11 times 8, I would say. I love this shit, dude. Ah, fuck. I love it. Yeah, they said it's rape, it's anti-black racism, and also a fascist coup. Yes!
these party notables have on Joe Biden. Remember, when all the speculation first started percolating, we were thinking, what does Nancy Pelosi think? What does Chuck Schumer think? What does Barack Obama think? These huge luminaries in the party, what do they think? And will they be able to move Joe Biden from that position? Now, as this story has progressed, we're not even certain that they are going to have tons of sway when it comes to Joe Biden. Certainly not much more sway than his family would.
Yeah, and as we follow...
Wait, is Joe Biden black? Yes. Haven't you heard? He's a black woman. I mean, yes.
Follow, of course, those developments back to just the theme of what the RNC is talking about today, and that's Make America Great Once Again. This is also Trump's first speech since that attempted assassination attempt over the weekend. What do you think we're going to hear tonight?
Well, Trump has said, he's told our Jonathan Carl, again, some John reporting, that he has rewritten the speech, that he is looking to focus on unity. But what kind of unity, we don't know. And that's, frankly, a question that goes out pretty much every day on the floor down there. Everyone down there says they want unity, but when you ask them what do they mean when they say unity, some people say, well, we mean unity within the Republican Party, bringing those Nikki Haley moderates back into the fold. Some say we want unity across the entire country. We want, reaching out across the aisle. Obviously, the first one is a little bit more common down there on the floor than the second one. But point being is that's a question that Donald Trump has to confront tonight. He has said he wants to talk about unity. What kind of unity is he talking about, Kira?
Yeah, good point. We're all going to be trying to read between the lines, aren't we? Jay, thank you. Let's continue the conversation now with our Washington Bureau Chief and Political Director, Rick Klein. Rick, let's start with you and with the Washington Post reporting on former President Obama now and these concerns that he apparently has expressed about Biden's candidacy. Let's take that reporting plus this new poll showing 65% of Democrats now say that President Biden should actually step aside. 65%. How much longer, Rick, do you think he can hold on?
This is so
the drumbeat is growing, and I just was texting with a source close to the former president who says that his goal, as always, is to doing what's best for Joe Biden and his legacy, almost speaking in the past tense, although not confirming that he has shared the view that Biden should get out. He has not spoken, I'm told, to Biden in several weeks. But there's no doubt about the way that this has flipped just in the last day or two between top elected officials like Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi. They're speaking almost with one voice right now, saying that what's best for the party should be him to step aside. The polling would suggest the same. The question becomes what Biden himself wants to do, because he is the presumptive nominee. The fact that he is now self-isolating in Delaware might give him, frankly, a little bit of a reprieve, because I think there's people that are going to be hesitant to do it while he is ill at all. But I think that this drumbeat will continue. If he does not get out of the race, you're going to start to hear more people through the weekend and into early next week. It has become quite a scene for Democrats, a huge distraction, even as the Republicans have showcased unity here in Milwaukee.
I'm Ed Gordon. Tonight, a B.
All right, before we get to, yes, I'm going to watch Morning Joe. I'm going to watch Morning Joe. I'm going to skip to Morning Joe because we have to see the copium. We have to see the copium. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. I'm so excited about this. Look at this post. They're losing their minds. Oh, my God. He wrote so much. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, this is like, this deserves like a checkup. This deserves like a wellness check. This should be treated like a fucking manifesto, bro. What the hell? What the hell's going on, man? Yo, libs are not all right. Okay? They are not all right. That's my alt. My B went on a little tangent. Oh, we got more. We got blue and on. Blue
no,
MAGA.
Joe. It's as simple as that.
We know Joe, Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, and every other Democrat that is continuing this noise, telling him to step aside. Stop. The voters have already said we stand behind him. We voted for.
He's so jacked. I trust him. Look at his bicep veins, dude. He is so mad. He's so mad that the damn near entirety of the Democratic Party's base of support is like, hey, maybe we should replace the guy who is a carcass. This is a conservative op. 34, I'm Kitty 50. Thank you for the 50 big ones, by the way. Blue one on my goat.
For him in the primaries. You think all of a sudden we just forgot that he was old then? We know what age he is. But we know him. We know he stood beside a black man, the first black president, for 8 years and did not attempt to usurp his authority.
Wait, what? He was supposed to do a coup? Like what? What do you mean? Wow. Dude. White mediocrity in display, okay? God damn, the expectations are so low. Yeah, well, this guy was the VP of a black president, and he didn't kill the president to become the president himself. Okay. Cool. I guess that's good, you know?
We know that he elected the first black.
What's this guy gonna do when he finds out that the first black president is now also behind closed doors demanding that Joe Biden step down? Also, once again, Joe Biden's vice president is a black woman. Everyone is saying Joe Biden should be replaced by a black woman, okay? Why is Joe Biden seen as more black than a black woman in this equation? Why does no one acknowledge Kamala Harris? See, what you don't understand is Joe Biden is actually black. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, not black. What the fuck? Because she's a cop? No, dude. What do you mean? Kamala Harris was a cop. Joe Biden was homies with segregationists and wrote one of the most damaging bills, dude. Like, if there's, in that equation, if there's a person who's like literally worse than a cop, it's Joe Biden. What the fuck are you talking about?
Female vice president and elected her to be his vice president. Not elected, but nominated her, picked her. You know what I'm trying to say. Then he put the first black woman Supreme Court justice on the high court.
Okay, so he recognizes that Kamala Harris is a black woman and is the vice president, but refuses to recognize that people are saying, like, she should be the replacement?
We know, Joe. Your super PACs don't speak for us. We vote for you.
Yeah, except, once again, polling is done on this quite frequently, and it's not super PACs that are saying Joe Biden should drop out. It's the American population and a very significant majority of Democratic Party voters. He's a Biden or buster. He's even has the Biden aviators. Yeah.
And we're telling you, leave him alone. You think we can replace somebody this close to the election?
Yes.
When all kinds of technicality crap can happen?
No, that's not a thing. Joe Biden is not the nominee yet. So, yes, we can replace him. And the technicality crap is just something you made up. Or maybe you read it somewhere on a Twitter thread.
A house divided against itself will not stand. You know the reason why the Republicans, even though the man is a convicted felon, you know why they are still?
Bro's got hella biceps though, so I think we should listen to him. No, I know. I'm listening. No, I'm listening. I'm sitting my white ass down and I'm listening, okay? I'm listening to those biceps speak, baby. He's like, liberals don't want gun control, okay? I got to right to bear arms myself.
Able to function because they are together. They are unified.
Bro's only hit bicep day at the gym, by the way. I mean, he's got nice pectorals too, but god damn, his biceps are like hypertrophied.
Behind a corrupt traitor who stole classified documents and took them to Mar-a-Lago, who put federal judges on the bench. That's the reason why he's able to delay everything. Who put Supreme Court justices on the High Court that pretty much said he's immune. Stop with the noise. Now, I'm passionate because I care about this thing called democracy, freedom. And I'm an actor, and I've been blessed to work in great films. Last movie was nominated for 3 Academy Awards and a couple Golden Globes. If I don't work again, I'm okay.
Wait, what? What has he acted in? Do we know, chat? He acted in his video.
If it means standing up for democracy, now stop it.
Damn, he just dropped that. He took the glasses off and said that he was an actor with awards. Oh, this is funny. Fuck you, Adam Schiff. Shh, Adam Schiff is speaking, says Brooklyn Dad defiant. Now, Brooklyn Dad defiant against Adam Schiff. He was in 100 Mules. He was one of the people stealing the votes from old people. Dinesh D'Souza's award-winning documentary 100 Mules. Oh, that's so good. That's so stupid. That's the only place where that joke lands is this community. There's no other place. 2,000 Mules is what it was called. Okay, well, he could single-handedly be 100 of those 2,000 mules. Look at those fucking biceps, dude. He could be doing the job of 100 mules himself. Oh, I love liberal copium. I can't read this. This is too much. So we're gonna get to this man right here who's probably not having a very good morning, probably a very bad morning. Okay. In these trying times, I'm not gonna lie to you. Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski have made me a fan. Okay. Morning Joe turned into Morning Joe with a U. Morning for Joe Biden. It's so much fun watching them cope. It's like watching news coverage from a different dimension. Like virtually every outlet is like ringing the alarms and these guys are on a totally different wavelength because they have one person watching that they care about. The sexual tension between these two is palpable. Oh, you mean the sexual tension between those two and Joe Biden, I think.
Sobering message he got yesterday from congressional leaders. And his biggest fundraiser was simple. We're losing. You're losing.
Wait, what happened? Wait, but you were saying yesterday, fuck those donors. Jeffrey Katzenberg comes out and is like, bro, they're not giving us money no more. And all of a sudden you're acting different. I thought I thought Joe had the will of the people. I thought Joe was representing specifically all the black votes. Okay. Yo, chill. Yo, don't switch up on him now. Don't do it. Yesterday, we were here yesterday when he was saying Obama needs to come out and defend Joe Biden. Where is Obama? Today, Obama came out and was like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. All right. If you don't like your ad break, you can keep it. You can subscribe for $5, $6 now, or for free with a Switch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub. Gifted subs for all. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. White Twinkie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Rooting for you, thank you for the 5 gifted. Let me be queer. 34 MKD 50, thank you for the 50 gifted. And Pussy 2. In Rainbow 09, thank you for the 5 gifted. Obama to the Duluth Dyson. Let me be queer. Absolutely zero people were thinking that I was gonna fucking pop off with an Obama voice and turn that into a segue. Anyone that says they saw that coming is just a liar, okay? Neon Majestic, thank you for the 5 gifted.
And you're going to run out of money. Because the
That
donors.
was Obama question mark? Yes, it's not that good. Still not as good as generic black guy impressionist Steven Crowder, I know. 34 MKD 50 with another 50 big bones.
Have left. So I don't know what those 2 or 3 in his inner circle are going to say to that. But the fact is, they don't know more than Nancy Pelosi about polling. They don't know more about contributors than Jeffrey Katzenberg, who's dedicated a good chunk of.
Oh, now he cares about the donors. Wait, I'm sorry. When did that happen? How'd that happen? I thought he was saying these big donors, these billionaires, like, who gives a fuck what they have to say? All of a sudden, I guess he's a big Quibi fan. He's Mr. Quibi himself. He's like, oh no, not my favorite billionaire mega donor. From the minds that brought you, from the great minds that brought you Quibi, Jeffrey Katzenberg. He has some choice words for Joe Brandon's re-election campaign.
The last decade to helping elect Joe Biden. And when you hear from congressional losers, we're losing.
Yeah.
You're losing.
Haters. Yeah.
And the donors have all abandoned you.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really matter what people are saying on the inside.
Like I said last hour, I believe deeply in President Joe Biden's ability to run this country. Yep. I also trust more than anybody I've ever met in politics, Nancy Pelosi's political acumen. So when she speaks.
How are you a professional commentator for years and you say acumen like it's a spice, dude? That's wild. We know your Polish ass has never tasted cumin, okay? It's just weird, man. It's weird. It's weird that it's weird that these guys are taking a very different tone today. Taking a very different tone today than yesterday. Only yesterday I was there watching.
I listen, and I think a lot of other people do.
Well, Democrats certainly do on the Hill.
Let's bring in NBC News and MSNBC political analyst and former U.S. Senator Claire McCaskill.
Oh, no. Oh, hell nah. They got Claire on. They got potato face Claire. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Claire, the biggest fucking oh no, not Claire. Bro, why are you continually shitting on Polish people? It's because they don't have access to the internet, so I feel like I can get away with it. Oh, they got Claire in the studio? Oh, Jesus, it's Jover. Claire, who I despise, I absolutely fucking despise, was one of the first people that is normally like center-right in the Democratic Party. They came out and straight up was like, after the debate, was like, this sucked. He needs to drop out immediately.
Claire, your thoughts this morning as the president works to recover from COVID and the RNC is confidently underway.
Yeah, this is a tough time for the Democratic Party for a lot of reasons. But if you look at the narrative of what's happened, I think, and I look at this.
Yeah, by the way, she's the reason she couldn't defeat Josh Hawley. So if you want to understand her, like, her political acumen, or rather her political acumen, okay, this is a woman who lost to Josh Hawley.
Folks, from a perspective of somebody who might be running for Senate in a tough state. Because that's what Chuck Schumer.
Oh my God, can we stop dunking on her appearance and focus on her ideas? Make the misogyny stop. She can have bad ideas, but her face is fine. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. This isn't bait. No, this person is like legit. They just like laser in on my commentary anytime I make fun of a woman's looks. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm gonna shit on her. I'm gonna shit on everything. Okay. Yeah. No, equal opportunity smoke.
Schumer is focused on. Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, McCaskill hardly won the election before that, but Todd Aiken had to make those comments about legitimate rape. Yeah. Claire McCaskill is also the Pied Piper strategy, like the first version of that, the first successful version of that, which then Hillary Clinton also applied to Donald Trump and then, you know, famously lost. So maybe you can even say that the Democratic Party learned from her electoral success and then started deploying that everywhere.
Is focused on congressional candidates running in swing districts. That's what delivers majorities for the policies that we care about, for the values that we all share. And they watched the debate, realized that the age issue had now become something that was very, very big. And immediately afterwards, those candidates and those elected leaders of our party thought, well, let's give Joe Biden space and grace because, you know, this was a horrible night for him. And everyone felt for him personally about how difficult that night had to have been for him and his family. And the other thing that happened is everyone waited a week to 10 days to poll. I think you can assume that every single battleground state where we have a Senate election waited 7 to 10 days and then went in the field. And they asked questions like, would it impact your vote if the U.S. Senate candidate refused to acknowledge that there might be difficulty with Joe Biden serving another 4 years? They asked questions like, do you believe Joe Biden is the strongest candidate for the Democrats to, in fact, field? Those polls all came back. And as time went on, it appeared that the circle around Joe Biden got closer and closer. And then it came time for the leaders of those groups, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, to take data to the president and say, this is what we're facing. This is really a problem. Not that anyone, I think, took joy in that. Not that anyone is trying to push Joe Biden off a cliff. I think everyone is feeling a lot of mixed emotions about this. Everyone. Because There's this thing looming, and we watched it.
No, it was joyful for me. I mean, maybe not what the fuck is this? What? What is this new emote, dude? I took joy in it. I enjoyed every moment. I have enjoyed every moment since Joe Biden's absolutely devastating debate. Okay? It has been a long and it has been a long sequence of vindication moments. Okay? It has been the longest string of HasanAbi vindications that have happened since then. Like nonstop, just a sequence of W after W.
Last night, the people who, 10 minutes ago were calling Donald Trump Hitler and unhinged are now going, rah, rah, it'd be great. So it is something that I think when they tried to move up the roll call, I think that, frankly, turned a lot of people that were sympathetic to where Joe Biden was to being angry and mad. That not only were they not listening to the concerns of the other elected people in his party, but that they were hell-bent on going forward even more quickly than they needed to try to slam the door on honest concerns of a whole lot of, and these aren't elite voters out there, guys.
Wait, whoa. What do you mean? That's confusing because every dang day they were telling me on this program, I'm only a Joe watcher. I'm a Joe watcher, morning Joe watcher, right? For years. That's my only show. That's the only show that I watch. Okay. Joe's my problematic fave. And I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused by the sentiment that I'm hearing from this program because it's entirely going against everything that I've heard from Joe this morning. It's just every other morning I've heard the truth from Joe, which is that it's the elites and it's not the voters that are desiring that Joe Brandon step aside and make way. Now I'm hearing the exact opposite. What's going on?
I can just tell you from my time over the last week, most people who come up to me that are folks like, my plumber who called me. Yeah. These are people that are really worried about about Donald Trump being president.
Deeply worried, Mike. But it did seem like, to Claire's point, that the Biden team had a window here. That after the debate, we'll give you a chance, prove us wrong. Show us that you can still do this. And he's been out there. He's had some good performances. He's had some decent interviews. He got through the press conference just fine. But it almost seemed like the performance ended up not mattering because perception had taken hold, that he no longer could do it. And the data backs that up, the fundraising backs that up. And it seems that these Democrats who really like Joe Biden, who are really deeply grateful to him for his service, who think he's been a very good president, but they no longer think he's a good presidential candidate. And nothing that has happened, despite Biden and his team's best efforts, has changed their mind.
Jonathan, age historically has gone undefeated. There's nothing you can do about it.
For the record, I do believe the plumber conversation. I do. She's probably had the same plumber for years and years. I 100% believe that old people, her plumber knows that she's on TV and shit. He was calling to hit that. Yeah, exactly. I could totally do that. Because even when I play basketball on the course, people will recognize me. And older people sometimes that recognize me will literally be like, what's going on with the election? This stuff is crazy. They'll just bring that shit up. Younger people, on the other hand, younger people that recognize me will usually just want to take a photo or whatever. But yeah. Do you get any elbows for your viewers? Yeah, I elbow the shit out of them.
You get old, you get old. And there are certain elements of getting older that affect you physically and sometimes mentally. The problem here is the confusion about who Joe Biden is today. Joe Biden remains today the decent, generous, honorable human being that he has always been all of his life. And to read the reports, as Claire was just indicating, of unnamed members of Congress.
I'm not wearing platforms when I'm playing basketball. I'm wearing Kyrie Irving. I'm wearing the anti-vaxxer 7s. Get it straight. Okay?
Unnamed members of the Senate who are thinking of their down ballot success this fall. They're thinking about their own jobs. Everybody understands that. But to be told that they're bitter about Joe Biden or disappointed in Joe Biden is really, really sad, because the man has given his best to the country.
Yes.
He has had a wonderful 4-year administration with more success that I would argue than Barack Obama had in his administration. He has changed the country. And Joe and Mika.
Bro, this is mourning Joe. They are literally mourning. They are mourning Joe Biden's death right now, his political death. That's crazy. The vibes have shifted so dramatically. The vibes have shifted. This is an obituary, dude. They're talking about it like he died already. Like, listen, man. Listen. He just got COVID. I know he's like 80 plus, and it's not great for him to get COVID again. But, like, he ain't dead yet. I wish they would have done this like 2 weeks ago. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said last week, it would be the most opportune moment for the Democratic Party to immediately shift the narrative away from Trump's martyrdom, shift the narrative away from the RNC to have this drop. It would immediately deflate anything that the Republicans are trying to do. That's why when Jovid got Jovid, right, yesterday, Laura Ingraham was not talking about it. Laura Ingraham was staying on message. Here's the Republican Party's platform. They're doing unity while also uniting to, murder Mexicans and trans people, that kind of shit. But they stayed on message. She barely covered Joe Biden getting COVID, even though it was fucking breaking news at the time. So I think that they have an interest in communicating the message of the platform, message and the platform of the Republican Party to as many people as possible. And this kind of deflates that. Republicans can't get that RNC boost Republicans can't even get that reframing of their message and spread it as broad and as wide as possible if the Dems come out and fucking switch the candidate like this. They literally used most of the time speaking about Joe Biden.
I don't know about you. I do know about you, actually. But the sadness of this is personal for me, and I think for people who know Joe Biden. You don't want to see him pushed out. You don't want to see him hurt or humiliated. You want to see him thrive, to be a success, whether he walks away from the nomination or sticks it out for the nomination. You want to see him succeed.
Well, we do. We have known him for a long time. Mika and her family extraordinarily close to the Bidens. Have always felt a connection. The first Brzezinski Award named in your father's memory went to Joe Biden for good damn reason. And you are right. Joe Biden did more as far as bipartisan legislation than any president this century. NATO expanded what he's done in Asia to strengthen our position in Asia around China. Also unprecedented. Everybody's been talking about a pivot to Asia for years. Joe Biden finally did it. And these are the things that Donald Trump's talking about taking apart, whether it's NATO, whether it's Taiwan, you can go down the list. And so, yeah, Joe Biden has been, at least by our count, Joe Biden's been an extremely successful president. I will say, though, when you're told by members of Congress that they're losing,
Fuck! I was muted. I was muted, Jack! You guys might not think that him hammering the Taiwan message is important here. And yesterday I would have told you the same thing. But after watching the HasanAbi stream with Ray, now I know Joe Scarborough is actually talking about Taiwan to secure the Taiwan vote. The HasanAbi heads. Every 12-year-old in America now believes that Taiwan must be protected at all costs due to their allegiance to HasanAbi's best friend, Ray, and Kai saying that the Chinese are ops to Ray. That's why he's talking about it.
they're going to lose the House and the Senate if he stays on the ticket. When you're told by members of Congress who have seen the polls that you're losing swing states and that your numbers are going down in swing states, and states like Virginia, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Minnesota are now in play.
Heavy.
And when your top fundraiser over the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years is telling you the money's gone, the donors have all gone away, you know, it's really incumbent on people that are around Joe Biden to step up at this point and help the president and help the man they love and do the right thing. This is not going to end well if it continues to drag out. Look at the events of yesterday, the events of the last 3 weeks.
Damn.
And at some point, you know, I can tell you, Mike, the anger that I hear is not at Joe Biden. The anger I hear are at the people that are keeping him in a bubble.
Or who have their own interests.
Or who may have their own interests, some financial, in keeping him in the race. That is the real anger. And let me tell you, that's not just the anger from him.
The final shoe is dropped. When you got Morning Joe talking like me, turning on Jill Biden. Finally, by the way, now the Joe-mentum is over. The Joe-mentum has been stopped. It's pretty funny for Morning Joe Scarborough to be like, "Oh, dude, the people around you are keeping you in a bubble. Bitch, you're the bubble. You're in the bubble, dumbass. You've been the bubble. You've been Joe's most loyal soldier. He called into your fucking program." I mean, he's bursting the bubble now, but that don't change the reality. We know what the bubble looked like. As Jake Tapper yesterday put it, Seems like it's 8 people in Biden's closest circle, and that's it. The only people in the country that don't want Biden at this point to drop out are like 8 people in his fucking circle.
Inside Congress. That is anger from inside his own political camp. And it is widespread. It is widespread. Joe Biden deserves better. He deserves better than he is getting from those closest to him.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me, Rachel Maddow.
This was amazing. Dude, it's not big news. I know. Reuters fucking said he's doing soul searching. I know. And yes, I know the Donald Trump Jr. drama too. Stop linking it to me, you fucking perverts. New poll alert. Trump expands lead over Biden to 5 points in a post-assassination attempt, according to the CBS News poll. And yes, I know Lou Dobbs died too. I don't care that much. Like, you know, you don't have to fucking drop the crab rave every time like some random fucking third-rate racist dies online. Matt Gaetz, on the other hand, is still riding with Biden. He says Joe Biden should stand up to the insurrection happening in the Democratic Party. You won that primary fair and square, Brandon. But let's get back to the news. We'll do President Joe Biden's sit down with Ed Gordon for BET.
BET News exclusive. Black America Votes, the Biden interview. Amid growing political divisions and a failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and with questions continuing to swirl around the strength of his candidacy, I sat down with President Joe Biden to specifically discuss the issues and concerns of black voters.
I'd like you to take a moment and tell Black America, why should they turn out for you?
Our interview took place Tuesday in Las Vegas, where the president was in town to address the NAACP convention. None of our questions were shared in advance.
Mr. President, good to sit with you.
Good to be back with you guys.
Let me ask you, let me start with your opponent, Donald Trump. He is, understatement here, an incendiary figure. So I'm wondering if the assassination attempt will change him at all, make him more politically disciplined, more unifying. He says he's going to be, but many believe he won't, and you're going to have to fight fire with fire. How will you take him on from this point?
Like I've been taking him on, based on the issues. I mean, look, everybody said, I said we got to tone down the rhetoric about violence. There's no room for violence. You can't be talking about violence. You can't be saying that if I lose the election, there'll be a bloodbath, which he says. If the January 6th folks were good folks, and they should be released from prison, etc. But there are serious, serious differences we have on the issues of the future of the country. And I'm going to take them on directly.
What's his selection of J.D. Vance say to you?
Who says to me that he's decided that MAGA Republican politics is going to be the future of the Republican Party. And because J.D. is a great guy, a hardworking senator, but a really, really, really conservative MAGA Republican.
You said to me before we started, everything's at stake here. Explain to people why this election is different.
Well, look, one of the things that occurred when I won, you may remember, I said I was running for 3 reasons. It was after my son was killed or died because of Iraq. And I didn't want to get involved. And then I was watching television. And I was a professor at Penn, and I was watching television later. And you saw those folks come out of the fields in Charlottesville carrying torches, accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. carrying Nazi swastikas. And a young woman a bystander was killed. And he was asked, well, tell me about what happened here, Mr. President. There were good people on both sides. That's when I decided I had to run. That's why I ran. And I said when I ran, I was going to try to do three things. And I meant this sincerely. Restore the soul of America, the decent.
Big Dog is spreading right now. He's super spreading. Much like Jordan, this is his flu game, though. So far, so good. He's doing the Jordan flu game up in here, even though he's about to fucking drop out. Little does he know. Someone in the chat said Jordan Peterson. Yeah, dude, when we say Jordan flu game, we mean Jordan Peterson's flu game.
Decency and honor, which we usually debate. Secondly, build the middle class, build out the middle class, and when that works, the bottom does well and the wealthy still unify. And third, try to unite the country. I was told I couldn't get any of that done. And then I had 4 major initiatives that they said could never pass. They all passed. And so we're making progress. We have the most advanced economy in the world today. We got more to do. But and all of it, he says, all of it should be, if he's elected, he's going to get rid of. And we haven't talked about foreign policy, and I know that's not on top of most people's minds, but he wants to get out of NATO. He wants to yield to Putin. He has a very different view of the world.
Wow. Weirdly enough, a moment of clarity and recognition that fucking nobody cares about American foreign policy, which is by design, mind you. It benefits the military-industrial complex that most Americans don't care about foreign policy. That's why we've designed our media apparatus so that they don't ever think about the consequences of Americans getting $5 jalapeno poppers, or rather, how Americans get $5 jalapeno poppers.
We're going to get to the economy in just a moment.
Have you considered what will happen to Harry Hasan if Biden drops out? What do you mean? He's going to be the biggest mamala dick rider you've ever seen. I told you already, these guys that love Joe Biden are not Biden or busters. They love Joe Biden because they think that's the candidate. They are like, they're NPCs, okay? Harry is smart. Harry's smart. He's not as much as an NPC. He's just, doing what he thinks is what the liberal position is supposed to be at this moment. The moment that Joe Biden drops out and is replaced, he's gonna fucking dick ride whoever that person is. The entire reason why people were already in favor of Joe was because they just did not want Donald Trump to be president. And they thought he was the best guy to do it because that's what the media kept saying. Now that that veil has been lifted, now that he can't be the best guy to replace, or now that he can't be the best guy that will stop Donald Trump, he has to go. Do I think there's a population of Biden loyalists that won't vote if he's forced out? No. No. Absolutely not. I don't think there's one person in this fucking country that is currently dick riding Biden that will go, oh, if it's not Biden, I'm not doing it.
But you've made it clear by now, certainly you've been asked 1,000 times, that you have no intention of getting out of this race.
No.
Yet there are those who are concerned.
Not even Jill Biden. Not even motherfucking Jill Biden, dude. Nope.
Still about your age and capability because of your age. Is there anything that you would look to, you personally, not anybody else, not other pundits, not even perhaps family members, that you would look to say, if I see that, I will reevaluate?
If I had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. But I made a serious mistake in the whole debate. And look, when I originally ran, you may remember it, I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this to pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided. And quite frankly, I think the only thing age brings is a little bit of wisdom. And I think I've demonstrated that I know how to get things done for the country, in spite of the fact that we thought we couldn't get it done. But there's more to do, and I'm reluctant to walk away from that.
Would you be willing to be transitional even at this point? Would you be willing to even look at the idea that if you get in, perhaps in a year and a half or two, you would look to your, in your words, very capable vice president to carry it over the finish line?
Well, look, only if I was told that there was some medical condition that I had. And that's not the case, so.
Well, womp womp. Little did he know, there was a medical condition rearing its ugly head here every moment that he coughed into his fucking hand. I stand on planned COVID? No, I don't think so. Plandemic.
But I understand what people say. Look, I'm only 3 years older than Trump, okay? And I think I'm in a little better physical shape than he is. The point is, though.
What are you on about? He'll beat COVID. You're delusional. He's not leaving us on. Wait, for real? There's people who say that? Like, there's people who actually believe that? I mean, I think he will beat COVID. But, like, I think he'll beat COVID. I just don't think that he's not going to drop out. I don't think he will drop out genuinely. Wait, really? Guys, I think he's dropping out. I might be wrong, but the pressure has increased quite a bit. I mean, he lost Morning Joe, dude. I think he will as well, but I also think you've built a bubble with the idea of him dropping out. No, for sure. I think I've set my expectations on him dropping out. So I am definitely a little biased on that front. But I'm just looking at the tea leaves here. I'm looking at the reporting here. And literally since he got COVID last night, since he found out that he had COVID last night, a lot of people, like he had a conversation with Chuck Schumer, who said he reflected the views of his caucus. He had a conversation and told him to drop out. He had a conversation with Hakeem Jeffries, like, so that's the Senate and that's the House. That's it. At that point, both the Senate and the House Democrats have told him, or their rep for the Senate caucus and the House caucus have told him he has to drop out. Nancy Pelosi has obviously been trying to communicate to him that he has to drop out. But beyond that, dude, what the fuck is Mark Halperin, dude? Why are you sending me Mark Halperin? Breaking news. Multiple sources outline the apparent state of play of Biden. Plans to announce withdrawal from nomination as early as this weekend. Sunday, most likely. John Meacham polishing up remarks. Biden will not resign the presidency. Biden will not endorse Harris. Open confession with Harris and about 3 others. Superdelegates will not be allowed to vote on the first ballot. Harris is vetting at least 4 possible running mates, including Andy Beshear and possibly Shapiro. I mean, it could be correct. Not Ben Shapiro, guys. Fucking the governor of Pennsylvania, chat. Mark Halperin suspended for Obama dick comment. He was a top editor for Time and a regular on Morning Joe at the time. I don't know the accuracy of all of these possible statements, okay? Anyway, let's get back to Brandon.
That it's not unreasonable for people to say, wait a minute, they're 81 years old. And so I think it's a legitimate thing from the race. And as long as I can demonstrate that it's not affecting my ability to compete, my ability to get things done, my ability to literally lead the world. Lead the world.
So you are willing from year to year to look at your health, your capabilities, and move from that place?
Well, as a practical matter, yes, but there's no reason to believe that's not going to happen.
Let's turn to the economy. You've done some very good things. Unemployment rate for Black America, the lowest in history. Black Americans starting small businesses in record numbers. With your administration, you've provided $7.3 billion to HBCUs, capped insulin, as you've told us, for seniors and others. But because of the wealth disparity for African Americans, there's this sense, and being Joe from Scranton, you understand this more than most. Sometimes it's very difficult, even with all of those programs, to make it day to day to day. What do you tell people who are paying $6 for cereal? They can't take their kids to a movie or a ball game, memories that last with you. What do you tell them?
Well, I tell them what's happening is inflation is coming down. It is coming down. You have 16 Nobel laureates in economics saying that it's coming down. I think you're going to see, I have not spoken to the Fed. My guess is they're going to reduce rates. What we have to do is deal with the corporate greed. What's happened here is, since the pandemic, corporate profits have doubled. For example, I want to make sure that corporations that own apartment complexes cannot raise rent beyond 5% in any 1 year, period. What? I want to see to it that we're going to build 20 million new homes that are affordable. That's why I'm moving to make sure that we provide first-time home buyers, particularly in African-American communities and minority communities, down payments of $10,000 to get started. That's why I've forgiven student debt for people who have.
Loki, again, he's kind of spitting. The problem is he's just not saying it well. I am a supporter of this policy. Wait, what? News with Hans Nichols. Despite the public blowback this week, the DNC is scrambling to finalize and execute a plan to compress its virtual roll call into the first few days of August. Nah. Nah, no way. Behind the nasty public debate on whether Biden should be nominated early, there are private conversations on whether there's enough time to do it securely, transparently, and effectively via a virtual process. There have been deep concerns among DNC officials on how they will actually collect the ballots, especially from older delegates, before August 7th, per people familiar with the matter. So I talked about this yesterday. But the DNC, due to Ohio ballot constraints, wanted to do a virtual roll call before the Democratic National Convention. Okay? The Democratic National Convention is happening in mid-August. And the reason why they wanted to do this virtual roll call and officially make Biden the nominee is because Ohio was like, oh, we're just not going to put you on the ballot if you nominate your candidate at the convention because we just have like this artificial deadline. And at the time, I told you guys that's ridiculous. Like, that's not a thing. That is not a thing that can happen. And of course, lo and behold, the Ohio state did actually concede that would have been ridiculous and said, yes, they will have whoever is the Democratic. Like, they pushed back the deadline to be on the Ohio ballot. Doesn't matter Ohio's red. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter if Ohio is red. Out of the two major parties, there is no fucking world in which like a state decides to drop one of the major candidates of each major party. I said this during the fucking Donald Trump conversation that was happening. If you recall, during the conversation about Donald Trump, I said the exact same thing where people were like trying to make an argument as to why it's totally permissible to not have Donald Trump on the ballot. I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. And of course, the Supreme Court said the exact same thing. There's no world in which like one state without any sort of serious, severe repercussions, without any sort of like chaos that they launch, is able to states' rights their way into removing one of the two major candidates off the fucking ballot. It's just not happening. A state being red or blue doesn't change that dynamic at all. It just won't happen. Anyway, and it didn't happen, so it's not even a question. The problem is, however, the Democratic Party, or at least some people within the Democratic Party that are close to Biden, are still using the previous plans that they had. The previous plans that they had. Here's Jamie Harrison fucking chirping about it. Yeah, Ohio ballot deadline is not August 7th. It has been changed to 65 days before the election, which this year is September 1st. But Jamie Harrison is still fucking chirping. Nate, in all due respect, I really don't care what you do. The bottom line is we will meet the August 7th deadline, and our nominee will be on the ballot in Ohio this November. So you and your experts can discuss that as much as you please. Like, think about how fucking crazy that is, by the way. This is old news. They went back on it. No, dude, no. The news I'm talking about is coming from Axios reporting that there are still these fucking losers, okay, in the Democratic Party, specifically the chair, claiming that they're still going to utilize this right-wing imposed deadline that they are not even imposing any longer. Like, Ohio is not even imposing this deadline any longer. And Jamie Harrison is still cynically trying to use that to fucking put Biden on the ballot. To get, to sidestep the DNC, to sidestep the will of the Democratic voters in all of the fucking polls, to sidestep all of the other people in the Democratic Party that are saying, no, dude, what the fuck? We got to replace this guy. And it's saying, no, we're just going to do this secret virtual ballot process and make Joe Biden the candidate, which I think is ridiculous, especially as soul searching is actually happening. Rumors are coming out from Joe Biden's inner circle.
Met the requirement of paying off for 10 years and still have extreme debt, but they're involved in an enterprise that is whether a teacher, a firefighter, a police officer, et cetera, that debt is forgiven. And it's changing people's lives. It's changing people's lives.
Why do you think it hasn't resonated in a louder ring of the bell?
Well, I think it's resonated for those who have been affected. There's about 4 million people so far. And because the Republican Party and the MAGA Republicans have been opposed to it, and they've been beating up on it. I think that there's a lot of what we've done, Ed. For example, the infrastructure bill, fancy words for making sure we have better roads, highways, bridges, take all the lead pipes out of our homes, make sure there's access to affordable internet, just like in Roosevelt's time, back in earlier than that, making sure there were.
I mean, I'm not kidding. No, dude, he's doing. Everybody calm down. He's not wrong to say infrastructure is a fancy word for building better roads. That's not bad politics. You guys are so fucking geared towards hating on him, which is fine. I hate him. But you're getting lost in the sauce. What he's saying there is actually great at communicating. What he's doing there is actually pretty fucking solid. He's just stumbling and bumbling around a little bit. But I would say this performance is better than most of his other fucking interviews regardless. It's ironic that it's his, like I said, flu game. I don't know. It seems patronizing. No, it's fine. You are supposed to be the greater communicator of your own message. And I think that personally, talking about infrastructure is one thing, but explaining what infrastructure is good. It's another thing. It's actually solid.
There's electricity and agriculture in the rural areas. That's all. It takes time for it to happen. And so it's just taking time for people to see it. And the other thing is, there's not been a very good job done about saying this new $1 billion bridge going over is brought to you by Joe Biden. This $1 billion tunnel is going to increase and reduce blah, blah, blah. So we're working on that, and I think it's just time.
Do you think Democrats...
Okay, I spoke too soon. What he should have said here, and this is my favorite because I'm such a political autist. I have favorite tropes in American political discourse. What you should have said here is every Republican that opposed the infrastructure bill that literally cast aside money to fix people's roads, to fix the fucking bridges, okay, to fix what happened. My mic glitched? My mic peaked? Oh, I don't know why. Anyway, it's fine. What he should have said here, and this is something that Democrats do every now and then. I've heard Joe Biden do this before, where the money cast aside for the infrastructure bill is good because it fixed the roads, it fixed the bridges, it fixes the infrastructure, it gives better access to the internet for people all around the country. It also will replace lead pipes in people's homes. It's so good that every single Republican that voted against it went back home and in their town halls lied about voting for it. That's how good it is. Republicans know it's good policy. Okay? That is the best way to fucking, remind people that your political opposition are serial liars while simultaneously saying, like, credit where credit's due. Me.
Democrats have played the long game well. People will say Republicans play the long game better.
Well, let me put it this way. They may play the long game, but they don't do much. Look what they've done. Last administration had us in a recession when they left. Last administration, black unemployment was down. The last administration, because of the failure to deal with COVID in an honest way, 1 million people died. Last administration, we had the largest deficit of anyone in history, any one-term president. You know, there's only 2 presidents in American history who've come to office and left with fewer jobs than they came to office. And the other was a guy we all know very well. I call, anyway, Trump is one of them.
When we come back, Republicans in the Supreme Court, as you note, trying to ban affirmative action, the teaching of black history, dismantling of the...
Oh, I hate spoilers.
Out front on that, talking about the long game, people will say that...
Like when anime does that shit before the commercial break, I'm like, come on, dude.
That there's an example of Democrats not playing the long game well, that conservatives have been saying they're going to get rid of this for years now, and they got it. You've said that you will restore it. How can you be assured that you'll be able to do that?
The Supreme Court did it. Trump appointed the Supreme Court for the express purpose of doing it. So that's the way it
They're
works.
still going to have the majority, no matter if you win or lose.
Well, there's going to probably be 2 more appointments to the court. There's probably 2 people going to retire. Just imagine if he has 2 more appointments on that, what that means forever. Now look, one of the things that's happening is in the majority of the states, even conservative states, where it's been left to the public to determine whether or not they want to have no exceptions, they want to have a...
Patriots are in control, folks. You heard it. We all did. We all heard it when he said two of them are going to resign. Watch this space. The Supreme Court just gave him the power to do so. Senator Chris Coons, Biden campaign co-chair, refuses to deny that the president is considering dropping out. Wait, what? Bro, why are they writing it like this? I hate this dude. The fucking double negative.
Hard call like Vance wants on no abortion under any circumstance. That you have states saying, no, that's not what we want to do. We want exceptions. So I think there is and the way we're going to change it, if we get a Democratic Congress, all we got to do is get 51 of those members of the House and Senate, of the Senate, and say, this is it. And then I'll sign that bill. But what's going to happen? Trump's going to sign a bill if he gets elected. We don't do well. That's going to say, we wipe it all, no exceptions, nothing, done. And so it's a little bit like George Floyd, what happened. You know, I had to take independent action. It wasn't as strong as what I wanted the George Floyd legislation to be. And I couldn't get Republican votes. So we got to point out what's at stake and what the MAGA Republicans are trying to do.
So let's walk into that. You led me into the next question, and that is post-George Floyd, African Americans were really hopeful in terms of progress with police reform, racial injustice, equality. There was a hope for government sanctions, reparations, and now Republicans in the Supreme Court, as you note, have...
Wouldn't be caught saying this shit on CNN? Oh, dude, yeah. On CNN, he's like, yeah, when you find a black, shoot him in the leg. Don't shoot him in the head. That's what I say to the cops. By the way, that's literally a quote. Not the black part, but he has said that before about police brutality. I've funded the police. Defund the police? I've funded the police. Also has said that. But of course, when he's on BET, he's hitting a very different line. He's like, yeah, that's right. Congress didn't go hard enough. That's why I went hard. I went harder than ever before. I said It's not allowed to shoot blacks in the leg. I said, don't do that. Fake news, people are saying I said that, but I decided, no, don't do that. Anyway.
Banned or trying to ban affirmative action, the teaching of Black history, dismantling of DE&I projects, and they're promising to roll back even more with something you and I talked about before we started here, and that's Project 2025. How do you stand in the breach?
I stand in the breach by making it clear we're not going to let that happen. For example, if you look at what happened with George Floyd, we didn't get the legislation, so I took executive action, made sure these guys got to wear cameras, and everybody has a copy, everything's on. It's changed. It's changed the way things have, not what we should have, as far as it should change, but it's changed things. We're also in a situation where, if you take a look at what we've done in terms of the number of police officers.
Like, what does he think is happening when he's asked a direct question and he just, like, fails to answer it? Does he think people will just, like, forget? He literally didn't answer the question. He just did not answer it at all. He's like, the body cameras, top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, there's 3-minute ad break. Anyway. Like, that's crazy, man. You no longer want to see those ads. I've made it $6 to avoid those ads. My opponent would have made it $5, but I did inflation. You also can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime. Maybe some of you are broke. You don't have $5. You don't have $6. We beat Medicare. Then you use Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. So's getting gifted a sub, but if you're not lucky enough to get gifted a sub, then good luck on your senior year. It's 3-minute ad break now. I am Kodak. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's 4. You know, most cops are killed, responding in domestic violence to that. So we don't need more cops. What we need is more social workers. We need more people who are in communities building coalitions. That's growing across the country. That's growing in neighborhoods.
Bro, this is like dramatically, I would say this is the diametrical opposite of like what he has advocated for the first 4 years. Okay? That's crazy. Bro switched up on BET like black people have no access to other forms of the media. Like, oh yeah, no, people will hear him and go, yeah, no, he's saying all the right things here. I just didn't personally see all the other stuff that he did and said. Yeah, this is code switching. He's code switching policy. We were there. We saw it. Biden suggests police can shoot assailants in the leg instead of the heart.
But I hope to be very serious national speeches about where I think we have to go, what we have to do. And I know I'm going to make mistakes. But an old Talmudic expression, what comes from the heart goes straight to the heart. It's going to come from the heart, but I need help. I don't mean help to elect me. I'm not asking for it. That's not what I need help and advice as we go along as to what I think I should and shouldn't be doing. And by the way, when I made the decision, Jill and I made the decision that it was important that there be a woman vice president. And by the way, I promise you, there are multiple African American candidates being considered, as well as Latino, as well as white, Caucasian. But one of the things that I realized is that if you take a look at my campaign looks like the country. It's represented by leading African American. Cedric is my national co-chair.
It's kind of crazy that he seems so much better in comparison here. And like, he still was bad. This was 4 years ago, chat. This was him 4 fucking years ago at a black church.
You know, anyway, it's represented by African American leadership.
Anyway.
Men and women. And an awful lot of young folks.
Anyway, let's keep going.
That's growing, and we have to keep doing it. We need another 100,000 community police officers working with communities and bringing people in who are social workers, people who know how to put neighbors together. Or we're doing things like what we're changing in the environmental stuff. So many black neighborhoods are ripped apart by I-90, by interstate highways running through the middle of their community, splitting them up. Well, we're providing the money to be able to pave over that now. Not pave over it, but build turn into tunnels to bring the neighbors together again. But the other thing
oh my God, he's trying so hard. The only way you understand what he's trying to say here is if you just straight up know how, like, highways have contributed to redlining. Like, this is the first time I'm hearing him bring this up, by the way. I'm a Biden head. You know this. I've been following him for quite some time. I've never heard him talk about highways cutting through black communities. And he's trying to do this in the fourth quarter analysis. He's trying to do this in the fourth quarter, okay, when he's down. And it's wild. It's wild. He's right. What he's trying to say is right, but absolutely zero Americans will be able to grasp what the fuck he's trying to say because he is so bad at saying it. He's trying to say that the highway systems were specifically designed to separate black neighborhoods from white ones. He's talking about white flight. He's saying that he's going to do away with that structure by creating, I guess this policy prescription is kind of stupid, put tunnels under the highways so that black people will have easier access to white neighborhoods or other black neighborhoods. And that policy is not great, but the problem that he's talking about is real. That is a real issue. And what is of course sad about it is that, one, he's never brought this up before, and two, he's doing a really bad job of describing the issue. Anyway.
I've done it is making clear that when I got elected, I said I was going to have an administration that looked like America. I have more African Americans in high positions in my, not just the vice president, not just Supreme Court justice, but across the board in any administration in history. Because it's important that that kid in 10th grade.
You know that his team told him to rehearse that line so he doesn't say, I have more blacks in my cabinet. Like he did in a prior interview. That's why he said African Americans. He literally said African Americans specifically because, wait, oh no. Isn't this an interview where he did say that? No. He said, I got more blacks. No, he said, I got more blacks in my cabinet than anybody else. All of the other presidents combined. In a prior radio interview, they cut it out. Oh my God, did he say it again?
He looks up and says, I can do that. I can do that. It's important that people know that they're respected, know that they're taken care of, know that they're engaged. That's why I appointed Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's, by the way, the brightest of the court, I think. I mean, in terms of pure gray matter. But so we're going to change this. But it's going to take time. We got to stay at it.
What do you tell an African American who says, I hear that, but I've heard it for too long. It's going to take time. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting.
Look, take a look at what your bottom line is in your economy now. Take a look how the unemployment's the lowest it's been there. Take a look at how many the new jobs are created. Take a look at how many people are been able to get to college education and get the debt wiped out. Take a look at what's actually happening on the ground. Take a look at the fight that's going on. I mean, for example, I got a lot of heat because you have our friends in the Republican Party trying to erase Black history. Well, guess what? I've set up a new Juneteenth, a new federal holiday. They can't erase it anymore.
I don't know. Like I'm white. I don't know. Maybe the young black chatters in this community can explain that. Like maybe they got some aunties that fucking this would appeal to, but it doesn't feel like it at all. Like this is the type of shit that the gas station employee says to me before saying the N-word. Yeah, it's just like. It feels kind of hollow and racist to be like, yeah, I made Juneteenth. What do the blacks want now? Gave them another day off. Like, it feels crazy that he's just like, you had a whole month. I gave you an extra day.
Everybody now knows what happened then.
But they're trying to erase it in the schools.
So they are. And that's why we got to make sure that he doesn't get elected. Trump's Project 2025 says do away with the Department of Education. Leave it up to local schools. What's he talking about? What's he talking about? He's talking about trying to erase it. Not just affirmative action, but all efforts to right the ships for people. Give people a chance. Look, my dad used to say that a job's about a lot more than your paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your integrity. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay, and mean there was a shot of it. We're moving there. And by the way, the way you get equity, you build equity by home ownership. That's how all middle-class white guys did it. That's how my dad was able to do it. You buy a home, you build an equity in the home, you're able to move from there. That's happening. That's happening. But we're going to focus on housing. Significantly focus on affordable housing.
But you do appreciate that the standard for your dad and for any white man in this country is vastly different than any African American.
No, I do. But what I also, you appreciate, my dad was a working class guy. We lived in a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids, and grandpa lived with us. We weren't poor, but there wasn't any money left at the end of the day. And so it's all about treating people with dignity. And it's about making sure that, look, I mean, for example, look at the heat I'm getting because I named the Secretary of Defense, a black man. I named Ketanji Brown. I mean, because of the people I've named. It's about making it clear that...
Bro, the one thing he's making clear is that it is for this specific talking point that he has put black people into positions of power. Like, dude, you can't talk about it like it's Pokemon, dude. is crazy. He's just like, look at my blacks. Look at them. Look, I did that. Like, there's like this air of, there is this air of like DEI, but on the woke side when you do that. Okay. And it stems from the same place of otherizing black people. When you're just like, when you're just basically being like, when called in the question, like, what have you done for black people? He's like, oh, I got people. I got black people everywhere. Scare me sometimes. So it's actually like a trap in general. It's a trap in general. Like when chatters tell me like, Hasan, why don't you have any black guests on? Or Hasan, why don't you have any black women guests on? Or whatever, right? Like it's a trap. You can't answer that question in all, like, you can't answer that question by responding with all the black people that you've had on. And many white chatters do that immediately. And it's like, you're so weird, dude. What the fuck? Like, you're automatically cooked in that situation because you're just saying some weird shit to be like, oh, let me just go back to the fucking Rolodex and be like, these are all the black people I know. Like, that's crazy. Just be normal. Be like, yeah, dude, you're right. Okay, whatever. Move on. Now, the funniest part about that, obviously, when you're the president, it's a little bit different. Like, you are specifically able to do things for black people, right? And in that situation, I mean, he can say the black unemployment number, stuff like that. But when he starts talking about like all the blacks I hired, like, it just comes across like a racist dude attempting to name all of his black friends.
American history is black history. Black history is American history, and it's being built by it. That's why we're strong.
When we come back, I'd like you to take a moment and tell Black America why should they turn out for you. I want to ask you about your relationship with the black voter. I think it's fair to say, in order for you to go over the top in November, you are going to have a large black voter turnout to put you over the line to victory. And honestly, if I'm honest with you, the enthusiasm this time around is not the same as the last time you won. There is a certain disenchantment. Detroit, Philadelphia, Atlanta are going to be deciding factors in that 270 you've got to get to. I'd like you to take a moment and tell Black America what you want them to know. Why should they turn out for you?
Because they know where my heart is. They know where my head is. And by the way, if you notice, whether it's young blacks or young whites or young Hispanics or young Asian Americans, they've never focused until after Labor Day. I mean,
Yeah, this is a really bad argument. Like, you're not an unknown figure, man. Told you. White House spokesman Andrew Bates says this is fan fiction. This fan fiction is wrong.
Or demise.
This doesn't mean that he's not going to fucking drop. This doesn't mean that Biden is not going to drop. But you guys are going nutty mode over like unconfirmed rumors from fucking Mark Halperin, dude. Y'all wilding out. Chill.
the idea they're focused in.
He's not going to drop. No, I think he might. I just don't think that like the whole DNC Open Convention, Biden is not going to endorse Kamala Harris, didn't immediately make you go, yeah, that seems a little ridiculous. If Biden steps aside, he absolutely will endorse Kamala Harris. Are you fucking out of your mind? Unless there is like something else going on that we're not aware of, he would absolutely endorse Kamala Harris. He already has endorsed Kamala Harris. It's called making her his vice president.
Tell me on an election right now is not there. And by the way, if you take a look at the presidents who have won at this stage of the game, the last 7 or 8 presidents, 5 of them were losing at this time by significant margins. The point is, we're just getting down to game time now. We've put together
None of them that have won their reelection has had this low of an approval rating. So he's just wrong. Not only that, but they have also, as far as I remember, I might be wrong on this, with the exception of Ronald Reagan, did people know that Reagan had Alzheimer's before his reelection? Like, or I feel like it came out afterwards, but like, were there even suspicions? I guess it's also a different time when like the media could be significantly better controlled because there wasn't so much like diversity of outlets, like diversity of different, like there weren't too many different outlets like it is now. But with the exception of, I guess, Ronald Reagan, like there's never really been a chaotic situation like this in terms of re-election chances where the issues of the presidency, the issues of the incumbent are issues that you can't really hide, or at least Joe Biden can no longer hide. Feel me? Because like his mental faculties diminishing have these very obvious results that you just simply cannot cast aside because Americans are broadly interested in vibes. They're interested in aesthetics. They're interested in it in a way that in perhaps the only thing that they're interested in terms of who they're voting for the most part is just like vibes and charisma. And unfortunately, you fail on that front if your issue is cognitive. And once the narrative sets in that your cognitive capabilities have diminished, it's going to be really, really, really hard to change that narrative. You should have leaned into all of it instead of pretending it wasn't a thing. Americans are empathetic to old white dudes, but only when they accept their fate. Nah, no way.
The largest volunteer organization, I think, in America.
No way. You can't be like, I'm demented and I'm running for president, Jack. You can't do that.
$200,000 individual contributors, small contributors raising tens of millions of dollars for me to be able to compete. So I think you're going to be surprised. And by the way, for example, I was in South Carolina, went to going to a black home where a dad and his son were sitting at the kitchen table with him and they talk about it. And after it was all over, his father said, no one's talked to my son like this before. No one said, you really mean it. I do mean it. I mean it. It's about why he got involved in the first place. Look, I got out of school, high school, and my state was segregated by law to its great shame in Delaware. And I got involved in the civil rights movement. No great shakes, just sit-ins, and things like that. And the end result of this was all the friends I made. For example, one of the guys who my mom talks about when Barack called me and saying he wanted to do a background check on me, he wanted to think of me as vice president. I said, I don't want to be vice president. And he said, no, there's only you and 2 others. I said, Barack, I can help you more as a senator. I really believe that. He said, no. He said, well, damn it, there's only you.
I don't want to be second in command to a black guy, I said. I'm racist, Jack. That's what I said. And Barack was like, I know. That's why I want you. That's why I must have you. Because the American people need to know that despite the fact that I'm black, I still got a racist as my second in command.
And I said, Brock, I don't want to be vice president. He said, well, go home and talk about it. He knows my parents, my mom, my dad's dead. So we had a meeting. I was on the train and then going back to Wilmington. And when I got home, we sat in the back porch, called the family together. My son was alive then, my two sons, my daughter. The only outside other than the family member that was there was Ted Kaufman. It was my best friend and was just sitting stepped in as senator when I got elected vice president. And so we went around the room. On the porch, what do you want to do? And my wife said, you ought to do it because if you don't, he's going to ask you to be Secretary of State and you'll be away all the time. And then my son, Bo, who was Attorney General, should be sitting there, not me. And I said, Dad, you have an obligation, went through it. And so everybody made their case, and I still didn't want to do it. My mom was sitting against a railing, and over on the porch, there's like a story up from the ground. And I said, honey, you haven't said anything. She said, Joey. She said, remember when you were a kid? Remember when I called you when you got out of the race with Brock, and you asked about him? You said, he's really bright. He's an honorable man. He'll make a good president. And I said, yeah, Mom, I remember that. I said, remember when you were a kid and they were desegregating Mayfield, the neighborhood we live, the neighboring neighborhood called Linfield? You were 14 or 15 years old. I told you not to go down there because there were people protesting, but you went down and you got arrested for being on the porch with a black family, and they brought you back home. I said, yeah, I remember that, Mom. She said, remember you had that job as a lifeguard in a country club setting?
Bullshit!
You wanted to be the only white guy to work in East Side in the projects as a lifeguard? I said, yeah, Mom. So let me get this straight, honey. The first black man in history has a chance to be president. You told him no. That's how it's always been with me in the black community. It's the same community. By the way, one of the guys that when I was a lifeguard back then is, and I helped represent as a young public defender, is out here now. He's a major labor leader. They're my friends. They're still my friends. And they're still the ones that encourage me to move. So I think that, and one thing does change, it's not an excuse, an explanation. I would ordinarily be going through black neighborhoods on the foot.
Dude, that, burping, that tangent was insane. This is a good example of an anti-racist white man, something for you to aspire towards. You got that right. I'll never be like that because I am a racist. I'm an anti-white racist, but a racist nonetheless. I will never fight for white rights. By the way, his civil rights activities, he's literally lied about almost all of it. Okay? I think with the exception of the lifeguard story where he like beat the shit out of like a black dude in a pool, or Corn Pop who like tried to kill him with a knife with a switchblade. I think that story is real, but he never got arrested in the civil rights protests or anything like that. In 1987, he said, when I marched in the civil rights movement, I did not march with a 12-point program. I marched with tens of thousands of others to change attitudes, and we changed attitudes. He also said in 1987, when I was 17 years old, I participated in a sit-in to desegregate restaurants and movie houses in Wilmington, Delaware. But ultimately, it appears 3 events can be more or less confirmed. He walked out of a restaurant as a high school student because a black football player would not be served. Over the summer while in college, he became the only white lifeguard. That part is real. The lifeguard story, the Corn Pop story, that one is real. In 62 and 63, he participated in pickets of the last segregated movie theater in Wilmington. In 2019, he vouched that Biden was there. We know Joe was the ally who was there besides us the protest of the Rialto Theater's discriminatory policy. The incident of the charcoal pit restaurants, the closest thing to desegregating restaurants. Biden at times has suggested he organized the walkout. But initially, the black student involved, Frank Hutchins, in 1987, told the Philadelphia Inquirer that Biden and the other white students did not realize he was not served. They weren't aware of what happened. I was only 16 then. It was my problem and my battle for me to work out. They were oblivious to it until later. Now, how old is this guy? He's old, man. He's old. He literally lied about meeting Mandela in prison. Yeah, that was really funny. But ultimately, what matters more in terms of his policies is when he was a staunch opponent of desegregation in the form of busing, which he literally said. But then a few days later, Hutchins told a reporter from the Wilmington News Journal that his memory had been refreshed and Biden might have witnessed another racial incident. There were a number of these kinds of incidents, so it was clear to me Senator Biden could be referring to anyone and be perfectly accurate, he said. Except, let me finish. Biden was a staunch opponent in the Democratic Party at a time when the Democratic Party was not, with obvious exceptions, like the Dixiecrats, the remainder of the Dixiecrats. A staunch opponent of desegregation in terms of busing. Okay? He called it a racial jungle. Yeah. Joe Biden didn't just compromise with segregationists. He fought for their cause in schools. Okay? He called busing forced busing. In 1975 Senate hearing, the legendary civil rights lawyer Jack Greenberg has something to say to freshman Senator Joe Biden. Greenberg, longtime director of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, took Biden to task for sponsoring a bill that would limit the power of the courts to order school desegregation with busing. It was a move that followed the wishes of many of Biden's white constituents in Delaware. The bill heaves a brick through the window of school integration, said Greenberg, one of the lawyers who had won the Brown v. Board of Education case that ended legal school segregation 21 years earlier. He didn't also just compromise with segregationists or defend segregationists. He eulogized them, like Strom Thurmond, famous rapist, famous misogynist, secret misogynist, and also famous white supremacist. As is expected, he went to his funeral and eulogized him. Here's what he had to say in 1977.
That's not the issue. It is, we keep talking about this thing as being North versus South. That's not the issue. It is rural versus urban. And most of the busing that's taken place to date has taken place in rural areas, whether it's be administratively ordered or court ordered. Now we're moving into applying the same standards to urban areas. And it is a standard that doesn't make sense. It doesn't apply. It doesn't hold. We're moving from trying to, in urban areas, we've had integrated facilities but segregated neighborhoods. And in rural areas, we've traditionally had integrated neighborhoods but segregated facilities. And they've applied the same standard and the same test. So this north-south thing is not really the issue. As Professor Nathan Glazer at Harvard has indicated, as Dr. Armour of the RAND Corporation, as James Coleman, as I just tell 3 days of hearing, two days of hearing.
He just dropped the RAND Corporation as in his advocacy to stop busing black kids into white schools that have all the funds.
Is in the Judiciary Committee on another bill I have beyond this that deals with busing. And there is uniform opinion of those who testified that it is not a north-south, it's an urban-rural question, a distinction.
But no matter what your intent, there are going to be those who say it's a segregated thing, it's a question of race, and that you have set back the movement of desegregation of schools. How would you answer that?
The way I answer that is
what do you say to your opponents that correctly say that you have set back desegregation in schools?
Predict that the young black leadership of America will overwhelmingly decide with me I predict that in 1980 and 84, my position will be totally vindicated by the sociologist and by the civil rights activists.
He's literally talking about keeping schools segregated, and that by 1984, every sociologist will agree with me. That's why I used to call him, and still do sometimes call him, Jim Crow Joe.
You know, I come from that side of the track. That's where I'm from. I was a defense lawyer. I handle civil rights cases. I sat in on Route 40. I mean, I'm not from the other side of this. And I happen to think that the one way to ensure that you set the civil rights movement in America further back is to continue to push busing, because it's a bankrupt policy. And that's why.
What? Is that really fair, though? Don't you think he's changed since then? Dude, he never atoned for his, like, unimaginable cruelty in the form of his legislative agenda and his contributions to American policy for, like, the first 30 years of his career. And I will say this, as a matter of fact, I will say this, those policies are the reason why, and his track record is the reason why Barack Obama chose him as a perfect counter to his blackness, to soothe the fears that white supremacist racists had. To be like, see, I have like a guy who is, you know, he's a gaffe machine. He's had like a track record that is a track record that is definitely not great in terms of like the black community. Like, I'm sure he's not as racist as he was back then. Right? But like, what actually changed the analysis, what actually changed the equation in terms of the American population's reception to Joe Biden is literally that he was Barack Obama's VP. That's it. And that's the same equation for a lot of black people that voted for him. That's the same equation for a lot of, you know, anti-racist voters that voted for him. This is a contemporaneous article from 1977 about Joe Biden's anti-busing crusade before the Department of Education was a separate agency. Yeah. The Eagleton-Biden Amendment closed a 2-year-old loophole and strips HEW of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, which was not a separate department. Department of Education, Department of Health, like these were separated later, but this is before where that's how old Biden is. The Eagleton-Biden Amendment closed a 2-year-old loophole and strips the Health, Education, Wellness, Welfare Department of a basic tool of desegregating schools. The Senate action follows House approval of a similar measure. Civil rights forces, justifiably so, plan to challenge the constitutionality of the amendment if it becomes law. They contend that it requires HEW to fund segregated school systems. Such a requirement, of course, would be patently unconstitutional. Indeed, the Eagleton-Biden Amendment is part of a shabby shell game Congress has played for years. Voting for measures like this may help a legislator preen his anti-busing image, but it contributes nothing to resolving the vexing question of how to achieve school desegregation with minimal controversy and inconvenience. La Chico Blanco says, you know, desegregation of schools made black teachers lose jobs. The government cut down on facilities of a majority black teachers. I like that the inherently white supremacist government doing, you know, ostensibly white supremacist shit is somehow Biden actually was secretly trying to stop that from happening. That's the reason why he was anti-busing, even though right here in his own words, he's saying desegregating schools like this is going to be a horrible decision. Like, we don't have to read through the fucking different We don't have to make inferences as to what he was thinking, because he literally said why he wanted to be against desegregation. I don't know why you're trying to run cover for him now, 50 years later. It's very odd. It's not like he said he wanted to desegregate the school. He wanted to oppose desegregation because black teachers are going to lose fucking jobs. I don't support Biden. I just wanted that fact to be known. Okay, thanks. The real fact is now schools are more segregated than were before. That's what you should be talking about. You are getting old. Okay, President. Okay, 46 President Joseph R. Biden, your parasocial relationship with me stops today. Do you hear me? Oh, do you hear me? Enough is enough. You're worse than Perez Hilton. HasanAbi, are you trying to make Biden lose? Imagine Republicans talking like this about Trump. At least they understand how you win elections. Weren't you opposed to busing too back in the day? Okay, that was a good one. I'll let you have that one. At first, I thought you were trying to fucking anger me, and then I realized you're just LARPing. I'm not that old. Yeah, when I was minus 30 years old, I hated the concept of desegregation.
I think I'll be vindicated. I don't include myself with pro or anti-busing forces. I think the only group that can determine whether or not a constitutional violation exists are the federal courts of the United States of America. No one else has that right. Secondly, a federal court of the United States of America determining a violation of the Constitution with regard to school desegregation cases must find that there is a specific intent to segregate before they can order busing.
Dude, that's so funny. That's literally what people say or said originally when they clawed back the voter rights aspect of the civil rights movement. They literally did that, and they said that. It was like, oh, wait, hold on. Do we even need this any longer? Turns out we did.
That I abide by.
By the way, Biden is so old that he's still older than me in this clip, but only by like 3 years.
Legislate by, that I hold by. And they're the standards we should repair to. It's difficult to establish intent, but it's clearly possible. Factually, it can be established. The Supreme Court 8-0 ruled yesterday that they must find that. And you very well know, as covering this area as long as you have, that there are legal standards by which you bring in burdens of proof to establish whether.
Chat's so fucking unique, man. Chat's so fucking intelligent. Oh, he's 53. There's some people who say his actual age, and then there's so many. He looks 40. There's people. No way he looks 40 plus. That's a rough 46. Wait, he's only 40 here? What the fuck? Yeah, you're right, guys. I'm 57 years old. And Biden is actually 60 here. You got it.
Or not, there was a specific intent. And a court can find that.
Dude, his stutter is not bad at all here. Why did they say he can't talk today? Here's Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi has told House Democrats that Biden may soon be pressured to exit race. Oh, persuaded to exit the race. Sorry. Any moment now. Any moment now. Any moment now. Harry Hasan, my favorite glazer. What an amazing moment. President Biden spoke to a young girl and her family at a Mexican restaurant in Las Vegas today. Biden is a good, decent man. He takes time out of his day to talk to Americans individually and hear them. Love this. Bro, he ain't hearing shit right now in that video. That's the video that you posted? Bro, you should have just not posted that video. You should have just wrote that out and like maybe put like a screenshot perhaps. But honestly, screenshots are not going to look good here either. Also, it's additionally funny that he has COVID here. Okay, he's giving everybody Jovid in the fucking room. Yeah, anyway, the Mark Halperin shit is like is ridiculous, okay? And I don't know why Edinger Mentum posted the Mark Halperin shit. No. I like, come on, dude. Biden is going to drop out by Sunday. Possibly true, but he's not going to fucking endorse Kamala Harris? That sounds insane. Jesus. Hasan was cool once upon a time. Hasan is the biggest flip-flopper ever. Classic content creator. COVID is done. Shut the fuck up. Jesus. Hasan was cool once upon a time. Now you're just weak as fuck. Wait, I'm a flip-flopper? Why? You're saying COVID is done. Joe Biden literally has hit. So no one can change their opinions as times change and as new information is available. You're losing it, bro. Hasan is the biggest flip-flopper ever. Wait, what? Are you okay? I'm losing it, Boar. What is the... I need to understand where he's coming from. Like, what am I flip-flopping on? I didn't like Biden in 2019. I didn't like Biden in 2020. I don't like Biden now. What have I fucking flip-flopped on? I notoriously do not flip-flop. I notoriously maybe am stubborn to a fault at times. So I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. There are aspects of Joe Biden's record that I have defended. Okay. His tenure, his 4 years in the White House that I have defended. But if you were to ask me if Joe Biden is like historically a friend to the black community, as he was talking about it right here, as though he was presenting himself as such, no, of course fucking not. No, he was not. There appears to be a new softness to Donald Trump with people who've talked to him, describing him with words like existential, serene, emotional, even spiritual. This is the cutest he's ever appeared, honestly. How can you shoot that guy in the head? Biden's large donor fundraising is on track to fall off from June numbers roughly by 50%. Biden's team raised $50 million in June from large donors. For July, they're unlikely to exceed $25 million. That's because, unfortunately for this country, candidates rely on big ticket donors, big donors in general. Okay? I have the shakes because I'm an alcoholic. Have I seen the clip of Trump at the RNC? No. I have seen screenshots of it, though, of him falling asleep. Anyway, I'm done with this BET interview.
Mika,
we just watched this. Joe, people around Biden must step up for the man they love. This was bad. Joe Biden appears to struggle to get in the car after positive COVID test. Ooh. Bro is already a millionaire. I don't get it. Who? Joe Biden? I mean, for the longest time, he was literally the brokest guy in the Senate.
We're going to begin with this, though, the presidential race and some major developments on both sides, you could say. Tony DeCopel is leading our coverage in Milwaukee on this, the final day of the Republican National Convention. Tony, good morning to you. The Republicans have put on quite a show. I was up again late last night watching it all.
I was as well. Good morning, Gail. Yeah. Well, tonight is the big night. Donald Trump's acceptance speech, his promised message of unity before a primetime national television audience. And the former president was here in Milwaukee again last night, night 3, this time to watch as his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, took the stage. Vance, for his part, told his story to a party and a country still getting to know him. This Republican ticket now, if you're counting, now has just over 100 days to beat an incumbent president and make history. But speaking of that incumbent, he is now facing a new setback. President Biden has been diagnosed with COVID, which has forced him to cancel campaign stops in the battleground state of Nevada. And as he was leaving last night, he seemed to struggle to board Air Force One, another scrutinized moment, renewing those big questions about his future as a candidate. Nicole Killian is following all this for us at the White House for us. Nicole, here we go again. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Tony. President Biden's doctor says his symptoms are mild. He received his first dose of Paxlovid and will self-isolate. Meanwhile, the White House is pushing back against new calls from within his own party to step aside in the presidential race. Some Biden allies say Democrats should stay focused and unite instead of attacking the president while he's dealing with COVID.
President Biden arrived back in Delaware late last night, abruptly cutting a campaign trip short in battleground Nevada after testing positive for COVID. The president took his time coming down the stairs of the plane, pausing to look around and holding onto the railing. He then slowly made his way into the car, appearing to struggle as he climbed in. On social media, Biden thanked everyone for their well wishes. The health setback comes as the president was trying to shore up key factions of his coalition following last month's shaky debate performance. But instead, he faced more Democrat defections. California Senate candidate and Congressman Adam Schiff.
Fake friends, all of them. Guy gets COVID and they won't even wait till he gets better to fucking knife him like this. That's why Trump called him Adam Shit. Are we going to end up seeing this footage another 3 times by the end of tonight? Most likely more than that. I like that you don't support Biden, though. And you went, let me clarify that I don't like Biden. I just wanted to point out a way segregation was slightly harmful. You mean desegregation? Which is ridiculous because it's like saying the abolition of slavery was slightly harmful because it brought about so much racist vengeance campaigns and literally led to the creation of the Ku Klux Klan. I hope this explains to you why. No, this person meant desegregation was slightly harmful, not segregation. Okay? It's like saying the abolition of slavery brought about a vengeance campaign in the South that was unimaginably harmful to black people. And therefore, I'm not defending Joe Biden, or I'm not defending the continuation of slavery. But ultimately, you know, there were negative consequences to it as well. Anyway. And then you turned around and said, are we going to end up seeing this footage another 3 times by the end of tonight? Things being equity and equality through that. I thought it was important to state that people lost jobs. I am still for those things. Okay. Thank you. When I was talking about Biden's record on desegregation and how he was anti-desegregation, you just chose to conveniently bring up that, like, well, segregation was harmful to black people too. Did this chatter ever come back? No, he left. He just said, fuck you, Hasan, and left. We certainly don't think you're being sus as fuck right now, Chatter, who is talking about the potential benefits of maintaining segregation. Because those black teachers would have kept their jobs.
Became the highest profile lawmaker to publicly call on Biden to withdraw Wednesday, saying he has serious concerns about whether the president can defeat Donald Trump in November. And according to ABC News, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer made the case to the president in a meeting at his Rehoboth home that he should get out of the race. In a statement, a Schumer spokesperson called it idle speculation, but also added Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus directly to President Biden on Saturday. The president said he has no plans to bow out in a new interview with BET News taped before his COVID diagnosis.
It's not unreasonable for people to say, wait a minute, you're 81 years old. And so I think it's a legitimate thing from the race. And as long as I can demonstrate.
I understand wanting someone else to run in Biden's place, but what are your thoughts on Alan Lichtman's keys to the White House and how there's no Democrats that could flip enough keys to win? To me, what you just said is no different than, I understand you wanting someone else to run in Biden's place, but what are your thoughts on the fucking crackhead down the street who runs a fucking astrology seminar and what her made up 13 signs from God look like? Like, that's crazy. Like, who gives a shit, brother? What do you mean? Oh, man, I can't believe we're not flipping Alan Lichtman's keys. Oh, what will happen?
That it's not affecting my ability to compete, my ability to get things done, my ability to literally lead the world.
There are also reports that former Speaker Nancy Pelosi privately told the president that polls show he can't beat Trump and could hurt Democrats' chances of taking back the House. Pelosi's office declined to comment, but a White House spokesperson says the president is the nominee of the party and plans to win. Tony?
This is all
right,
old
Nicole,
news now, by the way, which is funny.
Joining Ed with me is our chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa. Bob, good morning to you
Good morning.
as well. What were your takeaways last night?
For Senator Vance, this was an overture to working Americans in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. He is saying to them, we stand with you. These are the key voters in the election. President Biden has done so much to court them, going to union hall after union hall. Senator Vance last night said, we are going to compete for them as much as anybody. You know, Ed, you don't want to counter-program in quite the way Democrats are against the Republican National Convention, but counter-programming it is. We hear Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi potentially.
Dude, if you send me the fucking video one more time, I'm going to yeet you. Okay, take an hour off. Yes, we've seen it already from the dude from The Chase. We saw it.
Actually making moves behind the scenes when it comes to Joe Biden in the race. What are you hearing?
It was a congressman who
Thoughts on Harry Hasan? That's my goat. I love him.
texted me yesterday and said, could we have one day without bad news this week? I mean, it's been that incredibly terrible for them, frankly. We do know that the two top congressional leaders, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi, now have all said to him, essentially, there's a potential you're going to lose. We're going to lose dozens of House races, handful of Senate races, and lose total control of Washington. That message has been conveyed. His team knows that. They understand it. They've seen the polling. But he's not going anywhere. There is no plan for him to leave. There is no plan for an alternative schedule at the Democratic National Convention.
Nope, that's not true. There is one now, and a lot of this coverage is before The New York Times and Axios came out with additional reporting that Brandon is potentially looking at an exit, a swift exit. These emojis are not endorsed by K-Hive. Beware and be warned. Why do I sense something very racist about those emojis? Because they are rooted in racism. K-Hive is a Biden campaign property. Its current function is to discredit the idea of a Kamala presidency and to put her in place. K-Hive endorses a Biden-Harris ticket and is made up of a vast majority of black voters who voted for Joe Biden in the primary. I'm friends with hundreds, including the original K-Hive Queen Bee, the creator of K-Hive. That's crazy that like the K-Hivers are upset with the new enthusiasm that Kamala Harris has actually received, demonstrating that they did not give a fuck about Kamala Harris at all or black women at all and simply just wanted Joe Biden to be the president. I know the RNC is live. I don't really care until Trump starts speaking. And that's not going to happen for another, that's not going to happen for at least 3 or 4 more ad breaks at the top of the hour. Which, of course, if you would like to, make sure you don't see for the next 4 ad breaks at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, at least for the 3 ad breaks. For the next 3 minutes, you will see a 3-minute ad break for the next 3 minutes, unless you subscribe. For $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky to use a 3-minute ad break now. This is funny as fuck. Joe Biden, I'm 80%. Joe Biden was 80% sure this woman was his wife. Joe Biden, 100% sure Joe Biden was 100% sure this woman was his wife. Damn, dude. Yo, fuck this guy that wrote about Brandon, but he's risen up, dude. He is rizzing the fuck out of this woman. God damn. God damn. Jill had to swoop in and be like, yo, chill, Joe. You're on camera. God damn, dude. Look at this. She's also into it, too. That lady looks scared. Her face, bro. I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing some sparks fly. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I feel like there's some chemistry there. Hulk Hogan on Fox News describes Trump as my hero.
You're going to speak to him. I can't wait. This is going to be like body slamming the giant at WrestleMania.
What brought you out here? Why are you here?
Well,
dude, I swear to God, Republicans are like, oh, have you prominently said the N-word? Well, step right up to the plate, sir. What's next, bro? Are they going to have Papa John's open for Trump too? They literally are just like, we don't really care what your worldview is. We don't care what policies or who you've ever voted for. Have you said slurs? Have you ever said slurs? Yes. If the answer is yes, step right up to the podium. Speaking of saying slurs, Dana White is also going to be speaking. It's crazy. Bro, I swear to God, Republicans are just, they're so one note.
Brett, I got tired of remaining silent. I sat back and watched the borders collapse. I watched the economy collapse. I watched the price of gas, the price of food, everything just do an upside down flip. And when they took a shot at my hero, Donald Trump, I realized that I couldn't be silent anymore. You know, I had to step up. I had to be a real American, just like all these real Americans here in Donald Trump. I have a voice too, and I want people to know it's time to talk. It's time not to be silent.
When I was young, I thought like Hulk Hogan represented America. I think it was like, I think Uncle Jank had a Hulk Hogan toy from his youth that I literally also got from him. And I thought in my mind, because Jank used to love him back in the day, he used to love wrestling in general. And I thought that Hulk Hogan was literally the representation of the United States of America, like the greatest representation of the United States of America. Someone said Asmongold is breaking the Biden news. Yes, Asmongold has a direct dial-in to the New York Times, and they've told him that Biden is dropping out. Until that sex tape traumatized me. I know that Brandon is potentially going to drop out. I suspect that that won't happen until after the RNC is over. Asman has sources inside the White House. Anyway, here are the speakers. 7 to 7:30, Alina Habba, RGB lawyer for Donald Trump, alongside WASP nationalist Tucker Carlson. 7:30 to 8 p.m. Okay, these are Central Times. Kerry Ruiz, Hulk, and Annette Albright. 8 to 9 p.m., Franklin Graham, Eric Trump, and Dana White. And then at 9 to 10:30 p.m., Donald J. Trump. Central Time. What's up with the fake news about Biden dropping out? It's not fake news. It's just closer than has ever been before. I wouldn't say it's fake news. I'm simply stating that. Now I'm getting where people were coming from, where they just kept coming to the chat and being like, oh, he's dropping out. Oh, he's dropping out. Like, yes, the likelihood of Biden dropping out is high. Charlie Kirk is responding to Mark Halperin. And this right here, oh God, I hate this shit. Okay, guys, Mark Halperin doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Shut the fuck up. It's making me lose my fucking mind, dude. Yes, Joe Biden is most likely going to drop out. It's, however, not going to be like this. If you're getting your breaking news from, breaking political news from Asmongold, Charlie Kirk, and Mark Halperin, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? Stop getting duped. Mark Halperin came out with this information that is completely unsubstantiated. Okay. I do think that Biden is planning to announce his withdrawal from the nomination as early as this weekend, with Sunday most likely. That part is correct. But I don't have any insider sources. I'm simply reading the tea leaves, okay? But as far as Biden not resigning for the presidency, that's also correct. But Biden will not endorse Harris is not, like, that's crazy talk. Biden will not endorse Harris is ridiculous. Open convention with Harris and about 3 others. Superdelegates will not be allowed to vote on the first ballot. Harris is vetting at least 4 possible running mates, including Andy Beshear and possibly Shapiro. Significant aspects of this breaking news story are a little wild. Having said that, however, yes, it is very likely that Brandon is going to drop out. And I keep saying that over and over again because it's the truth. Okay?
Building, but after the assassination attempt,
go to
I
CNN.
think there's an emotional aspect to this that just can't be discounted. So it's going to be a big night for us.
What do you think unity means to Donald Trump?
What's that?
What do you think? How do you think he defines unity?
I think when he says America first, that comes from a deep, sincere place in his heart. And he loves this country. I have been with him all over the place in all different kinds of settings. You know, we've talked about it. He loves the American people. He loves what America stands for. And I think he's going to articulate that tonight and have a clear vision for where we're going. And I think it's going to resonate with the American people, just like J.D. Vance's speech did last night.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson. Now, Aaron, I will say one thing we have been hearing from all of our sources is about this speech tonight from the former president that he personally helped.
Dude, you guys are so stupid, dude. This is from 2015. This is from 2015. This is from 2015. This is from 2015. Stop. 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 Please. Stop. Please. Please. Please.
Who don't want that to just be a theme of tonight. They want that to be something that resonates throughout the rest of this campaign for the next 100 days or so until November. Of course, the big question is whether or not it can. It's still very early. There is still a lot of time to go, but everyone will be watching closely, as the speaker said, to what Donald Trump says when he addresses this convention, but also the nation tonight.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. And, you know, it's interesting when Caitlin talks about Shermichael, the people close to him want, you know, the message of unity. I mean, again, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but we've had this conversation countless times before.
Yeah.
In fact, after the horrific events of Saturday, you know, when he posted
I already ran the top of the hour break.
concerned, generous tweet at first. It wasn't even 24 hours later when there was a tweet about throwing out all the cases and witch hunt. And
I already ran the top of the hour break.
It wasn't a tweet. It was a Truth Social post. So what we hear tonight doesn't really mean anything about what we're going to hear down the road.
I mean, it doesn't, Aaron, but there is an opportunity for people who don't typically engage in this process to hear what the former president has to say after what happened this past Saturday. I'm thinking about a guy named Paul Tillich who wrote a book titled Morality and Beyond. And in that book, Tillich talks about the church, and he says the church has to figure out a way to adapt to the issues of today. Well, Donald Trump has to figure out a way to adapt to the issues of today beyond just his base. And this is an opportunity for him to do that. For those skeptical, independent, but right-leaning voters.
Jesus the Cynic. Crooks appears in a BlackRock commercial when he was in school. BlackRock shorts a ton of DJT stock the day before the shooting. Who owned the building Crooks was on? BlackRock. They shorted a ton of DJT Truth Social stock? Is that what you're saying? Because Donald Trump's stock shot up after the shooting. So I guess even though they politically... They wanted to set up this political assassination. Even though they wanted to set up this political assassination, they wanted to, I guess, try and get you off the trail. But that didn't work. You still caught him. That guy is smoking a fat blunt? No, dude. That guy is like the average American now. That's the median voter's mind. I'm in awe. It is awe-inspiring. The median voter's mind, dude. Anyway, where things stand. 1. Top Dems who believed even a week ago Biden would stay now believe he'll go. 2. House and Senate Dems have lost faith in his ability to win. This is Ezra Klein. He's been pretty correct on this issue. House and Senate Dems have lost faith in his ability to win, and there's no way to win them back. His calls and interviews have hurt him badly. Confirmed the debate wasn't a one-off. 3, donors are also gone. He has lost 50%. 50% of his fucking donations from the past month. 4, Biden is thinking things over in a way he wasn't before, and the view is he needs time to process and consider. 5, if Biden digs in after the weekend, public pressure from Dems will increase, ugly in a way no one wants, but a lot of grim determination. Also, a growing sense that if Biden stays in, this will come to be seen as the kind of political catastrophe you don't want to later be seen as silent in. Yeah. When the analysis comes back years after about what happened, the insiders will be considered monsters that brought about like the second Trump reign. The moment Biden bows out, he will be treated as a hero among Democrats, a statesman who made the kind of country and party first decision that Trump never would. People get that this is hard. He's being asked to do something very few leaders do. Okay? Would the Dem donors come back for any Dem candidate? Yes. The reason why the donors are putting on pressure to the Biden camp is because they want to force him out. The reason why they want to force him out is because everyone in the country, including 67% of Democratic voters, want to replace Biden. That's it. That's the reason why the donors are one of the only ways that you can actually reach these fucking demons. Okay? That's the reason. It's not because like, oh, societal elites want him out because he's too rugged and too much of a working class hero. No, it's because that's the only fucking group of people that the Democratic Party will respond to. Okay? Uniting around Kamala feels a lot likelier than an open convention, much as I've supported the latter. I was right on this. Ezra was wrong on this. I think uniting around Kamala Harris is a lot better for the Democratic Party's future prospects because an open convention spells chaos. This is grueling enough. Few Democrats have the stomach for another hard thing, and time is very short now. Many thought RNC would help Biden by changing the subject. Instead, seeing a united Republican Party has focused Dems. They've realized they can't rely on Trump just to lose this. Democratic Party is acting like an actual party, quite a thing to watch. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, swift replacement, immediately change messaging around, a younger voice that will carry on Biden's incredible statesmanship and all of his incredible accomplishments over the past 4 years is the way to go. If you want to fucking win, I'm saying, okay? You turn around and you say, look, Biden did a phenomenal job. Biden's legacy speaks for itself. Okay? Biden's legacy speaks for itself. And ultimately, he did the right thing so that a younger voice, a newer, fresher face of the Democratic Party could bring about the change necessary because our job is not done. Kamala Harris is that person, is what they are going to, is how I would do this. If I had a magic wand and I was like a Democratic Party, advisor. Bro has zero legacy. I mean, his legacy is not great, but that's besides the point. I'm saying what they should say. AOC. Yeah, okay, dude. AOC, is she even 35 yet? I don't even think she's 35 yet. Having said that, however, do I think that the Democratic Party would use this chaos and confusion to fucking put AOC on? No, of course not. You're crazy. Why is Ilhan Omar still riding for Biden? All the progressives in the caucus, especially the more notable, more popular progressives that are in front of the media all the time, including AOC and Ilhan Omar and Bernie Sanders, are openly riding with Biden. They are in the Biden dead-ender camp. The reason for that, as far as I understand, the reason for why is that Biden has seemingly made promises to them that if they stick by his side, that he will enact their agenda. Now, there is no proof that he would do such a thing, and there's only proof that he would not do such a thing. I think it's a political miscalculation to go this far in publicly defending Biden, as the rest of the party is stabbing him with knives. I think smarter progressive legislators are just kind of staying away from saying anything. They're just not openly defending Biden as aggressively as some. That's it. And that's probably the right thing to do. There's no reason to come out and add on to the anti-Biden momentum that has grown. The anti-Biden momentum that has grown in the party. This is an issue that will be dealt with by the establishment Democrats. The progressives are not a part of the establishment Democrats.
Trying to portray them. In recent days, they've been trying to portray themselves as the party of unity. But here's the thing. If you claim to stand for unity, you need to do more than just use the word. You cannot claim you stand for unity if you are pushing an agenda that deprives whole groups of Americans of basic freedoms, opportunity, and dignity.
God damn, I'm so coconut pilled right now. I haven't been this coconut pilled ever, I think. This is the time. This is the movement. This is the momentum. She's the method.
You cannot claim you stand for unity if you are intent on taking reproductive freedoms from the people of America and the women of America. Trying to ban abortion nationwide as they do and restrict access to IVF and contraception as their plan calls for. You cannot claim.
I feel so unburdened by what has been. She was actually literally talking about this moment. She was like, you can't be unburdened by what has been. What has been is Joe Biden's candidacy, his re-election campaign. Do not be unburdened by that. That's what she's saying. Or sorry, she's saying become unburdened. I don't know what the fuck she's saying when she says that, but like she's basically saying don't be unburdened by it. Don't be burdened by it. Be unburdened. Unburden yourself.
Claim to be for unity if you try to overturn a free and fair election and threaten to terminate the United States Constitution.
Yeah. She's saying fear is the mind killer. Fear is the burden of what has been. Become unburdened by what has been. Okay, have no fear. That's All Might. She's basically All Might, dude. If one more person sends me this fucking Mark Halperin tweet, I'm going to lose my mind. Guys, please. There are some statements from the Mark Halperin tweet that are most likely valid and others that are not. Okay? Please stop linking me shit. Keep sending, chat. Keep sending. Keep pushing. I hate this, I hate that in this day and age, because of how much emphasis is placed on social media, people want to be first to market. And oftentimes will just drop shit that would not pass the editor process in a major publication. And then that just kind of drives the fucking discourse. Okay? It's literally people trying to farm fucking likes. When mime finds the poop sock. Thank you for poop socking me. Cannot tell you how refreshing it is to hear a Democrat on this ticket actually campaign against the Republicans. Harris does well here. Stump speaking felt like her weakest area versus interview settings where she's quite personable, but seems like she's been practicing. Yeah. Also, here's a guy who's been practicing being more like Donald Trump, I guess. Let's take a look.
Guy, what do you think? Getting makeup make me look sexy like you?
I think you look very beautiful.
Thank you.
He's talking about his own daughter.
I'm glad you think I look very beautiful. Guy, what do you think? Getting makeup make me look sexy like you?
I think you look very beautiful.
Thank you, Kai. I'm glad you think I look very beautiful. I don't do this often, but in HD, you better do it.
Right, right.
Oh, he's so gross. She's 17, by the way. Reaching? I think it's gross. You're joking, right? What do you mean, bro? Why are you calling your 17-year-old daughter? Why are you calling your 17-year-old daughter sexy, bro? That's weird as fuck. Just say pretty. Just say fucking pretty. That's a perfectly apt, perfectly valid thing to say as a father about your own daughter. Be like, oh, I'm gonna look pretty like my daughter. Bro, you're reaching. That child is objectively a smoke show. Yeah, that's what chatters be like right now. Chatters are like, dude, what are you talking about? Say pretty, say beautiful. Virtually every other word that's not sexy works in that situation.
I'm just excited for Kai's first speech, where she chose a very large venue to get out there. She's going to crush it. I love you, Kai.
How does his father talk about his daughters? He got it on his what? Yeah, this is basically Donald Trump 2.0. He's just trying to be like him. He's just trying to be like daddy. He's like, yeah, my daughter is fucking hot. Look at my fuckable underage daughter, said Donald Trump Jr. Just like Donald Trump has said time and time again, while his daughter was also underage, his sister, Donald Trump Jr.'s sister. Of course, he was not talking about Tiffany. Luckily, Mamala is unburdened by children. No one talks about Tiffany. The party of family values just happens to be led by men with very sexy children, and the libs hate that shake in my head. Yeah. Oh, what? Back in my day, you could say your daughter, a father could say their underage daughter is fuckable. Now you can't say that because of woke. Wow. Cancel culture at it again. Hasan might know a lot, but being a parent ain't one. Yeah, which parents always talk about their children, their underage children, like they're fucking hot young things, like real sexy piece of meat. The far left is at it again. The far left is at it again, yelling at me. Hasan, you don't understand. Being a parent is all about saying your underage daughter is sexy. Which parent hasn't told their young underage daughter how fucking sexy they are? Okay. All right. Let's get to this moment, which was awesome.
Get booed off. So that's the way they would get booed off the stage. That's the biggest challenge we have.
He said you were to get booed off the stage. What's your response to him?
Well, he looks very unhinged. I mean, a lot of people have concerns about him. And I'm not sure if he was on something, but I do hope he gets the help that he needs. But more importantly, I hope the young women get the justice they deserve when it comes to him.
I mean, you're referring to the House Ethics Committee investigation that is ongoing.
Yeah, with his partner in jail because they paid underage women for sex and drugs. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Dude, this is his moment, dude. This is the Kevin Strikes Back. This is the Kevin Strikes Back era. Okay, we're living in it. It's his time. We're just lucky to be alive to see it. Okay? Did Newsmax say Biden dropped out? Yes, they did say that. Newsmax did say that. It's only Newsmax. Oh. The worst part about it is that, like, I'm spending so much time fucking being like, Biden hasn't dropped out yet. And it sucks because, like, he probably is going to drop out. He just hasn't yet. And then every dumbass is going to come in here and be like, well, Newsmax and Asmongold said Biden dropped out and you said he hadn't. And turns out he did. And you're going to be like, 3 days after the fact. Anyway,
he has denied all of that. I'm wondering, doesn't he deserve the presumption of innocence here?
Well, people are in jail. The women have confirmed it.
This is going to be a Russia won't invade. No, dude, I'm not saying Biden is not going to drop out. I'm saying Biden is likely going to drop out. He just hasn't dropped out yet. And one fucking report from Mark Halperin that the White House immediately said was complete fabrication is not exactly proof that he has dropped out. And people will claim that about you. I know, but who gives a fuck?
He came to me. If I still wanted to be speaker, I could have done something illegal and stopped the ethics committee investigation that started 4 years before.
He told you to stop the ethics
investigation. Yeah, that's what the whole motion to vacate was about. He wanted me to engage and thought somehow I started this investigation. It started long before I was ever speaker. And as you know, as Congress, I don't get involved in ethics. It's an equal number. They could investigate me. It has to be its own arm and branch. And so he wanted to leverage me to try to do that. And if I didn't, he wanted to do a motion to vacate.
And he's denied that, of course, that he urged you to stop the investigation.
No, I had other members come to me. He came to me. I had other people who were on TV that he talked to. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So no, there's no denying it.
So he was.
Breaking. Senior members of the Biden campaign deny reports the president is decided to withdraw from the race. Like, he has not decided yet. And they won't drop this fucking hot potato until after the RNC. It would be ridiculous for Biden to fucking come out. It'd be ridiculous for Biden to come out and be like, yeah, I dropped out in the midst of the fucking Republican National Convention. Linda McMahon.
Trump is the 47th president of the United States. Thank you and good night.
Hell yeah, Linda. Did you see Matt Gaetz get pumped directly after this clip? Yeah, I made fun of him for it. He's such a bitch. He's such a fucking bitch. This was from earlier. This was from yesterday.
And I'm told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth, Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the president, and that Chuck Schumer forcefully made the case that it would be better for Biden, better for the Democratic Party, and better for the country if he were to bow out of the race. And David, when I went to Schumer's office to ask them to tell them I was going to report this and tell you this tonight. Absolutely no denial from Senator Schumer's office. They only said this: Leader Schumer conveyed the views of his caucus. In other words, the views of Democratic senators. I am also told that Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, has expressed similar views directly to the president. And I am told that the pressure from Democratic leaders for Biden to get out of the race is intensifying. In fact, one person who has been out there publicly defending Biden told me just a short while ago, Biden is going to see the whole house of cards come down soon. As for that meeting in Rehoboth, Delaware, I am told that this was a one-on-one meeting, just the Senate leader and the...
Sorry. RNC last day. I'm happy they're keeping up the pressure. No, the pressure mounted so much harder. Top Democrats believe Biden will exit. This was earlier this morning. Top Biden aides, including ones who initially urged him to fight on after the debate, are saying it's now when, not if, Biden announces if he's not running. Here's the top Biden campaign spokesperson responding and saying Joe Biden is his party's nominee. He's the president of the United States. He's running for re-election. Baseless conjecture from anonymous sources isn't a scoop. Tonight, a convicted felon will talk about how he'll make people's lives worse if he gains power. Let's focus. For the record, this won't come out until like the final moment. Like, people on his camp are always going to keep saying, no, he's going, he's going, he's going, he's going, he's going to keep going. But let's watch what Jon Stewart has to say about the Trump assassination attempt.
Please.
Senior members have reported he withdrew. No, they didn't. You did not hear that. It's likely this weekend. It is likely after the RNC. I hate this because for a week I said the smartest thing for Biden to do would be dropping out after the RNC is over. And now, because some fucking guy said he already dropped out, everyone is just going after it. He's likely going to drop out. I think he's going to drop out, and he's likely going to drop out this weekend. And I fucking hate that everyone is just like going along with, oh, he dropped out already. Swinging balls between his legs. No, do not give Sean O'Brien, do not give him any fucking props for doing this. Okay, what he did was ridiculous. What he did was a cowardly way of like giving credence, lending credence to the fucking right-wing populism that they are somehow going to be pro-labor union. It was a objectively bad move. It was panned by a lot of rank and filers, both in the Teamsters, and it was criticized relentlessly, both openly and also behind closed doors by a lot of labor activists and labor leaders. Okay? Even the Teamsters account itself went fucking nutty. The rogue Teamsters social media manager is a real one. Holy shit. Sean O'Brien posted, Josh Hawley of Missouri is 100% on point. Then the Teamsters account, literally his own fucking union that he's the labor leader of, his own union posted, the C-suite is using the profits to push diversity, equity, and inclusion in the religion of the trans flag. Unions gain nothing from endorsing this racist, misogynistic, and anti-trans politics of the far right, no matter how much people like Senator Hawley attempt to tether such bigotry to a cynically pro-labor message. This message sends to Teamsters of color, Teamster women, and LGBTQ Teamsters is that they are not welcomed in a union unless they surrender their identity to a new kind of anti-woke unionism. You don't unite a diverse working class by scoffing at its diversity. Do you think he'll be ousted? No, he won't be, because Sean, for all of his mistakes here and his, like, I guess, political machinations, is a very good union leader as far as bargaining. He might get voted out down the line, but I still think it's unlikely because Sean O'Brien is a fighter. Sean O'Brien has secured tremendous contracts for the Teamsters. Okay? So, no, I do not believe. I mean, this calls into question like a lot of the other aspects of the Teamsters that defended him, like Teamsters Reform, that defended Sean O'Brien originally. But he is a really, despite his dumbass Massachusetts ways, he is actually a very solid leader in terms of fighting for his fucking contracts.
Donald Trump's coalition is to get these low propensity voters who are not the typical white working class or even like the sort of African American men that we've been talking about. It's to get the people who, I mean, talk about a couch.
Like, I think being a labor leader and going up on that fucking stage and talking about the motherfucking like Reagan endorsement of the Teamsters is so insane. Because obviously Ronald Reagan, for anyone with even a little bit of labor history knowledge, which Sean knows, will immediately recognize that right-wing leadership, specifically Ronald Reagan, were historically bad for labor unions, like almost single-handedly bad for labor unions. So for him to fucking go up on that stage and like bring that up is crazy to me.
It's also the energy tonight is just different. It was expected to be this plan to build to this moment, and the president coming in about an hour and a half early than he's been coming in over the course of the last several nights. You certainly heard it in the crowd. A lot of expectation for the speech. I want to show you the box right now and kind of walk you through who's actually in it, with the former president just sitting down. To his right, you see Jason Aldean, Brittany Aldean, the country music star, and his wife also performing at kind of the must-go-to party of the evening after the events are done this evening here on the convention floor. And then around him, you have a lot of U.S. senators, Republican senators, including Republican candidates as well. Steve Daines, the NRSC chair. That, I'm told, was intentional. The senators were told if they were here to be ready to be in the box with the former president. We've talked about how where people sit, who's in the box at which time is actually supposed to send a message. Certainly the case now with the Senate candidates, the people around him. Also, I believe one more thing, Eric, I just want to say we've been waiting to see who the family would bring in as well, because this is a big moment for Melania Trump. She has not walked in yet. We didn't expect her to do so. Eric Trump is expected to speak tonight. He's there. Also, the former president's lawyers, including Todd Blanche, Emile Beauvais, Alina Habba, who is expected to speak tonight. They've been with him most of the week. We've seen them walk in as well.
It's just fascinating. Sure, Michael, also Jason Aldean being there.
I'm a patriot.
Jason Aldean, of course, was performing in Las Vegas when there was that horrific mass shooting. Obviously, he is a Trump supporter and performing. But, when you talk about the importance of the night, and obviously Trump is appearing, speaking for the first time since the attempted assassination, that connection can't go unnoticed.
No, it certainly can't go unnoticed. And look, you saw the pastor talking about the millimeter difference. I was looking at Twitter, seeing what people were posting about it, and a bunch of my Republican conservative friends were saying how people in that crowd were standing up cheering, because to Alyssa's point earlier, there is a religiosity to this. And a lot of those evangelicals, they do believe that Trump is somehow ordained by God. Whether you agree with that or not, that is the belief of millions of Americans. And I think Trump may play into that a little bit tonight.
It almost in a religious way. I mean, and how does that poll? Obviously, we know how that goes in the room. You know how that works with the base of MAGA. But more broadly, when you're talking about unity and enlarging your voter base.
Well, it creates the notion that Donald Trump is somehow different. And he has always thrived on the idea that I'm not just your average politician. And so while I don't expect that the majority of Americans look at him as a sort of messianic figure, the idea that he is somehow different, and even if you don't like him, he certainly had a string of luck, that definitely resonates.
And obviously, intensity on his face right now as he is watching the head golf pro for Trump International, who he chose, John Laporte, to introduce, not to introduce him, but to be speaking here in these moments before his actual address, which is later this evening. And of course, we will all be there for that. CNN's convention coverage continues right now.
We are live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where Donald Trump just entered the convention hall. Good evening. Thanks for joining us as he prepares to formally accept his third nomination for president. Trump taking center stage and opening a new phase of an unprecedented, unpredictable presidential election. Trump insiders suggest the former president...
Yes, I'm wearing the religious garb because... What's up? I already ate. I'm good, thank you. Why are you laughing? Thank you. Yeah, no, it's just Alex doesn't understand loving your president. It's fine. He's Australian. There's not much to love there. Oh, Albanese, you know what I mean? You're a scumbag? Wait, why? Why am I a scumbag? I fucking love my president. I'm wearing this in solidarity. Oh, I'm sorry. When Republicans at the RNC get to do it, it's fine. But when I do it, I'm a scumbag.
Moment. We're told that Mr. Trump has been hands-on, writing and rewriting his remarks until the last minute with a focus on unity, we're told. That's a message he is said to be embracing since the shooting, in contrast, of course, with a darker and more boisterous tone he has taken in past speeches, including past convention speeches. Whatever the 45th president of the United States says tonight, the show of support he's getting here in Milwaukee is quite different, I think it's fair to say, than what's going on the other side of the aisle with the Democratic Party. CNN is reporting the top White House and campaign...
Oh, dude. Oh, wait, hold on.
President Biden must abandon his re-election bid amid high-level calls for him to exit, with the next 72 hours being pivotal to his decision-making. We're following it all as we count down to the big finish of the Republican convention, featuring remarks by Trump's second oldest son, Eric Trump, leading up to Donald Trump's climactic speech himself. His wife, Melania, is here.
Dude, you always got to have someone that's like significantly worse than you as your opener, because you don't want to follow someone that's like better. That's why he's going with Eric. He put his least favorite son up before him, just so everyone's like, oh, come on. When is the president coming out? Please. They played this at the RNC, dude. He's doing the double dick suck. Ironically, with the gay anthem. This is fire. Dude, he's so gay, dude. Holy shit. I can't believe people were trying to tell me I'm wrong. Trump is asexual. Okay. He is aromantic, but also has like an attraction to men. Okay.
They have been having a slew of speeches revolve around that. Also, another person who's in the box is one of his campaign aides, but also his attorney on his legal team, Boris Epshteyn, who is an aide who, as we know, was indicted.
Wow. She said Boris Epshteyn. Oh, I thought Epstein. I thought she said like fucking Jeremy Corbyn. I was going to say she'd be an anti-Semitic.
Stage. Not very long from
But she just said Epstein.
All right, Caitlin Collins
Instead
on
of,
the floor.
she didn't say Epstein. She said Steen, which is lightly anti-Semitic. Not as anti-Semitic as Jeremy Corbyn. Almost as anti-Semitic.
The proof will be in the pudding. We'll see when he actually delivers the speech, but we're told that President Trump's speech will be focused on unity. We shall see.
We shall see. Look, he has said multiple times in multiple venues since the assassination attempt on Saturday that he was ripping up a speech and he was going to give a very
Why is
different
that anti-Semitic?
kind of,
it's not. They were just claiming that Jeremy Corbyn is anti-Semitic because he's a Jeffrey Epstein.
He planned to do a rip-roaring speech against Joe Biden and the current administration. It's hard to imagine that he's not going to do even a sort of a flick to that, but it's going to be interesting to see how much he leans into that. I ran into Eric Trump, his son, earlier today, who's going to be introducing the former president, his father, who said that he is going to give kind of a similar frame that we heard from his wife, Lara, last night, and that we heard from Donald Trump Jr., maybe even more personal than Donald Trump Jr. as he introduces his father. He said he's been working on the speech very, very carefully, and that we might be a little bit surprised in what he says. Not sure what that means.
Right.
Not sure what that means, but look, I mean, we're used to the Trump kids especially being the pit bulls on behalf of their father, political pit bulls. But they, like, everyone else in their family had a big almost tragedy.
Well, yeah, that was a horrible day Saturday.
Yeah.
Chris, what do you think?
Well, it'll be fascinating. There's been a lot of talk. It's going to be more personal, that he's got with the unity talk. That'll be interesting to see. Today, I thought, what better way to prepare for tonight than to read his acceptance speeches at the last two conventions in 2016.
We got some PA-MI alternate polling. Don't shoot the messenger. PA, Trump 49, Biden 44, R plus 5. Trump 45, Harris 43, R plus 2. Harris Shapiro 46 versus Trump Vance 46 tied. Shapiro 47, Trump 43, D plus 4. Those are some alternate polling for you.
At this convention about
Shapiro
life
is the governor, for those of you who don't know.
And the whole abortion
Not Ben
fight.
Shapiro,
Obviously,
Jesus Christ.
Trump,
He's the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania.
Has had a huge victory there in the sense that his three Supreme Court justices were part of a majority that overturned Roe v. Wade, but they have seen the political threat of that because of the fact that around the country, groups support a right to choice. So it'll be very interesting to see. I'm curious whether he's going to talk about life, whether we're going to hear these "I alone can fix it," or whether, sounds strange to say, where they're going to see a kinder, gentler Donald Trump tonight. I'm betting against it, but that's the fun of covering these things. We'll see what we see.
Absolutely. Anderson?
Thanks very much. Here, looking over the floor. Casey, what do you expect tonight from Donald Trump?
Well, I think exactly what Jake, Dana, and Chris were outlining, that I don't expect, and a source tells me that he is not planning on mentioning President Biden's name. He is not expected to do that. Now, of course, we know that Donald Trump doesn't always stick to the script that he has planned, but at the outset, that's what we're looking at. I think we also can expect to see, a source tells me, that he may walk through his experience on Saturday in some detail, more detail than we have heard him walk through it before, which again, I think may underscore the broader themes that we are talking about here. Yes, of course, unity with the Republican Party, but also this idea that he seems to, and the thing that I think, going to be listening for tonight is how he describes whether this was some sort of spiritual experience for him, because we have seen him reference that in some of the interviews that he did right afterward. We saw his face look quite different on that Monday night. Whether it lasts, whether it has changed a man who has been on our American stage for however many decades, we're still kind of learning as we go along, but I am told to expect something dramatically different than anything we've seen from him in public before.
Well,
By the way, look at this dick riding, brother. This is like the level of glazing, dude. Elon Musk X goes full pro-Trump with custom hashtag emoji icons. Hashtag MAGA now appears with a pic of Trump with his fist in the air. Trump 2024 appears with an American flag. If you click on the last one, American flags rain down on the search page. Hold on, I'm like worried it's going to show something crazy. Oh, there it is. It's not showing anything crazy. Okay. Look at that. The dick riding is out of control. Okay? The dick riding is out of control, dude. By the way, I'm just imagining a world where, like, if Twitter did this for Hillary Clinton. Just imagine a world if Twitter, under the rule of Jack Dorsey, under the Jack Dorsey regime, did this for Hillary Rodham Clinton. Can you imagine what the hogs would be doing? They'd be like, they would try to assassinate Jack Dorsey. They would literally try to go into Twitter headquarters to kill him. They'd be like, that's right, brother. Every media outlet wants the Democrats. Yeah, social media is so biased against Republicans. Oh, my God. LeBron James fans level glazing. Well, LeBron James deserves the glazing. Okay? Donald Trump does not.
What he says?
I don't have the requisite degrees to climb into his head and understand.
But I'm
how
saying,
but I just want to make a different point, just a practical political point. In focus.
What happened to your ear? I panicked at the top of the hour when I served the 3-minute ad break, and a bullet grazed my ear. That doesn't even make sense. At the top of the hour, however, if you don't want a 3-minute ad break to graze you and the airwaves, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully, it's on me. Hopefully, I'm your favorite broadcaster. Yeah, if my head turned a little bit more, I'd be dead. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's coming to you. Jacob Jones, thank you for the 521 gift of subs.
Just almost got shot in the head. They're signaling something new tonight. He's, for all intents and purposes, this man tonight has the entire nation's attention. And yes, Abby, half the country has said we're skeptical of him, but that's the bet. Can he rise above it and be something different and just leave this campaign behind? The polling suggests he's on his way. He could cement tonight.
Yeah, I guess my only point is, Scott, I think you're totally right. But with Trump, I mean, we are not operating in a vacuum. He's not a newbie on the scene.
Yeah.
With Trump, it is always words against actions. And tonight it's going to be words. But for the rest of the campaign, it's going to be actions. And we will take what he says.
Not everyone on the CNN panel is calling him a changed man, okay? But there are plenty who are, because they don't give a fuck. They're demons.
As you know, Scott.
You're going to hear from a candidate tonight who was told today, this is yours to lose. Yeah. You are winning this
What
race.
did I get?
Go out there knowing you're winning
5.1?
this race. On election night in 2016, his old people were
What was
texting
my rating?
recrimination saying we're going to lose.
What was my ad break rating? That's rough. Okay, it wasn't that bad, bro. Jesus Christ. 198 chatters rated this ad segue an average of 5.01. I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't. Fuck, I fumbled it. I did. I fell off. I done felled off, dude.
They get suburban women, sure. But that's not what they're looking for. But they know the third-party candidates are in the race. They know the president's poll numbers
I have
are
to drop
tanking.
out.
They know if Donald Trump can get to 47%, he's the next
I done
president
fumbled the
of the United
bag
States
like
in the swing
I'm
states.
I'm
And so,
Jim Crow Joe.
Yes, they're trying to sand the edges and smooth them out a little bit, but that's not their main goal at this convention. Their main goal at this convention with J.D. Vance and with the other speakers and what they're doing on social media and how they're targeting in the non-traditional media is to turn out their voters, period. Because they think if they do that, they win.
One quick issue, man, before you go. On John. This is the first time Donald Trump's ever been ahead. He was never ahead in 20. He was never ahead in 16. And this is the first time in his life he's ever truly politically had the tiger by the tail. That's why, to me, this speech is so fascinating, because he's usually in a defensive position, and tonight he's in a dominant.
Well, not only the lead, but he also has the party behind him.
Right.
In 16, as John alludes to, the party was on 16 on the night of the election. The party was making the call, not the campaign. The RNC was trying to undercut him.
Wasn't just the RNC. Wasn't just the RNC.
Wasn't me, John. Wasn't me.
Van has still waters run deep. Go ahead, will you, man?
Look, I think this is going to be an important speech, and I think what Abby's saying is very important.
No, Trump is not going to be. What the fuck? Did you actually cut your ear?
I think for the people who are here,
dude, look at what.
This is not just a political.
Look
figure,
at what Alex did, bro. Look at this man.
And
he took it one step further. What did you put?
I think for half the country, this is a very troubling moment, because we see potentially
Also,
an
I think it's the
authoritarian
wrong.
threat.
It's the wrong
that is
ear.
rising, and it's becoming
the
more
wrong
popular.
ear.
And using kind of
You
circus
shot
and
the
bridge
wrong
and all
ear.
that sort of stuff to make it cool.
he got the wrong ear, but it's fine, dude. What is that, Zen Tower, bro? Get an intervention? No, I don't need an intervention. I need an intermission.
Hanging between having almost
so I can put more
everything
Zins in my mouth.
and on the brink of gaining everything.
What's the gay? Oh, that's
I
the
don't
gay
know.
ear to get shot in?
I don't know
No!
what that does to a person.
Alex, you got
There's
shot in the
people
gay
human history
ear.
that literally almost lost everything and at the same time almost gained everything. Something could rise in him.
What is in it?
I'm not
Oh, is this
convinced yet.
ketchup?
Well,
I think there's a hope that people have.
He's also 78
Yeah,
years
I
old,
just
and
think there's a
how
hope
many
that people have.
change at a certain point in their life.
Maybe they do, but I think there's a hope that people have, and I understand it, that something this monumental might have something rise in him that is different. But I would
just say,
but I don't think that half the country believes it, and I don't think they're going to believe it at the end of this speech.
my reporting suggests that even Donald Trump's staff has been surprised by the way that he has been processing the events of Saturday. Now, that could be spin. It's entirely possible. But the sort of way in which they are approaching it and talking about it suggested to me that they were a little bit taken aback that this guy that they had worked for, that they understood, they understand how pugnacious he is and how he wanted to change himself, what he's going to say tonight, surprised some people that have worked for him for a long time. Now, we'll see if that actually plays out. But this quasi-religious question as well, I think is very important. And what you said about how he is now a martyr to this movement, Donald Trump is also very, very good at putting his finger in the wind, understanding what his supporters want and need from him, and doing that. And honestly, this approach would line up with both things.
That's just ahead. More from the final night of the Republican National Convention as we await Donald Trump's acceptance speech. Florida Senator Marco Rubio joins my colleague Jake Tapper. That's next.
To be the 47th President of the United States.
Yeah, Trump's going to come out and be like, all the landlords are going to jail. He's a Maoist. What martyr? Well, the motherfucker didn't die. They're acting like his name is the Muad'Dib. Yeah. Well, just think about it, dude. What if he did? You know what I mean? There's also the Liberty
I wasn't going to vote
Hangout.
this year, but I am now.
Poo Poo Bennett is
Just
back.
don't care about that. The Trump family
Which
obviously
is fire.
barreled on, but when you bring up this private equity firm from Jared Kushner, the money from the Saudis, et cetera, that is an issue that Democrats have tried to press the case on.
And the Trump organization, which is currently really being led by Eric and Don Jr. right now, they continue to expand their interests. Not only are they currently working on construction on a hotel resort in Oman, they've also just literally 2 weeks ago announced a new project of naming rights on a project, a resort project in Saudi Arabia. Of course, there's also been pushback over the Live, the golf tournament, which was Saudi-backed. Ultimately, it went into a merger with the PGA. But before that merger took place, Donald Trump was publicly supportive of the Saudi-backed golf tournament over the PGA, even hosted those tournaments at his golf clubs here in the U.S., I think 4 or 5 of them. And so there were some serious question marks, and it also kind of presented does Donald Trump really want to get back into the ballgame, knowing that his business interests are on the line. But I think that the civil fraud trial, right, he was fined $350 million. But all of this comes to the heart of Donald Trump and his family, that they can keep coming. Everybody can criticize him all you want, but the American people are on his side, and that all the criticism, we won't have any repercussions. And so far, polling suggests that they, at least right now, may not be wrong.
That's right. Von Hilliard, thank you for making your way over here. I'm going to let you, your producer Dan Gallo, go roam, go be free. You're released. Thank you. We're going to have a lot more here live on the convention floor here in the Arizona delegation. Everybody ready for the big grand finale tonight. And then, of course, by the way, you know what happens at the end? The balloon drop. You see them all there, netted in there. We'll be right back live from Milwaukee with more continuing coverage picking up next.
Atrocious fit? Wait, what? You said my fit's atrocious? You're so wrong. Why did that lady ruin the balloon drop for me? That's literally why 15,000 of us are in here. Damn, they got history quizzes on CNN. How many votes short was the U.S. Senate in convicting Andrew Johnson in his impeachment trial? And 1. I lied. I didn't know that. I just waited for the answer.
He does.
The fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention is underway. We're counting down to Donald Trump's acceptance speech here in Milwaukee. The former president went backstage to greet his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, who will be here this evening. My panel is here with me, as well as Florida Senator Marco Rubio, Republican of Florida. As I said, Senator, so good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
First of all,
and you're actually here live.
We are here live,
as
opposed to some other networks that just have a big LED. Who shall remain nameless. So, you've spoken with President Trump since the horrific events of Saturday, the attempted assassination. What are you hoping and what are you expecting to hear in his speech this evening?
Well, look, I don't want to speak for the president. Obviously, anybody he said to me what I think he said publicly, and that is, I'm not supposed to be here. It's a pretty shocking moment.
Shots fired at MSDNC? I don't think they're there, right? Shots fired at MSDNC?
We'll see how it plays out tonight, and I certainly don't have any insight as to what the speech is about, but it's my sense.
Or do they mean
Fox?
Fox?
This is an opportunity to define what his movement is about. That at the end of the day, besides all the noise, people that don't like him, people that obviously do like him, but he ran for president because he felt that there were millions of Americans whose government was not responsive to what they were saying. You know, they were angry about being left behind by globalization. They were upset that the country seemed to care more about what was happening in other countries than what was happening here, and he gave voice to that. And I think you will have a chance, I hope, tonight to hear that articulated in the voice of a person who realizes, you know.
Real shots answer us? No, man. Shots fired at, like, Jake Taver is making jokes about maybe Newsmax. I don't know. I don't know which of the big, I don't know which of the fucking news outlets is not there right now.
Wrong with the protection of the president.
Well, and obviously the intelligence agencies operate in international realm, not domestic. There's no evidence of any sort that I've seen or heard, public or otherwise, that this had any sort of foreign linkage. The threats from Iran against President Trump and other U.S. officials that they blame for the Soleimani strike, that's been going on for a while and people know about it. And it's a very serious one. It's a very significant threat. I believe the Iranians, I think it was about a couple years ago, actually put out a video of them assassinating Trump on a golf course. But I don't think that's related to this. My perception of this from the calls we've had with the FBI and otherwise is that clearly there was a massive error committed, irrespective of the Secret Service is in charge of the protection in that region, okay? They may outsource some piece of it, but ultimately they are responsible for it. There is no way that some 20-year-old guy should be able—
Bro, why are you acting like you got shot at? Half of chat is like, bro, don't say shots fired, bro. What the fuck? Don't say shots fired. Like, half of chat is acting like they were the ones whose ear got grazed, okay? It was me and my president. Me because, like, spiritually, it felt like I was shot in the ear as well. You know what I mean? Because, like, they were after me. Trump was just standing in the way type shit. You know what I mean?
Conferences every day. The absence of consistent and clear information is what opens the door for conspiracy theories and all kinds of other things to take off. It's already hard enough to fight against those things. I don't know why they haven't been more forthcoming with all the information they have. And they should be doing it on a regular basis now.
Can we just turn back to the politics of what the president's goal, the former president's goal is tonight? You know, he is so well known, and opinions of him are so ingrained, both very positive and very negative. And we've heard for so many years as he has campaigned that his advisors want him to try to expand beyond his base. And
yeah, Marco Rubio is such a fucking loyal soldier to a group of individuals that will never allow him to be president. Like, he's He's on here defending Donald Trump at CNN, and Donald Trump has cooked him multiple times at this point. Like, literally.
Tucker Carlson a big, fat, sweaty kiss on the mouth. Because while Vance might be Donald Trump's VP pick, none of this would have happened without Tucker. Now, as a refresher, J.D. Vance first came on the scene in 2016 with his memoir Hillbilly Elegy. In it, Vance speaks for America's white Appalachian community. Vance did grow up extremely poor, but that took place in Middletown, Ohio. He left after high school to enlist in the Marines, and from there went to the Ohio State University. After that, Vance got a degree from Yale Law School, which is where he got the idea to write what would one day be a New York Times bestseller and a universally panned Netflix flop. Thanks to tech billionaire Peter Thiel, in 2022, Vance won his US Senate seat from Tim Ryan, and as of Monday, he is Donald Trump's vice presidential pick. So what exactly happened between that book and this year's RNC? Just 8 years ago, Vance was referring to Trump as America's Hitler, and he meant it in a bad way. Well, like with most Trump decisions, this one comes down to Fox News. More specifically,
I like that she has to clarify that J.D. Vance, the current Republican vice presidential pick, meant that Donald Trump is Hitler in a bad way. Because the reality is, when you say that in the Republican Party, you might be saying it in a good way. Like, that's literally, that is, like, there are people like Candace Owens who have referred to Hitler as, like, in relatively solid. Thanks for explaining the joke that we already understood. Dude, the joke understanders, like, okay, some of us have autism, okay? I'm sorry that I'm not being ableist. I love this Chairman Trump photo. Apologies I will be making to absolutely nobody. This is the number one place for autistic chatters, autistic politics enjoyers who do not understand context and nuance and jokes in general. I will always explain jokes. Joke understanders can suffer.
Tucker Carlson. According to Media Matters, between 2018 and 2023, Vance went on Tucker's show 46 times, the most of any Fox show by far. As Matt Gertz notes, Vance's early appearances were more about measured and deliberate political analysis. But as Vance prepared to launch his Senate campaign, he started to sound more and more like Tucker, focusing on authoritarian language and conspiracy theories and, of course, culture war bullshit. I've watched a lot of Tucker's show, and I can confidently say that J.D. Vance is one of the few guests who truly understands what Tucker wants to hear. He'd complain about big tech despite being funded by big tech. In 2020, Vance compared abortion access to being able to buy tomato seed at Home Depot in person, because those are definitely the same thing.
If you look at the list of things...
Was that unironic? Are you serious? As an autistic person, that's so cool. Sometimes I am being very serious. I do have to describe certain jokes, but other times I will get very mad when people don't understand the jokes. So it's a bit of both. Fuck. This is too hard to keep on my ear, bro. I need like a bandage or something. I need like a... God damn it. I need like a tape. I don't have any tape. Maybe like rubber band. How hard can it be? You literally have glasses. Now you know what our president's going through. Well, yeah. Why is chat saying bomb in Tel Aviv? Loud blast heard in Tel Aviv? Shut the fuck up. What? Okay, we'll be watching this space. Sorry, y'all. That was my coochie. That's insane. Why did I read that? Why did I fucking read that? Sometimes chatters write things and I just automatically read it out loud. And it's like, I probably shouldn't have. This is one of those moments where I definitely should. She didn't even write coochie. She wrote Kewchie. She said coochie. That's insane. Was that a joke or not? No, it wasn't Chatter's coochie that exploded in the middle of Tel Aviv, chat. That's not real. A bomb has exploded, it seems, in Tel Aviv, though.
You're not allowed to do in Michigan right now, like buy tomato seed at Home Depot, like go fishing with a motorboat, and you compare that to the things that you are allowed to do in Michigan, like get an abortion. If I'm a person living in Michigan right now, I wonder if those restrictions are about public health or if they're about who has a political line to the governor.
But most importantly, Vance would preach the gospel of the Great Replacement Theory, a white supremacist conspiracy theory that Tucker loves. Here's a good example of him using it against his Senate opponent.
Tim Ryan is sort of the poster board for oligarchy. If you look at his views on, for example, flooding America with illegal aliens and then using American tax dollars to fund gender reassignment surgeries for those aliens, that's exactly what Tim Ryan...
Wait. I'm sorry. He said American tax dollars are going to pay for gender reassignment surgeries of illegal aliens. That's awesome. That's crazy. Footage after Tel Aviv strike. Wait, is this TOS? Oh, brother. Is that motherfucker on an Uber bike? Like, oh my God, bro. That's a Volt biker, bro. He's still working. That's crazy. You know, the devil works, but Volt bikers are working way harder. That's wild. He's like, shit, the grind never stops. Volt is like the Uber. Volt is like the Uber of Uber Eats of like Europe and I guess Tel Aviv as well.
זה כטב"ם. לא, מצאו את הכנף שלו. מה זה לא לעבור? גבר, תגידו מה קורה. בוא'נה, אני גר פה בשכונה, מה? זה כטב"ם. מה זה עזה? אחורה. אחורה, חבר'ה.
These hats are crazy. What's up with these cop hats? Why do they wear hats like that? Bro, what is happening? Is it a yarmulke? No, it's not. What was that saying about you got about decades again? it's there are decades where nothing happens. There are weeks where decades happen, and we are definitely in the weeks where decades happen era. So early reports, we don't know anything, but early reports say a bomb exploded in Tel Aviv. Here's all we got so far. Local media reporting a car bomb potentially near the U.S. consulate, in the vicinity of the U.S. consulate. But I don't know if that's the case or not. Here's Charles Lister. Large explosion in central Tel Aviv tonight in the Ben Yehuda area, home to many diplomatic facilities, including a U.S. Embassy branch. No sirens. Some reports say it was an explosive device inside a car/car bomb, but unclear if terrorism or criminal. Coincidence? Pat Bev is headed to Israel. They gave me everything I asked for. I couldn't refuse, says Pat Bev. He plans to sign with Hapoel Tel Aviv. All right, let's see. Okay, where is there a direct RNC feed we can go to? Tucker Carlson is live at the RNC. I would like to watch what he has to say. What does that even say? All right, here, let's get to the RNC. Let's hear what Tuck has to say.
A more fun convention or a convention with better vibes?
No, CNN is not showing Tucker's speech.
They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference.
The funniest part about this is that Tucker Carlson, we know, despises Donald Trump. Just fucking hates him.
The president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, as a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. No, you could. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough.
God, he's so much better of a speaker than everyone else they've had so far. I hate him so much.
But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader.
Why does Tucker Carlson hate Trump? Because January 6th and like many of the things that Trump did that kind of cooked the Republican Party quite a bit. And Tucker Carlson was like texting up a storm, as we found out in court documents, that like he was just like, this guy's a fucking idiot. Why is he?
The most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years.
Lies?
Really not a word about himself, about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is...
The most unifying figure.
He leading us. And I could go on for hours.
Except JD Vance did that, and he's Trump's VP pick.
From the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, he's attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington.
Wow, fire Joe Biden. Where's the call for unity?
Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually.
Everyone there loves Israel and wants to give more money to Israel, bitch.
In the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war. More than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine. One of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love.
Oh, my God.
And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love.
Wait, that's weird. So why did he text his friend? Why did he text other people on Fox News payroll that how much he fucking despised Donald Trump? I hate him passionately. I blew up at Peter Navarro today in frustration. I actually like Peter, but I can't handle much more of this. When he was talking about how the election is stolen and yada, yada, yada. That's very weird. So Donald Trump did all that for him, and this fake fuck was still talking about how he hates Donald Trump?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
Well, I am.
Okay, I don't care about this shit. Beef squashed, I guess. Yeah.
Wisconsin, you can hear the crowd behind me cheering for Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News personality, now conservative voice of sorts, who has just finished a speech. Right now we're getting some new details about what the former president is planning to say as he prepares to address his party. And
okay, yeah, Dana White's gonna get up there and shit, but like, honestly, Tucker Carlson is a very effective communicator. So here, there's more reports coming out that potentially it's not Pat Beverly that is responsible. I gotta not make jokes. It seems the drone exploded in the heart of Tel Aviv neighborhood. Watch out for huge destruction at midnight. Like, I don't know if it is a drone or not. I mean, this Israeli sources now believe that a drone possibly launched by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon caused the explosion in Ben Yehuda area of Tel Aviv. Again, we'll wait for more information to come out. Fucking fake news. I told you it was my coochie. We'll see. We'll see what happens. False flag? No, I don't think this would be a false flag. The team Pat Bev joined is owned by Sheldon Adelson's son. Damn, so the Adelsons own literally the Dallas Mavericks and also an Israeli team. That's a step down, I feel like. I think that Israel hit Lebanon earlier, so this might be retaliation potentially. JD Vance isn't, this is a LeBron tweet. Yep, there it is. JD Vance isn't even the most successful Ohioan under the age of 40. I knew it. I mean, this is a great tweet. Look at how sad and delusional you all are now that the left and your 80 IQ brainwash politics is failing. Wait, what do you mean? Why is our 80 IQ brainwash politics failing? First of all, brother, I don't know if you're seeing this, but I got a bandage in my ear in solidarity with our big, beautiful boy president, the greatest president of all time. Okay? And the man who is still objectively the president. Meanwhile, Democratic Senator Jon Tester has also called on Biden to not seek another term.
He is kind of a name brand there, which is why he has been able to survive and thrive, even though he is a D in front of his name. But obviously, even he thinks that it is too much and too detrimental, maybe not just for him, but for the country and for the presidency. He is one of 3 Democratic senators that we reported a couple of weeks ago in a private meeting among Senate Democrats who said already he did not think that Joe Biden could win the White House. So it is significant. I mean, Jake, at this point, it is death by 1,000 cuts.
Why'd this guy not say anything else?
Jake, is
I want to know what he meant. I want to understand what he meant by this. Like, what is he talking? What's failing? Look at how sad and delusional you all are now that the left and your 80 IQ brainwash politics is failing. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what is failing? Who's sad and delusional? Like, is he just waiting until it's like, I don't know, 5:55 so that he can serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Is that what it is? Does he think that like the fake calls for unity from the RNC are actually, taking hold, and that Americans are now riding with fucking Donald Trump? I think he is trying to serve a 3-minute ad break.
convention. If he's not going to go with dignity, they just are going to want him to go.
I wonder if that ship has sailed. I mean, the idea of going with dignity, the way that the Democratic elected officials describe it to me, President Biden is like the Bruce Willis character in The Sixth Sense. He's the only one who doesn't know of his demise. The only one who doesn't know it's over. But speaking of godly things, let's turn back to Kristen Holmes's reporting a second ago, where she was talking about how President Trump apparently, and we'll hear what he's.
Check his Reddit comment 9 months ago. I expect Israel's retribution will be shocking. I also believe that Palestine needs to be gone. They've let Hamas do this and ruin any sort of legitimacy they have to a sovereign nation. I can't wait to see the next coming days unfold. Well, maybe he's like a pro-Israel guy. I don't know.
A little bit, as Kristen alluded to, given the fact that when he was in the White House, he was certainly in our lifetime the president who went to church the least. He was never a particularly spiritual person, and really privately, I wouldn't say he had disdain for it, but he didn't understand it, which has always been odd given the fact that in recent years, some of his most ardent supporters are not only sort of evangelical, deeply religious, and I have talked to many of them in various states where they were going out for him and are still going out for him. They genuinely believe that he was sent here.
But yeah, before I forget, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and I'm going to serve it now. I can't figure out what this guy was saying, and I think he just left. So, porn star Hush Money is very Christ-like, of course. Oh, it's OSINT defender. This guy's like, I don't trust this guy. We'll wait for better sources to come out. Anyway. Damn, you failed with the Ukraine invasion, but so far this election run, you're getting everything right from a boring election to a fuck fest. Yeah. It's more than that. My foreign policy is also pretty on point. I did, however, miscalculate how fucking insane Vladimir Putin is.
It will be interesting, no doubt. We're about to hear from a woman named Annette Albright. She's an EDA. That's what we call here everyday Americans, an EDA. That's what the campaign and the Republican National Convention is calling them, EDA. Annette Albright, she is a former teacher, somebody who's frustrated with how Democrats have failed the African-American community. And it's interesting how they have sprinkled these EDAs throughout the convention. Let's listen in.
From North Carolina.
Woke DEI.
Thank you so much.
What the fuck? Bro, she got the gay flag.
Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina.
Is Trey
Ying's
on the ground, reporting on the ground? He's the foreign correspondent for Fox News. Let's see what he had to say.
Just to give you a sense of how large this explosion was, you can see a storefront here across the street from where the blast took place. There are currently emergency crews in a building that appears to be partially residential, partially commercial, and they are looking to see if anyone was injured. But again, all this glass here is from a storefront across the street, and off in the distance there you can see where those emergency crews are responding to this explosion in Tel Aviv. Again, I'm being very careful about the details. I've not yet been able to speak with any sources. It's the middle of the night. We're trying to determine what exactly took place. Just to give you a sense.
Charles Lister, Israeli author, Saul Sadka in Tel Aviv at the scene, says security forces say a gray drone about the size of a car flew out from over the sea directly over the American consulate on the beachfront and crashed into a building about 100 meters behind it. I look, I don't know what happened. So far, all we know is that that an explosion occurred in Tel Aviv. As far as I understand, near where the American consulate is and a bunch of other consulates are. I assume that if it is potentially a Hezbollah drone, then it would mean that it was. It would mean that it is most likely retaliation, but like a warning shot. Remember, chatters, cars aren't as big in the rest of the world, unlike the tanks we drive in the U.S. I mean, it's still a drone. Drones are pretty fucking big. A lot of people think drones are like the UAV drones or like the little ass drones that you see that people play around with domestically, like commercially. Like drones are pretty massive. There's Elit News, not in the chat, but covering the story, says apparently another Hezbollah commander was just killed in the IAF, in southern Lebanon. Reuters citing two security sources reports Radwan Force Field Commander Habib Matouk was killed in an Israeli strike. This is from earlier today. But I don't even think this is it. I mean, it could be. Yeah. The Global Hawk has a wingspan of 40 meters? Jesus Christ. Getting a drone around the Israeli defenses is insane. I mean, the reality is, if you recall, Hezbollah a couple months ago, like a month or two ago, straight up said, we have the capacity to do surveillance inside of Israel with our drones. They said that. They showed shots, like photographic shots that they'd taken from a drone. And Israel retaliated with like, oh, they couldn't do anything. This is what I mean as far as like, if it's Hezbollah, it would be yet another way that Hezbollah is showing that they are thwarting the capabilities of the Iron Dome or any kind of air defenses that they have somehow. Yes, but this is Tel Aviv, not some settlement in northern Israel. No, they literally had it over the fucking Haifa port. What are you talking about? No, they said that they have capabilities of going into all the way into Tel Aviv. It's not just northern Israeli territory that they said they have the capacity to target. Yeah, here, this is from a while back. Hezbollah drone footage claims to show surveillance over Israel. Hezbollah has released drone footage that it claims to show group surveillance of Israel's port city of Haifa and its surroundings. The video includes aerial views of sites in Haifa, including sea and airports. Haifa is still in the north. Getting all the way to Tel Aviv is a very different story. Still. No, Hezbollah said that they had targeting capabilities that could go all the way into Israel, like into Tel Aviv, if I'm not mistaken. Like they released this footage, but then they said they released this footage and then they said they can go all the way into Israel. I saw you and Lud made the 5v5 group for DreamCon. Wait, that was been released already? Shit, I hadn't brought that up on purpose. They said it, but haven't done anything. Fucking DreamCon leaked. Where is it? Send me the link. Coach Mark versus Coach. Check out Creator League to see. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, shit. Wait, what are the teams, though? I look fucking hot in this photo, bro. Not gonna lie. I have no idea how well these people play, by the way. I just have zero clue. Wait, Duke is coaching? He's not playing? Oh, they drafted? J-Dub is 6'8". Oh, no. They all play good. The Shea is ass. Ludwig looks like a goober and they made you look hot. Marcellus Howard played college basketball. Oh no, I'm so fucking cooked. If you get blocked or crossed up, I'm unsubbing. I'm gonna get blocked and crossed up. Ray's insane. Jason's all right. Max is all right. Cash is all right. Deshae is absolute dog shit. Some legit insane ballers. YPK Ray plays in a pretty good Pro-Am league with hella ex-overseas G League players. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Am I going to get fucking destroyed? Yes, Mark is RDC World. DreamCon is their literal convention. This hair makes me look like I know how to ball. I don't know how else to describe it, but like with the fuckboy zoomer broccoli cut and the face I'm making in the shot, it actually does look like I know how to ball. Like it's like a light Edgar. It's like a light Edgar, and I think it gives me a little bit of fucking respect points. Who do you want your coach to be? Dude, I have no preferences. I don't know how else anybody plays. I'm actually kind of scared now. I'm a little worried. You still have time to dodge this by claiming an injury. Show the bandages proof. Why would I dodge this? I'm the one who said yes to it. J-Dub highlights. I put on an MVP performance of my first NBA game. No, dude, what? Bro, I can't play against that.
Event. So we appreciate really good basketball. That's why you were invited here. It doesn't have much to do about the follower count or anything. It has to do with how you play basketball. Have at it. Turn around.
Duke as old as you, Unc. You got to stay together.
I'm big. No, you're bigger than me.
Oh yeah, YPK Ray is like a basketball content creator. God damn, update your pick now so you look sorry. Yeah, I need to fucking subvert expectations. I need to subvert expectations by looking like I'm dog. Right now I look way too cool. Right now, this photo makes me look way too cool. It makes me look like I know what the fuck I'm doing. I need to look more like Ludwig, who, what is this photo? You know what I mean? This photo is just... It's crazy that they put me and Lud as the DEI hires in this fucking lineup. They were like, yeah, we'll get some dumbasses on there to goof around. We're out here bringing back the 90s NBA with the plumbers in the league, with the math teachers in the league. Oh no. So you're streaming training or not? This is literally happening like next week. You look like you play for UConn and Lud looks like a game show host. I know. This is the most I've looked like one of those white guys in the NBA that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, have you guys ever seen what's that sports podcast that sometimes is like, who are Tyler Harrow? No, not Josh Giddey. Ew, what the fuck? No. Okay, we're done with this. We're done. We're getting back to politics. We're getting back to politics. Josh Diddy. Okay.
Are black people. Many of those real people are women, and it was suggested to me it's not just a political problem in the media. It would be like an actual problem at the convention for the party. And that's one of the big issues that they're worried about.
Actual people or actual voters who had a chance to vote.
I'm talking about the delegates who are casting ballots. That's all I'm saying.
Actual Democratic black voters had a chance to pick Kamala Harris and pick Joe Biden. We skipped over Joe Biden as vice president to get to Hillary Clinton. So this is going to have to get worked out. And I think that the most important question is who can win. What combination can win? And I think the case to be made for Kamala has to be a winnability argument. Yeah. It can't be she's vice president, you got to give it to her. That didn't work for Joe Biden. Joe Biden got passed over for Hillary. It can't be if you don't like her, if you don't go with her, it's because you're a racist or a sexist, or if you don't like Josh Shapiro, it's because you're anti-Semitic. We got to have an honest conversation about who can win.
Guys, yeah, but like, let me make one point, though.
They've already started fucking being like, Kamala can't do it. Oh, man.
Whether we have the vice president be the nominee or an open process. And the assumption that you're making is that somehow if there's an open process, the vice president won't be selected. Well, you know what? And I'm saying, I think she very well may be, and she'd be a stronger nominee if that happens.
That's a really important point, because
this is
what
big.
I am hearing is that the people...
Okay, this is actually big news. Robert Costa, chief election and campaign correspondent for CBS News, says... Sources close to President Biden tell me tonight they're furious that while the I knew they would get fucking mad that, like, how dare they talk about our 800-year-old president? How dare they talk about our 800-year-old president behind his back when he's recovering from COVID? In Rehoboth, a pressure campaign keeps picking up speed. Loss of anger towards some donors for talking to the dollars drying up if he doesn't quit, towards what they see as muted support from President Obama, and towards them leaders who one source says are hiding behind statements. If they want him out, they'll have to push. Source adds, feels disrespected, still a fluid moment, and no one has figured out an effective way to quiet this drift of nervous Democrats away from Biden, and many Dems want Biden to just break at some point soon. I cannot believe that they'd come after my king. Oh shit, dash cam footage captures a drone engine noise prior to the explosion. Holy shit. Hezbollah captured hours of video footage over Israel, by the way. Gonna go see my grandma. See you later, chat. Take care. Tell your grandma I said what's up. She'll know. Feel me? Feel like we're on track for that messy week next week, lol. High-rise building in Tel Aviv struck by what is believed to have been a large drone suffered major structural damage to its upper floors. Bro, how come they haven't talked about, like, the casualties and shit? Like, the IDF is saying it was launched from within Israel and not outside of it. According to the eyewitnesses passing over the U.S. consulate complex, formerly the embassy, until Trump moved it to Jerusalem and landing at the Red Point. Why nothing on CNN still? Because right now, okay, you know, excuse me, Israel and Israel lovers and Israel haters alike. But yeah, this is, in the eyes of the American media, significantly more consequential because the motherfucking possible next president is about to speak at the Republican National Convention. That's right, Hulk Hogan and Dana White. That's who I'm talking about. Remains of the drone on the scene account is reliable. Parts of the suicide drone. Yeah, I saw this one. I did not see this one before. Holy shit. It's about eyeballs, not necessarily newsworthiness. Well, the thing is, like, American media, they'll get back to Israel when the time is right. For them right now, this is like, you know, what one of the two major candidates is going to say in the immediate aftermath of their assassination attempt is pretty significant. What the fuck's a suicide drone? They're unmanned. Suicide drone is just like you hit the target and you explode on impact, and not necessarily a drone that just like drops a bomb and then goes back.
This is a real prime slot. The people just before the nominee is going to accept, the official nomination of the party, and in this particular case, a former president, Hulk Hogan, Dana White, and Kid Rock. And then
wait,
Donald
they skipped
Trump.
Hulk Hogan's
And
appearance?
It's not just that Donald Trump likes fighting and wrestling,
Kid
but this
Rock?
very much fits into the theory of this campaign, which is that they very much see it as strength versus
Is it
weakness.
Kid Rock playing right now?
Masculine versus hyper masculinity, and you know, you'd say, well, they've got a problem with women. The interesting gender gap that you see in the polls right now is not among women. Biden and Trump run relatively close among women. Biden's ahead, but only by about a half dozen points. The real gender gap is among men, where Trump is far ahead, double digits ahead of Biden. And so I think there's a feeling that they can lean into this, increase the gender gap. Also, Donald Trump likes this.
Interesting stuff. We're going to squeeze in a very quick break. We are expecting President Trump's acceptance speech this evening. We're also expecting Hulk Hogan, Kid Rock, Dana White, a whole bunch of other...
Dude, this is so whack, bro. They're just so fucking old. I did a senior presentation on Kid Rock. Kid Diddler Rock. Did they just say increase the gender gap? Yes. They're talking about the gender gap as in... No, the gender gap between, like, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are deadlocked on the women vote. Okay, Joe Biden is obviously higher than Donald Trump, but Donald Trump is cleaning with the male vote. If you look at the demographics, Donald Trump is actually fucking clearing with the male vote. And the goal from the Democratic Party is supposed to be to try and get more women on board. Anyway, stop sending me baby dog videos, okay? I don't want to watch right now.
In 3.5 years since the tear gas and the broken windows and the human excrement in the rotunda and the ransacked offices. I mean, the parliamentarian's office and the speaker.
Oh my God, they're still talking about January 6th. Please, what the fuck? Are you serious right now, dude? Oh my God. Oh my God, MSNBC. Ay, ay, ay. MSNBC is so fucking annoying. They're doing the never forget 9/11 ass takes on primetime television. I watched the God damn. That's crazy because you usually hear that buzzing sound over Gaza. but never over Israel. Now, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know how Israel will retaliate. What's wrong with reminding Republicans about what happened on January 6th? Really good January 6th take that appeared in my timeline. Oh, yeah, I saw this earlier. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Melania spotted at the RNC. Melania Trump, the former first lady. Oh, she's so fake. Oh, now that he got almost killed, you're acting brand new, dude. You see this? Greets her husband in Fizzer Forum in Milwaukee shortly before his keynote address at the Republican convention. You're tripping, she's bad? I mean, yeah, she is, but the New York Times has obtained a four-page letter that Congressman Jamie Raskin sent to President Biden on July 6th. In the letter, Raskin compares Biden to a tiring baseball pitcher and urges him to consult with Democrats about whether he should continue his campaign. Raskin has confirmed the authenticity of the letter to the New York Times and given them a new statement as well. That's crazy. So Biden is aware of it. Seems like Biden is aware of Democrats, telling him to drop out since July 6th, at least. Interesting that he made it seem like he was just so unfamiliar. He's like, tell it to my face. Maybe he means like not by mail, Thoughts on Drea de Matteo revealing that her 13-year-old son edits her OnlyFans photos of her? How do you go from this is staged what happened to Israel's Iron Dome and CRAM systems to this question? How can both of these questions and statements appear in the same brain in the same time frame? Like, how does that happen? I'm serious. Explain it to me now. You're looking at like Israel news and all of a sudden you're like your dick starts getting hard? Like what? It just doesn't make sense. Also, why would you think that I would have an opinion on that? I don't know what the fuck anything you just said is. Seems bad. Seems crazy that a 13-year-old is doing that. There you go. Chatters will be like, what are your thoughts on, like, I don't know, Adriana da Silva doing a fucking triple murder? It's like, I don't know, seems bad to me. I have no idea who this person is. I don't know what happened. But like, if what your statement is, what you're bringing up in your statement is true, that's not good. Yeah, there was a chatter who was asking me questions about some gay porn star. Like, fucking, I'm keeping up with what's going on in that world. Like I would know.
The 2016 convention, that didn't go so great. Some of her speech had been plagiarized from Michelle Obama. We heard J.D. Vance's wife introduce. Melania Trump is apparently not going to speak. The role
Come on,
of
dude. Stop asking dumb
Donald
questions
Trump
like
has
this.
been filled by his daughter-in-law and his granddaughter, but not the wife.
Yeah, it's a family affair when it comes to his children, but not a what you need to know about my husband moment. Look, that ship, I think, has sailed for Melania Trump, it's fair to say. She made no secret about the fact that she did her job as much as she could when she had a young son in the White House. But since 2020 and since that election, she has made pretty clear that she has almost no interest in politics at all. And that is based on reporting. And
We're
it's
seeing
also
some.
This is from like 10 minutes ago.
From backstage. Here he is.
Here he comes back.
The 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. He's trying to become the 47th president of the United States as well. He is coming out. We see there is Donald Trump Jr. I assume those are some of the grandkids as well. It is the Trump family making an appearance. Donald Trump still has the bandage on his ear from the awful assassination attempt on his life Saturday. Seems to be in good spirits. He's mugging for the crowd, applauding.
But again, these are his children and his grandchildren, which that's important to.
I'm rocking it too, bro.
And to show
all the
him
cool
from the
kids are doing
perspective
it. All the cool kids got bandages up in their ears, dude.
Also, two people who have not been visible or much a part of the Trump political world at all this cycle. Two people, well, in the case of.
Dude, what is going on, bro? No, I'm not. I don't know what the fuck's happening in Bangladesh. I don't know why you think I'm just going to stop what the fuck's going on right now in front of me when the fucking president, the former president, is going to deliver his first speech post-assassination. And you're like, what's going on in Bangladesh? Cover Bangladesh. Cover Bangladesh. No, dude. No, I don't know what the fuck's happening in Bangladesh, okay? I don't know. Jesus Christ, dude. Like, Tel Aviv had a fucking massive explosion literally 15 minutes ago, and I've only given that 5 seconds of coverage so far. Calm down. Yeah, tell him we don't care about foreign policy. Yeah, dude, that's what I mean. That's what I fucking mean. That's what I mean. I'm like, oh, I hate foreign policy. Like this, what happens here, okay, is impactful for every country on the planet. Do you understand that? Every country on the fucking planet. Like, I know it sounds like a fucking clown show because it's like Hulk Hogan and shit and we're just like joking around. But ultimately, what goes on in the RNC and what Trump says, how people view his message, all of this stuff is very impactful for the upcoming election. And that election is going to mean a lot in terms of foreign policy. Okay?
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Who?
But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Yeah. No undocumented migrant Latinos in here, brother.
With our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
Oh my God, he's so happy. He's so happy. He fell asleep during J.D. Vance's speech and also his son's speech, but he's smiling ear to ear, dude.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life.
Don't say JD
standing
Vance.
upon us, getting ready.
Don't say Donald Trump or JD Vance. Oh,
For all
God.
the real
Don't
Americans.
put JD Vance in that equation. Don't do it. That's nasty.
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track.
Dude, I'm fucking going to town on this Arizona green tea.
America is going to be
This
great
was full.
again.
I love Arizona Diet Green Tea.
Out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
This goes hard. This goes fucking nutty. It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, that shit was fire. That was sick.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
Nah, you should have kept silent, bro.
I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on.
The Rock has to come out of the DNC.
I just had a flashback, man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something?
Bro, look at his fucking, like, arm skin just
We're gonna be
flapping.
champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court case.
Do people think that like Hulk Hogan actually is the character that he played? Because he's like kind of speaking like he's like he was like actually wrestling.
You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
What?
God
What does that mean? What?
And thank
Are they gonna come suck our dicks? What's happening? What are they gonna do?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Did we miss it? Did Trump blow him a kiss? Wait, hold on.
Good evening. I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen.
Bruh. Yeah, what? What? Donald Trump blew Hulk Hogan a kiss after his speech at the RNC. I am not lying. Yo, he is gay as hell, bro. Go frame by frame and screenshot it for the tweet. He is so zesty. He is so fucking zesty, bro. It's not even a joke. Trump crooks lovers quarrel theory more alive than ever. We're going to run it back. Hold on one more time. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. This is the real sex tape they kept from us? True. Let's see. Wait, what? Is it Jover.com now lowered it to 78%? Can you show this kind of action on Twitch? If Twitch bans me for this, they're not an ally. If Twitch bans me for gay love like this, then they're not an ally.
Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide.
Several dozen former national security officials who supported Biden have signed a letter asking him to step down as the Democratic presidential nominee because his candidacy posed an unacceptable level of risk.
On false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released, and he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that.
That's crazy that they put this guy behind Hulk. Like, that is actually crazy. Who the fuck wants to listen to this goddamn demon? After Hulk Hogan and Donald Trump 100% revealed that they had a gay relationship. Wait, what the fuck's on your ear? What do you mean, dude? I'm showing my support. Patriots obviously need to do the bold thing and show their support. He's a private citizen, though? Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything? I'm not saying anything. Who's a private citizen? Oh my God. There's the GIF.
Who lost their loved one.
Wait, what
Put
are
your
they
loving
doing?
arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Ulsa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending.
These guys talk like they hate gay people and then they just like throat Trump so hard. It makes no sense.
We know that all authority comes from you. You
okay,
are
it's nasty work to fucking zoom in on Jared Kushner in that moment. Okay, come on, CNN. CNN being a little anti-Semitic there. Okay, they're like, look at this one, very different than the others.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization.
And then you call Trump zesty, but then wear an ear bandage, Lamau. Excuse me. That's my zesty president. That's my openly bisexual president. Dude, this is so funny. Presenting this as a Biden win is pretty awesome. Breaking: Hillary Clinton is telling donors to stick with president. She's never wrong. Yeah, famously, Hillary Clinton is never wrong. Oh, boo. Eric sucks.
8 years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future.
Okay, I don't care about this. Trump snubs his daughter Tiffany as she goes in for a kiss. Oh my God, that's cold-blooded. Oh my God, that's cold-blooded. Bro, he fucking hates Tiffany. He hates her. Bro blew a kiss to Hulk Hogan from across the stage. And he won't even give a kiss on the cheek to his literal fucking daughter. Who the fuck is Tiffany? Tiffany Trump. This is very funny that you guys don't know. I can't tell if you're joking or not, but that's one of Trump's daughters. Trump has 2 daughters, not one. No, he loves Ivanka and has said that Ivanka's like super hot many times actually. Has basically talked about how fuckable his daughter is, Ivanka, and he never brings up Tiffany. Never. Why does he hate her? I think he thinks she's ugly. Like, I genuinely think it's just because she thinks it's like disrespectful. Please listen to Eric. He's not uniting at all. I mean, he's uniting the country and hating him, probably.
Through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people.
Is Tiffany from the mom that came out and said Trump raped her? Is that the reason why he hates her, maybe? That could be the reason why.
Is Donald J. Trump.
Some saying yes, some saying no.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken.
Oh, he
ranked
sucks
30th
so
in the
bad.
world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran.
Inept administration. Shut the fuck up,
Death
Eric. Nobody
to
likes
America.
you.
Or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious
suck,
liberty.
dog.
Or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics.
Yo, bring back Hulk Hogan. This shit sucks.
He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
Do people think the president controls interest rates? Yes. The answer to your question is yes, people do think that. And I guess the first part of that question would be no, people don't think.
A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions
People don't think,
weaponized against
but
the
if
American
they were
people.
to think, they would think that, yes.
Who fought back?
I gotta pee.
You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, Vance. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York.
I'm sorry, we know it's wrong, but we'll fix it.
We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
Wow. Good line, dude.
To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry, it does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing.
I didn't pre-watch it.
I'm sorry.
I wrote it.
Your government can do so much better, and it will.
I wrote the speech.
To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to...
Watch. He's about to literally say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And under the Biden administration, Twitch subscriptions went from $5 to $6. And we will bring it back. Yeah. He's going to say, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5, well, $6 now, or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and using it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Valo Nuelu, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Just 3-minute ad break now. Trump is coming out soon, baby.
I'm sorry. We will make America great again.
Trump is so bored.
And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
One of the funniest parts about the "we are silenced" narrative from conservatives is that they just never seem to shut the fuck up. Like, they literally never stop talking. They never stop yelling. They are so loud all the fucking time.
Will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity.
Elastic band.
Your hard-earned
Bro, that's gonna cut the circulation out of here.
It's worth it. Then I'll look more like Trump.
Foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
You guys need a better chant.
Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God.
Why they all look a touch inbred?
Our country will prioritize
Because they're Republicans, dude. It's like a universal principle. It's called genetic purity, sweetie. Look it up.
As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage.
He literally ran again to avoid prison.
That was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump.
Who are those little Republicans in front of Trump?
Human shields.
Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side.
He's using a literal baby as a human shield. Yeah, he's like, yeah, they won't shoot at me if I have babies on my lap.
On Earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura,
He does not care
Luke,
at all.
Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face.
They were like, oh, I hope he's dead.
By the grace of God, divine
I'm sure
intervention,
Melania was like,
and your
fuck,
guardian
finally.
angels above.
Paycheck.
Oh,
You
yeah.
survived.
I like that no one's talking about the one guy that died.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even care. It's actually kind of surprising. They like don't even talk about the guy that died in a way to be like, oh, Democrats are making light of this situation. Like a person died. It's pretty crazy, right?
Greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all.
Like, I thought that they would milk him. You know what I mean? They'd be like, oh, a patriot died. Like, you guys, one of our best firefighters died, like the 13 best soldiers, you know?
But they're just glazing Trump.
Yeah, they're like, they
The
literally
whole
don't
world saw your
care.
strength as you stood up.
You notice I used the word
you wiped
glazing
the blood
there?
off your face, and you put your fist in
Learning.
the
It's
air
complete.
in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves
It was a non-violent call to fight.
you. Appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th
Oh, Trump is gonna.
president
Oh,
of
they're
the
hiding.
United
They're holding it
States
so
of
that Trump can
America.
use it.
Ah.
When Donald Trump
Good
takes
night,
the station
Milwaukee.
out of RNC.
God
That's so
bless you
fucking
all.
greedy, being like, no one else can mention the dead firefighter except me.
That's awesome. Respect. They're using they're waiting for Trump to blow the load, which I think is cool. Like they're like, yeah, no one else gets to use this one. It's for us. Biden called that firefighter's widow, but she wouldn't take his call. Yeah, I know.
Really?
Yeah. Trump has not called the firefighter, but I guess maybe he did. If they got the helmet, how else could they have gotten the fucking helmet?
They just stole it from his dead body.
That'd be. He was clearly not wearing a helmet there. Updates from Elit on Elit News on the Tel Aviv bombing. Looks like the drone attack in Tel Aviv may have been the Houthis in Yemen. Houthi spokesman says important statement on a qualitative military operation will be released soon. I mean, still, we don't know. We still don't know. Is Pat Bev okay? Yes.
What is that face?
Oh, he was doing a kissy poo at Hulk Hogan.
One could, I think, credibly argue it's not how he particularly governed in his first administration.
Yeah, it's a far cry from American carnage.
He doesn't.
Which is
No,
what
it's
he
from
talked
yesterday.
about
He does
in
not fuck with his sons
inaugural
at all.
address in 2017.
Did you see the thing I linked you on Discord?
Yes, he
People are
clearly
saying
did
that he's
change
like,
the speech
Trump
as he
has changed. I don't know
promised
if
he would.
that's true
It
or
seems
not.
as though his old
Yeah, I
speech
did, yeah.
was just reworked for his son.
Yeah,
Trump.
Eric giving a speech that was a list of grievances.
It was very dark. It was very dark. I mean, he told me that it was gonna be sort of warm and there was gonna be some warm and fuzzy parts. That did happen at the end, but before we got to warm and fuzzy, there was a lot of dark and stormy, and it was pretty grievance filled. But it's very clear that they felt that they needed somebody to deliver the classic Trump message, whether it is about the issues of the border or culture war issues, which we actually haven't heard a lot about, certainly not in prime time, about, trans kids in sports and things of that nature. He did it all. And that was
Bro, they are glazing.
the tone and tenor that the party and the campaign said that they wanted to put across, particularly on the ultimate night.
One of the things that struck me beyond that paragraph that you mentioned, Jake, is he never, at least in the excerpts, and my guess is in the whole speech, never mentioned.
Dana Fash is so annoying because Eric Trump literally talked about like trans athletes being his height and shit. And it's so stupid. Yeah, they're staying away from culture war issues more than before. It's like, no, they're not.
A little bit by not personally going after his opponents. The other thing that is clearly going to be the emotional highlight of this speech is the president says
What a guy.
that people have been asking about the shooting and what he went through. And he said, so I'm going to tell you.
No, the Hulk
we
speech
don't
was actually
get the
fire.
details.
Was it?
That's not
Yeah,
in the
he ripped his
excerpts.
shirt off.
But he says, I'm
Fuck
going to tell
yeah.
you, and I'm never going to
Is he
say
still
this
ripped?
again because it's too
Yeah.
painful. So my guess is that's going to be the emotional highlight of the speech, and we're told he's going to carry out the fire jacket and the fire helmet of a fireman, volunteer fireman who was killed on Saturday. So that'll be a very powerful part of this speech. One other thing.
Like American politics is
I
so
noticed in the
interesting.
excerpts at one
It
point he
is
talks
like
about
watching WWE. Like,
Yeah.
with just like storylines and arcs
Yeah.
and real wrestlers on the stage. It's kind of awesome.
It is. It really is. Oh, we got excerpts of the speech. Let's take a look. I mean, spoiler alert, actually. RNC sources say that he will have on stage with them the helmet and the firefighter's jacket that belong to Corey Contemporary. Trump tonight will talk about the assassination attempt. The assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. Adds, I'll tell you what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's too painful to tell. Oh my God. Dude, he's so passionate, dude. Trump is a zinner. Yeah, it's a zin pack. As a packet, yeah. He's actually directly delivering the nicotine into his brain.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Here we
Melania's
go.
coming in.
Here she is.
If he shed a tear, if Donald Trump shed a tear, everyone in the CNN staff would vote for him.
100%.
They would be like, "Oh my God, look at how emotional, like, look at how vulnerable he was." Like, it's very different than JD Vance being like a soft pedal baby guy. Like, because the expectation from JD Vance is that he's like lib coded, but Trump doing something like that, they would go crazy. They would go crazy.
There is a chance he might do it as well. Like, because he cares so much about himself. Like, if Trump cries, I'm crying as well.
Yeah.
She is next to her husband's new running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, Republican of Ohio, the vice presidential nominee. And there she is among the other members of the Trump family, Ivanka and Tiffany and Eric and Don
She wrote
Jr.
some crazy shit about Trump after he got shot.
JC,
really?
What were you
Yeah.
saying about Melania? I'm sorry.
I didn't
No,
see
well, as
any
we
of
were
it.
watching Melania step on.
She said the shooter recognized her husband as a political machine, which was crazy because like recognize is a wild word to use there.
But Chris,
because it
just kind of
implies
picking
that
up on
he
what
is.
you were saying about the different tone of the speech and how it's a different moment for the former president Donald Trump. He is winning this campaign. He is ahead. She is coming in here, getting introduced as the possible future first lady in a situation that's entirely plausible. And he's not been in this situation before.
Sometimes it's
yeah,
very
that's
bad.
absolutely true. I just want to note that it's not. We haven't seen them together still. He left that box before she got in, and it's interesting stagecraft. Given the fact that we haven't seen her in a
She
long
looks
time,
so
she
weird.
had her moment,
She looks
but
weird,
there
but
was
she's
no
still
greeting.
hot.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll see it later on the stage with the balloon drop and everything else.
Right,
She's got that kind of model alien face.
She did issue a statement after the attempt on her husband's life, in which she said, quote, "When I watched that violent bullet strike my husband Donald, I realized my life and Barron's life were on the brink of devastating change." And she went in to say, "A monster who recognized my husband as an inhuman political machine attempted to wring out Donald's passion, his laughter, ingenuity, love of music, and inspiration. The core facets of my husband's life, his human side, were buried below the political machine. Donald, the generous and caring man who I have been with through the best of times and the worst of times." A very personal statement, the kind of thing we're not really used to hearing from the First Lady, and we are not actually going to hear from her this evening, as far as we know. Anderson?
To come out, then Dana White, and then introducing the former president, Donald Trump, for his remarks. I mean, one of the things, Scott Jennings, that clearly stands out is the use of non-traditional folks here at the convention. Certainly Hulk Hogan, Dana White. I mean, Dana White introducing former president is something you would not see in a
He's going to
They are
introduce the
reaching
former president.
outside of political culture. It's not just a bunch of elected officials and party types. They are reaching a whole group of people who may be basically disconnected from our normal civics. And this is how you change the composition of the electorate. And remember,
Did he
a
beat
big
his
part
wife,
of Donald
Dana
Trump's
White? That's
strength
what
in the
Ciao was
polling
saying.
What?
is
Did Dana
that
White
he
beat his
does
wife?
very
Yeah.
well. He does very well among people who are low propensity voters, people who aren't political and only occasionally show up. My guess is these guys are going to be very impactful for that audience.
Yeah, but just a split screen of looking at Melania Trump right
Oh,
now
on
sitting in that
video.
box is remarkable. We have hardly seen her
I mean, no
at
one would be
all
surprised
on the
there,
campaign
though.
trail
Right.
this time around. Obviously different than 2020 when she was the first lady, and very different than 2016 when she was speaking on that stage at the convention. I was told by sources they tried really hard to get her to give a speech tonight. Several people personally appealed to her,
She's like, nope.
and she had no interest in
It's
doing
like, I ain't trying to take a bullet for that man.
change since 2016. Donald Trump was convicted, and New York. And the hush money case, something that became a real point of division between he and the First Lady when that story broke when they were in the White House. And so it is notable to see her coming out, as Melania Trump is known for doing, her own style in her own way, coming out by herself to sit in this box.
Is it clear to you what role she would have if the former
I don't think it would look.
reelected?
I don't think it would look like a traditional First Lady role. I mean, it's hard to know until it actually happens and if he's reelected. But what we've heard from people is that the First Lady role may look different than it typically does. It was already different, when she was
Donald
the First
Trump
Lady
is
the time
linking up
before.
with
She
Zelensky?
would go away and have extended periods of absence without explaining it. Typically,
Nice.
First Ladies,
It's
you
over.
see-
Yep.
It's over. It's done. It's done. He's linking up with Zelensky. I am Uzbek immigrant to America who is Donald Trump. I will try to vote next election. I have a citizen.
Good on you.
Donald Trump, very cool guy. Loves the Uzbeks.
In order to see the chart, I started to turn to my right and I was ready to begin a further turn, which I'm lucky I didn't, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It could only be a bullet, and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down, and my hand was covered with blood. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one moment proceeded to drop to the ground.
Spoilers, bro.
Bullets
Yeah.
continued to fly as the very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage and pounced on top of me for protection. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. Bullets were flying over us, and yet I felt
Why are they
serene.
spoiling?
But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril.
They just want to take.
All stopped.
They just
Our
want
Secret
to.
Service
They don't want to
sniper
go
from a
to
much greater
thrive.
distance.
That's
One
why.
on one board took out
He's
the
gonna do it
assassin.
better, though.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight, but I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. That's going to come from Donald Trump, a very different Donald Trump than we've ever heard before.
Well, and of course, one of the only times we have heard from Melania was a statement that she issued on that. We haven't heard from her directly on camera, but she put out a lengthy statement talking
Is there a
about
chance
how
he gets shot again?
deeply that affected
Nah,
her. Because
lightning
she
never
talked about
strikes
how
twice,
her
bro.
Mary's
Yep,
life was
okay.
almost, irreversibly
Good.
changed if that bullet had been an inch closer
Good.
to
No,
Donald
being
Trump.
serious.
And she kind of talked about in her statement, which is rare for her to have such a lengthy statement, about the personal nature of what they could have lost on that day.
And the extent to which she has not been on the campaign trail really at all.
She hasn't been to anything. Even when they have massive parties at Mar-a-Lago, celebrating when he does well. She has attended a few fundraisers that she's held, but they're private fundraisers. Other than that,
All right, let's listen in to Kid Rock.
Welcome, Kid Rock.
Look at everyone.
That's a pedophile. Oh, I hope he does the. I hope he does the middle finger song.
Everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air.
Oh, he is.
Everybody, get a fist up in the air.
Yes. I love this song.
Say fight, fight.
Oh, it's a new song.
Whoa.
Say fight, fight. Say somebody scream.
It's a new song.
The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why.
It's pretty funny to see these like 800-year-old women.
They're like, whoa, this is my song.
Fist in the air, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. And say Trump, Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. Josephus Beasties and the Kings of Rock. Skinner, Seeger, Lipcorn, the Stones. David Allen Coe and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, 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 flash. Oh, they call me Cowboy. I'm the singer of the
really bad.
North fist in the air. Let me see where
You don't understand culture, bro.
No, I don't. I obviously don't know.
Stay fight, fight.
Melania not moving at all.
I say Trump, Trump. American badass, watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Let me rock this place. All super fly, living double wide. Psychom fly, so big John can ride. Bam shack to share, bringing flash to flare. Back a long hair, swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots, 65 Chevelle. See me riding sin and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you
Melania's sitting through this going like, damn, 4 inches or like 1 inch, and I wouldn't be here listening to this shit right now.
Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the
Okay, this is not Kid Rock's best. This is Kid Rock's best, okay?
They call me Cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump,
Wait,
Trump.
is Tell Me How to Live. No, that's not the one. Hold on.
I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump, Trump. All you hoes.
This song actually goes. It goes.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. I'm a moonshine sipper, straight slipping in the darkness. Far from heartless, I'm more like the sharpest tool in the shed. No, I've never been the smartest, but make no mistake, I hit the fucking hardest. Devil without a cause, you heard me screaming, and 20 years later, bitch, I still fucking mean it. Fucker, you ain't never met a motherfucker like this. Kiss my ass, and you can suck a dick sideways, my way, or the highway. Listen up. Nothing changed here, I still don't give a fuck. So what the fuck's up with all the backlash? You snowflakes, here's a news flash. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Years ago, we all thought it was a joke, see? That every kid got a motherfucking trophy. But yo, homie, here's a situation. A nation of pussies is our next generation. And these minions and their agendas. Every opinion has a millennium.
He hits every boomer cultural signifier.
It rings true. And if you don't descend, bitch, to see number 2. Ain't nothing new, right? Church, wrong pew. Get a clue, accrue your fake news and views. Can all get the bottom of my motherfucking shoe. I'm the last of a few. Still screaming, fuck you. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Okay, Dana White's on. Wife beater Dana White.
No
You've changed
no
since
demands.
karaoke, Hasan.
He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me.
Punch your wife in
Dana,
the face.
I'm so honored that you will be
Your
doing
swing
the
is
introduction
weak, Dana.
at the National
I've
Republican
reviewed the
Convention.
footage.
Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for
With
our
your
country
wife.
and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you
and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know.
Everyone's always like, yo, he's my bestie. He calls me and shit. It's like, bro, yeah, you guys are all like rich and he wants something.
The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
Why is he licking his lips like that? Is he on coke?
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes.
I'm also trying to hold it together with the...
I'm in the tough guy business. And this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
But it's so funny seeing like 50-year-old divorced dads and like wife beaters, people who say the N-word all the time, almost to tears, talking about how fucking sick Donald Trump is.
So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text. And I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he
To
put
avoid
himself
jail time, to not go to jail.
back here?
To
We all
pardon
know he
himself.
doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
There's nothing funnier than saying that about Donald Trump because he's like objectively a narcissistic, self-interested person, like very obviously.
And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream.
Even the fucking brown ones.
Even the American dream. And I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills,
oh my
how
God,
can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American.
That's the hurdle. Stopping people from buying a house, bro. But they don't feel safe because there's Mexicans around.
We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America.
No, we don't.
I know Donald J.
Please, no
Trump
more.
is the best choice for President of the United States.
Too strong.
My fellow
For too long.
Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's coming. I love this song.
If tomorrow
for all my life, and I had to start again. Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
And I proudly stand up next to you and remember.
Still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas,
There he is.
from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston,
Imagine if he came out just like.
New York to
Yeah.
LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least
What the fuck?
Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it kind of looks like him. Like, it kind of looks like he's like. That's weird.
Imagine if he pulls out a gun and shoots the guy.
I don't think he's gonna do that. That's weird though. That's so weird.
There's so many good things he could do. He could rip off his ear bandage.
You thought he was gonna wear it? Wait, why are they taking
What are they doing?
Why are they taking photos on the stage like so close to him? Are they trying to emulate like when he got shot?
It literally looks like that.
Oh my God, he's in front of a White House. Are they doing a reenactment?
It looks like it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob.
Thank you, Kid Rock.
And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
He didn't thank his son.
Together we will launch
Either.
a new era of safety,
Or Hulk
prosperity,
Hogan.
and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We
Oh my God,
rise
if somebody
together.
popped a balloon in there, it would go nutty, dude.
I am running
Just
to be
one balloon, dude.
president
Everyone will
for
die.
all of
Everyone will
America,
get shot.
not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened.
He's going to cry.
And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Oh, he's milking it so hard.
Yep.
Oh my God, he's
Music
the milkmaid.
was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily.
Very strongly.
Because I was
Happily?
discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership.
How is that relevant?
The numbers.
He's giving
were
all the details, bro.
Absolutely amazing.
He's setting the
In
scene.
order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow,
look at
what
this.
was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place.
Absolutely blood.
I immediately knew it was very
The reddest
serious, that
blood.
we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground.
Perfectly.
Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Look at the fucking images. Oh my God, they're crying. They're like actually sad.
Yeah, wow.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was
I hate
blood
him. They
pouring
don't give a shit
everywhere,
about his
and yet,
PTSD.
In a certain way,
I don't give a
felt
shit about
very
his
safe
PTSD.
because I had
What?
God
Oh, so he doesn't
on
have
my
PTSD.
side.
He's too
I
narcissistic.
felt it.
Yeah, liberals are such fucking simps, dude. Liberals are ready to go. They're like, I can't wait to vote for Trump illegally. Okay. Man, he got
The
shot.
amazing thing is that prior to the shot,
Hello.
if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together.
He's giving props to the assassin.
The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets
Where
that
are
were
you
being
going?
fired.
Yeah.
Where are you
Crowds
going?
run for the exits
Where?
or
Where?
stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front.
People were pointing at
Nobody
him before.
ran, and by not stampeding,
Yeah,
many
20
lives
minutes
were
prior.
saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For
What
whatever
is he
reason, the
saying?
doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He
Look at
said,
your
it's the
nose.
ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces.
Please talk about your
Incredible
shoes.
people.
That's what I really want.
They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us.
Yeah, what?
Yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used,
He was like right on top of him.
took the assassin's life, took him out.
Wait, really?
Wait, no fucking way.
I'm not
Come-
supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be
How do you
here.
actually spell his name?
No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports
Checking in on the Jover
over
meter.
the last few days, many people say it was
86% now.
a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
Against who?
Mexicans.
Thank you.
Okay, he
Once
lies.
my
He said,
clenched
where are my shoes?
fist went up,
First he said, "Where are my
And it
shoes?"
was
Not
high
without my shoes.
into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me.
Unbelievably racist. As we found out.
Seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
I can't tell if they actually misspelled his name or not. It wouldn't shock me. Oh my God, they did. Compratore. Oh my God.
Wait, so did they make that?
Is he going to put it on?
Because that's not his real jacket then, right?
He kissed it! Send me a screenshot, chat. Send me a screenshot, please. I have to tweet it. Someone in the chat, send me a screenshot of that, please.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million.
He's so zesty!
For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine.
Thank you, I got it.
Called up, he sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
Are we allowed to speak?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, oh no.
I thought maybe Twitch would ban you if you.
There's no greater love.
Damn, that was a second. Bro, Trump could not wait for like 10 seconds, bro.
Forged America in
He
her darkest
immediately went
hours.
right in.
And this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of
Feels like a jump
human
cut back
achievement
to it.
and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined
The name on the
than
jacket
ever.
is spelled wrong
I am
in the
more
fire
determined
department
than
as
ever,
well.
and
I
so
don't know
are you,
why.
So is everybody on this side. Thank you. Thank
Full
you
name
very much.
probably couldn't fit. It's anti-Italian discrimination, but Italian last names are long as fuck.
Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. Never.
He does sound a little bit softer.
And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just
It's
read.
crazy. He got his ear shot off, and
On
he's still
Monday,
like,
a
they
major
said
ruling
mean
was handed
words
down
about
from
me.
a highly
because the
respected
ear
federal
thing is
judge
playing
in
well.
Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of
That's
court.
how you know. That's the only shit he cares about. He's like, yeah, just drop the charges against me for unity, please. Please, for unity. Come on now. Drop the
Democrats
charges.
want to unify our country. They should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
Wait, is he expecting her to come up there? She ain't gonna come up there.
It says recognizes his family. He's like, oh,
Trump recognizes his family at RNC.
I know those guys.
That's funny. Good Chiron.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise, I will tell you. It was beautiful.
because everybody thinks that she hates you, or everybody knows. Yeah. That's why it took the Republican Party by surprise, bro.
In fact, some
You
very
are so
serious
divorced.
people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it?
What?
Right? Mr. Congressman? but it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael.
Bro, he said
Baron,
Tiffany after Lara.
Baron.
He almost skipped Tiffany.
And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, you know, was he good? You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
She just doesn't want to get beaten up by him anymore. She's like, please go.
Yeah. Please, you beat my ass enough as it is.
Please.
So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said.
Okay, bro, Kid Rock is not busy.
I want to be a part of it.
Kid Rock
I
ain't
want
busy,
to be a
bitch.
part, because, you know, Kid does his great song, big, big monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So,
what chart?
That's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called, and how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up?
He loved the Hulk. That was real.
Boy, oh boy.
84%.
You know, they may call it.
What does this man even do?
They may call that entertainment.
He's a wrestler. You don't know who
I know, but that's it. He was just a wrestler.
When he
Dude,
used to
are you kidding
lift
me?
a
He's an icon.
350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience. I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic.
He's about
Thank
to cry.
you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here.
Bro, he's literally like, my
But he
expectations
was
were
so
low.
great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of
Young man?
trouble, and Don last
Bro's
night was
like
incredible.
45, dude.
So
What
much
do you
trouble. They
mean?
got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much.
This isn't a speech. It's just
Jason
thanking
Aldean, he's
people.
good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's
So far, very little attacks
Thank you,
against the Democrats. So
But I'm thrilled
CNN
to
will
have
definitely
a
talk about
new friend
fucking
and partner
how
fighting
uniting
by
he
my
is.
side.
See, look at the
The
Chiron.
next
Discord and
Vice
division in our
President of
society
the
must be
United
healed.
States, the current senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
He's going to call
Going
out
to
the
be a
top of the
great-
hour ad break.
Vice President, he's going to be great. He'll be with this country
At the
and
top of
with
the
this
hour.
movement, greatest movement in the
There's
history
a
of our
3-minute
country.
ad
Make
break.
America great again. When they criticize
They
it,
want
say,
you to
"We're
not
gonna
see
try and
the
stop
ad
MAGA." I said, MAGA
by
is make
subscribing.
America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop.
$6 or for free. Twitch Prime is
Then
free,
they say,
folks.
oh, that's right.
Here
it's very
it
tough
is.
to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are.
Oh.
There they are. That's...
Oh.
You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have
You
a
should
good
have been wearing one of those.
They're going to have a good team.
I mean, I have the hat right there if you want to
Most
wear
of
the
the
big
audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very
No,
good
because
team.
I'll hide my
this year.
ear.
And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
What the fuck?
And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years.
What is Space Force?
Somebody's terminally
Space Force
ill.
is the new, it's
And
like the
hopefully
Marines,
there's nobody
Navy.
in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally
you
ill and they
guys
can't
have
use our
military in
new
space now?
space-age
Yeah.
drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And What's happened is we're saving
I wasn't
thousands
joking about
and
space force. It's
thousands
real.
of lives.
It's a
It's
space
incredible.
military force.
Right to try.
No, it's not actually in space.
It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
Unity.
So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
We weren't doing that. That's what really gets the crowd going.
Holes in the ground.
No, I mean, those guys are all like oil barons and shit, so they are actually stoked on that.
Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed
how it
both
works.
of them.
Got it.
And hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which
The fart sniffer. How did you like that tax cut, Hasan?
China, we were
I
beating
didn't.
them
Why are you advocating for me to
at
get more
levels
tax
that
cuts,
were incredible.
broke boy?
And they know
like
it.
That's just a
They know.
cell phone.
We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better.
Dude literally
I
came
will
in here to be
end
like,
the
dude, you're rich.
illegal immigration
Okay.
crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened.
Hundreds of thousands of people being killed by migrants every year.
And the war caused by the attack on
What
Israel.
does he actually mean by that? What
Which
is he
would have
saying?
never happened
I think he's
if I
trying to
was
say drugs,
president.
like
Iran was
fentanyl.
broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it?
Wow,
And they had a
he's so
congressman
good.
who was a
Hey, chat,
Democrat
has
say,
anyone
well,
seen it?
whether you like
No,
him
he
or
says
not,
face the nation,
Iran
but he
was
said
broke
deface the
dealing with
nation.
Trump. I told China and other countries,
Fucking
if
got
you
'em.
buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a
He
shame
directly
what-
is
what
responsible
this
for it. He threw the
administration, damage that
denuclearization
this
agreement.
administration has done, and I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it.
No.
We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago.
Yeah, nobody can believe it because it's
happening
not
now
correct.
in
Yeah.
reverse. And the
So he's
world
pointing at,
was
like,
at peace.
oil
Inflation
barons
has
and
been a
being
killer
like,
for our country.
"It's
No
great
matter
for
what
you,
you
wasn't
make
it?"
it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened
Wait
to
a
those
minute.
countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a
So yeah,
tremendous
let's go back to
failure.
Germany 100
Today
years ago.
our cities are flooded
A
with
brave,
illegal
bold
aliens.
leader.
Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their
Some might
jobs are
say
taken.
a
By
veteran,
the way, you know
much
who's
like me, I
taking
got
the
shot
jobs,
at.
The jobs that are created, 107% of those jobs are taken by
Why
illegal
did he
aliens.
mention Germany? Why was
And
that
you
his
know who's
go-to?
being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it.
What?
Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and
Yeah, what's
despair.
the
That's what it
black
is.
joke?
It's despair
He said
and
blacks for
depression.
Trump.
We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility,
Look at those fucking
I
young
am asking
Republicans,
you to
dude.
be excited about the future of our country.
They
Be
all look
excited.
like the
Be
shooter.
excited.
Yeah. I'm convinced, bro, he got me. Okay, well, you're gullible.
And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
That's why they wouldn't let us in, because it was slammed.
Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again.
How are you going to do that?
Make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this.
I want to know
Under
how he's
this
going to do that.
administration,
Tax cuts for the oil guys.
our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce
I don't mind that if you guys just invade your own country for oil.
What's the liberal argument against Trump? That he's a bad guy, shit's so bad, and there's not a single solution offered. Of course, people believe Trump.
And by the way, they want to
raise
raise
your
your
taxes. Pray to the capitalist gods ain't cutting
4
it.
times. Think of it.
Yeah,
and all
that's
my
what
life,
the
I grew
liberal
up watching
argument is.
Politicians. I always loved politics.
That Trump
I
is
guess
just
I
a
was on
bad
the other
guy.
side.
That's
I'd
the
watch
only thing I ever
and they were
say.
always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching.
Hasan admitted you will vote for Trump after this. People are
That's
so
all they
fucking
talked
stupid,
about.
dude.
This is the only administration that said,
No, I
we're
think
going to
people
raise your
legitimately
taxes by 4
do
times what you're
get
paying now.
moved
And people are
by this
supposed
speech.
I think people are
I've
dumb as
never
fuck.
heard it.
And like,
You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt.
But how does tax cuts lead to? What is it?
And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam.
so you don't like
It's a
paying
scam.
$28K more a year?
And that's caused
Of course you don't
tremendous
notice it. We notice it.
inflationary
I do.
pressures in
You're a
addition
fucking
to
idiot.
the cost of energy.
Your tax cuts are coming back, by the way. Your tax cuts have already perished. You know that, right? Because they sunset. They sunset now. You know whose tax cuts are not sunsetting? Mine, motherfucker. Corporate tax rates and the top marginal tax rate are permanent tax cuts. Everyone else's tax cuts are actually sunsetting. You're stupid. The tax cut that you got is like $5 fucking, dumbass.
And I will end the electric vehicle mandate.
Don't try
on
to fucking
day
come in
one.
here and be LARP as like, yo, I'm a broke man. That's why I need the tax cuts. That kind of
Thereby saving
attitude
the US
is exactly
auto
why
industry
dumb
from
fucks vote for policies that
obliteration,
harm
which
them.
is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car.
That shit makes me so mad.
And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico.
What did he say about
so
EV?
with all the
Electric
other things
vehicles?
He
happening
just
on
hates
our border,
EV. He's
and they're
like
being
gonna.
built by China to make cars
I don't know
and
what
to
he's
sell
gonna
them
do,
into
but
our
he
country.
keeps talking about how
no
EV's
tax,
gay.
No anything. The United
I wanna see
Auto
what Musk
Workers ought to
tweets
be
now.
ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world.
He
Think
wants
of it.
Sean
In the
Fain
world,
fired.
We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States.
It's crazy because Biden actually built a bunch of new EV manufacturing and battery manufacturing plants under the IRA.
And think
so
of it.
it's like wild that he's like, no, we gotta shutter those new factories.
Allies. They've taken
Fucking
advantage
idiot.
of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
You said it.
We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that.
Only we can do
plunder
that.
our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them.
Bro, he said this last time. He was president for 4 years. He didn't do shit.
Economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and
He
all
said
those
this, like,
hotels
when
that
he was
I saw
running
that
for
are so
president
nice.
last
I'm
time.
staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
The only American solution is tax cuts. There's no other solution. No increase in minimum wage.
I
just
got that
tax
by
cuts.
having dinner recently.
Decrease the minimum
in
wage because
Nevada, we're
employers will be
leading
like,
by
oh, you're
about
getting more
14
tips
points.
now.
Yeah. Good luck
Hello.
explaining that to Americans.
I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in
The reason why
Trump
the
building.
restaurant owners are clapping is because they're the ones who benefit from this. No tax on tips is, once again, explain to the working class that rely on tips as a good thing, when in fact it is just going to keep the minimum wages low, as low as physically
She
possible.
said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said very little cash is given. It's all put right on the
Dude, shut
check.
up, shut up,
And they
shut
come
up,
in and
shut
they
up,
take
shut
so
up.
much of our money. It's
Shut
just
up,
ridiculous.
chatter.
And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as
Stop
you know,
talking about how bleak things are and how I'm
88,000
actually
agents to
incredibly
go after 'em
privileged.
even more.
Okay, unless you're going to say it with your chest and say that you're going to vote for Donald Trump, I don't care.
And I said,
It's very
this shows the
frustrating to
level
cry
of
to me
my-
right now.
Most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let
You're
them
just
keep their money.
crying? Does it seem like
I'm
I
going
am?
to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in,
Maybe
they're
next
going to
time
be
he
on
loses
Social
and cries about it, you
Security,
can
Medicare,
storm the
and other
Capitol
things,
and get
you're
fucking
not
no-scope this
able
time.
to afford it. They
Okay,
are
Republicans?
destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper
Dumb fucks.
like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13, you have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much.
Everybody loves the idea of non-taxable tips and then hates paying 80% in the tip jar when it fucking comes down to it, because that's precisely what's going to happen.
It's our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders.
No, that doesn't make sense.
And I think everybody, as a Republican,
The wages will be even lower. Companies get away with paying less.
We want people
less wages. Currently,
come into our country.
The minimum wage for tippable positions is like $2 or some shit in most restaurants. They rely on tips to survive. Saying that those tips are not going to be taxed only gives further incentive to businesses to even keep those wages as low as possible. It's $2.25 an hour, $2.25 an hour right now.
On the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow.
A graph.
Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it.
He's funny.
But without that chart, I would not be here today.
So without immigrants, he wouldn't be here, is what he's saying.
Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down
about
asylum
COVID era.
fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally...
the COVID era, while he's also simultaneously talking about like gas prices being low, that's also COVID, which is one of the worst moments for many Americans.
The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place. to seal the border. I wanted to seal border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. So unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them.
Oh, it's because them cared less, so they waited an extra month.
We catch them and release them into Mexico.
Yeah, it must not have been COVID. It's all the undocumented migrants are a monolithic invading force.
Previous administration.
Good point, Chatter. I didn't think of
93
that.
executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Every part of this is just false. I don't even know how to address it.
Has anyone
It's
seen
just a lie.
Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are
Migrants are going to come and eat us.
because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough, rough, rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries,
He's talking
many
about
countries from all
Bukele?
over, I would be worse
No.
than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
Is he talking about El Salvador? Bukele's a right-wing darling now. He spoke at
We
CPAC.
become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No.
Oh, he is
They're down
saying-
because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America.
Oh, he's saying, yeah, he
This
is
is gonna
shitting
be
on
very
Bukele,
bad.
who is a right-wing darling now. He literally
And
spoke
bad
at
things are
a
going to happen.
Republican
and you're
convention
seeing it happen
recently.
all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower. from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now.
He talked about Operation Wetback, by the way. That's what he was talking about.
Mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a
In positive
37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally
That's what it was
raped and
called.
murdered while out on...
That's literally what it was called. Yes, Operation that word.
Murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country.
Bro, he's going to put concentration camps up 100%. There's no other way to do this. The operation I'm talking about right now, the Bracero program, literally had that, by the way. They had concentration camps.
Streets, we will help bring
mass deportation, 1.3 million migrant workers.
I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest. We were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. True. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing.
Bro, you came after Obama, though. Like, oh my God! Trump heads in the chat. Trump heads in the crowd.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq. Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly. So
it's
we
his
said
withdrawal plan that Biden continued on.
18 months.
And actually had political courage to follow through on.
So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him,
Biden didn't follow through, and it was his fault. Yes, he did. Shut the fuck up.
Again, you got to stop.
Who took him out of prison, dumbasses in the chat? He did. He's the one who sidestepped the puppet government of Afghanistan.
From long distance.
He's the one who fucking escorted him out of a fucking Pakistani prison to directly hand him the keys. You can have issues with that if you want, but he's the one who is responsible for that. Him and Mike Pompeo.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of
Yeah, bro, he calls you the Excellency because you took him out of prison.
Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me,
I think the reason why he's not saying Biden's name is because he's gearing up towards Biden being replaced. So he thinks it's a tactical misstep to just like call Biden out by name.
but he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban.
He's not that smart. Yes, he
18.
is. Yes, he is. He said Biden once and said he won't say it again.
And then we had
but the
that
reason why he
horrible
keeps
day
saying
where
this
soldiers
administration
were
fucked
killed. I
up,
was
whatever,
not
is
there
because
of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack, and they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up.
That's
And I
not
liked
why,
it, not
son.
because
Yes, it
of
is.
Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now.
They still talk.
We were keeping that.
He'll still say Biden every now and then, but like
And now
most
China
of this,
is likewise
most of this is
circling
directed at the
Taiwan and
administration,
Russian
this
warships
administration.
and
That's what he
nuclear
keeps saying
submarines
over and
are
over again.
operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba.
Why is someone clapping for that?
And that would not be stood for if it were
The
somebody
one guy
else.
that's
They
like
don't even
super
they
pro
don't
Russia
wanna
at the
mention it,
RNC.
but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
Israel already killed the hostages, bro. Give it up.
The years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started.
He
We had
literally
no
just said, we'll invade Gaza.
telephone call.
But he doesn't want wars.
I
He's
could
got
stop
no
wars
wars.
with just a telephone call.
I'm taking this shit off, bro. I can't.
Properly stated, it would never start. We
Made
will
my ear
replenish
too
our
warm.
military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them
Leaving
a
your
tremendous
butt plug in,
essentially
though?
what we used to call destroyers.
Good one, dude. Yeah.
These are now
What are you,
the most
12?
beautiful. They look like yachts. I said we have
Being
to take
like, yo,
the
you're
bow and
gay?
we have
You
to
think that's
make
like
it
a
little
fucking-
nicer and a little point
Yeah,
at
dude.
the
I
top
fucked your
instead
dad
of a
last
flat
night.
nose.
He loved it.
And the people
He
at
used
the
my dick as his butt plug.
is what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over
Dumbass
there.
hog.
And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to.
Dude, do you know how big America is?
Nothing can come and harm our people.
We already have
And again,
missile
From an
systems.
economic development standpoint,
That's so
we're going to make it all
stupid.
right here. No more sending it out to other
You
countries.
can't do
in order
Iron
to
Dome
help.
coverage over the
It's
entire
America
country.
First.
It's too massive.
America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will
I think
soon
this dumbass thinks it's a literal dome or
the
something.
cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
That goes hard at the RNC.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing
Is this
field.
weed legalization for old people?
They leave from
Yes.
Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars.
Wait,
they
he's
built
pro
8
AI? What?
chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And
Dude,
if you
the one good thing is that he's cooking Elon.
country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this,
He's just
and by the
cooking
way,
Elon
I'm
so
all for
hard
electric.
after Elon said
They
he's going to
have
give
their
him $45
application.
million a
But if
month.
somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America.
Oh my God, he went on
We
and
live
on
in a
so
world
long.
of miracles. None of us knows
People are
God's
starting to leave
plan
the
or
arena.
where
Well, it's their past their
life's
bedtime. They're
adventure will
old.
take us. I want to
They
thank
didn't want to see
Franklin
the
Graham for
they didn't
being
want to see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. That's why they left, I think. But you can get an uninterrupted experience
He
as
wrote
long
me a
as you
note
subscribe.
recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin.
AOC going to call for Joe to drop soon? No, she's not. You're fucking stupid if you think she's going to call for Joe Biden
It
to
is
drop
that
out
every
soon.
single
She's literally been glazing Joe Biden and demanding he stay in the race nonstop. Wrap it up, man. Come on.
We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little.
Bro, at least the fucking old man, anyway, man, can't talk for this long, so he just has to shut himself the fuck up. Holy shit.
And to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough.
He's still yapping, dude. It's not yap time, it's nap time.
Time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other,
yes,
our
Chad,
destiny will remain out of reach.
I saw.
And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that
agitated.
energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together.
I just despise Donald Trump so fucking much, and it's just like listening to him yap for 90 fucking minutes is like brought me back to an era in my life where
And remember the word.
it's like a couple of the hogs that came in here to be like, no, dude, actually, like, fucking lowering tax rates is good for me. And then it's just like, it broke my brain again.
And defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many.
But you're not really listening to him? No, I am. I've listened to him more than you have, trust me.
A dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people, and we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people.
He does not stop yapping. It's crazy.
And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, so beautiful American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership.
He broke his own record, bro.
For your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down.
Yes, what I care about is not what Trump is saying. What Trump is saying is the same old boilerplate bullshit that he's said a million times over that we've heard in his fucking rallies, but this time he's not calling Joe Sleepy Joe.
Longer.
What I care about is how CNN and all these fucking dipshits are going to analyze the speech. Are they going to say it's presidential? Are they actually going to have smoke for him? That will determine what the rest of the country, not those who are dialed in, not the fucking RNC who's like obviously going to love this yap fest, But the actual people, the people in the margins, the moderates, the independents, like, how will they interpret this speech? Will they get to see the entire depth of the speech? Will they get to see the fucking anti-immigrant sentiment?
Nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us.
If CNN glazes him and says he united the party or whatever and didn't take pot shots at Biden, then a lot of people are going to get a very different perspective from this speech that is.
Destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and
Dude was almost
wonderful
killed. You don't think he
tomorrows
deserves
that
an
our
extended
people
speech? Fuck no.
So truly deserve.
What? I don't give a shit, dude.
America's
What?
Future.
What kind of baby shit nonsense
better,
is this? Oh, he was
bolder,
almost
brighter,
killed. He
happier,
deserves an extended
stronger,
speech.
Freer, greater.
What are
and
you?
more
What is he? Your best
united
friend? He
than
was a fucking
ever
former president.
before.
Yeah, he needs more than 90 minutes to talk about how immigrants are rapists and have killed 1 billion Americans, dude. You're right. I can't get enough.
And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much.
I won't tell you what he deserves.
Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, this dumb fuck. Oh my God, what an awful speech. Oh my God, it was so fucking boring. I almost like ripped my eyeballs out. Not only was it incredibly fucking annoying, but it brought back some of the worst type of Republicans into this community. I know I was like very excited at the prospect of having hogs in here every now and then, but I had forgotten how absolutely nutty and how absolutely unimaginably stupid hogs can get. Like literally in the chat advocating for oh God, that was weird. Okay. Advocating for tax cuts for themselves, not realizing that that actually is the reason why nothing is funded in this fucking country and that they will get nothing out of those tax cuts. That, you know, it's just a way to further erode the limited amount of social safety nets that Americans already have. And then not only that, but then also on top of that, there were like actual fucking long-term community subscribers being like, well, actually, tax cuts are good. You don't understand. That guy's not a dumb fucking hog who's like who's defending how wonderful it'll be for them to get tax cuts and for you to get tax cuts. But instead, it's actually that person actually is like coming at it from a point of like addressing your privilege. That's the dumbest thing. Because when I see my own community members get duped by like virtually the dumbest person, virtually the dumbest type of person, a dude with a Honda Civic, a busted 1994 Honda Civic who thinks that's a fucking asset, who thinks he owns private property, who thinks like these policies are helping them, advocate against their best interest, advocate against anything that could help them potentially, and then have my own community members turn around and also go, no, that guy, hold on, he has a point actually, is just, it just makes me go insane. Okay? Yeah, dude, you're right. Raytheon needs another fucking 10% corporate tax cut. You're right. They're so wonderful. They're so brilliant. Big Pharma needs another 10% tax cut. That'll certainly improve the American economy. It's just like one of the things that is genuinely one of the most devastating policies of Donald Trump's administration. So when people turn around and like advocate for it as though it helped them, it makes me shut down completely. Like it breaks my brain a little bit. Like even an animal knows what's best for them. You know what I mean? Like a feral animal knows that they need shelter, knows that they need food, knows where they can get food, knows what to avoid, you know, knows to avoid humans. You are worse than a feral animal in that situation while simultaneously thinking that you're brilliant, you know? When you're like, no, I'm going to vote for rich people to literally deregulate the economy and get more tax breaks. This is before we talk about the 90 plus minutes that he spent talking about how undocumented migrants have killed billions of Americans, okay? Millions of Americans, billions of Americans. Every American has died. There was a mass genocide in America because Mexicans came over the border and killed everybody. He said at a certain point, hundreds of thousands of Americans have been killed by migrants. That's what he said. Brother, you're literally ignoring what tip workers are feeling right now and how this economy feels for us. Not being taxed 50% on tips would be amazing. Is it against our long-term best interest? Yes. Does it help me now? Yes. He's going to win. He's going to win. He's going to win. No, he's going to win 100%. That's exactly the type of policy that like every American immediately cuts through. He's going to win 100%. The real solution to wage workers in the service sector is to improve minimum wage. It's not to fix the problem by trying to cut taxes on tips. It's just like, it's... Anyway. Biggest issue with hogs, too, that my grandpa used to say is sometimes you got to think with your head, not with your pocketbook. And that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about the cuts on the tips. Like, I'm not even talking about that when I talk about tax breaks. That's just a talking point for him. Okay? What he actually wants to do is cut the corporate tax rate even further, which is insane. It's just like everybody fucking complains about how bad tipping has become without recognizing that there's a reason why in Europe, for example, there is no tipping culture. That's because wages do not come from tips. That's because people are not constantly in a fucking knife fight.
Vulnerable families, low-income families can get access to solar and battery backups.
You don't have to be servile to ensure that you can get like some kind of. You don't have to behave like a servile robot to ensure that you get your pay secured. Your pay should be secured.
Because the trauma after Maria has just been so astronomical, and Luma is horrible, and people need to have backups or alternatives to a centralized fossil fuel energy grid. But that's an aside. That's what I'm here for in terms of work.
I can't hide that.
I'm here because I want to talk to you all about all of this craziness that you see in the media about Joe Biden.
HasanAbi doesn't tip because you're a broke boy and he's rich. Deal with it. That's not true.
Ripping the Band-Aid off.
Like, why are you fantasizing about me not tipping?
I think that it's really important.
What kind of fucking dumb shit is this? You just have run completely out of arguments. So you're just like now assuming that I don't do this.
I feel like there has
I never complain about tipping. I see it for what it is.
Going on about this, and that people have not been getting told the full story here. And I want to put all my cards out on the table because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm telling you that as who I am. I do not have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going on, but I believe that you all deserve to know what I see in this moment as I see it. And I'm gonna take you through my thinking, and if you disagree with it, and if you think it's terrible, and if you think I'm wrong, that's fine, but I at least want you to know what I see, and we can all come to our own conclusions. All right? So let's get into it. We saw, 2-3 weeks ago now, the president debated Donald Trump. And that debate sucked, okay? It sucked for everybody. Donald Trump sucked. Joe Biden didn't do well, to say the least. And it was just like not great. I think, to be very frank, it pretty closely captured what I think a lot of the mood in the country is right now, which is that people don't love where we're at. They don't love our options. A lot of people don't love that we have the same exact matchup all over again, which is to say that the debate didn't change much at all. It didn't really change a lot in terms of people's perceptions, in terms of where the electorate is at. And going into the debate, I'm pretty sure a lot of people knew that the president is old. The president is very old. Donald Trump is also very old and a racist and a neo-Nazi. But anyways, I'm not even going to talk about Trump right now. So we knew that.
I gotta pee.
And I feel like people knew that coming out of it. Now, what we also saw, and what I've seen, is that a lot of people who follow politics, a lot that I've noticed of kind of this like class of people above, I shouldn't say above, but like separate from voters. Like, we all know we live in this country. There's voters, and then there's people with power, and there's people with a lot of money, and there's people with a lot of influence. And in the country that we live in, we have everyday people, and we have voters, and we have government, and then you kind of have this class of people in between, from pundits and media and wealthy people and donors and organization leaders and whatever, and they kind of occupy this space in between. Oh, look at that. They kind of occupy this space in between voters and the policies that we get. And a lot of times that's why government sucks, right? Like, because lobbyists are there and whatever's happening. Anyways, so the debate happens, it doesn't go well. And then all of a sudden afterwards, you get a lot of people in this strata. And I'm not here to dismiss if you think, for example, if you are of the opinion that Joe Biden should be replaced as a nominee, I'm not here to attack you on that. I'm not here to like whatever, but I just want you to know what I'm seeing. And this group of people, right? Like, if you believed this before, that didn't change anything. What changed was this class of people after that debate. Fine, valid. Now, what I am concerned by when it comes to this case is that they are, the case for this is about polling. Like, there's someone here in the chat, right? He's behind in every swing state. This isn't an argument. Others may be polling better, etc. I think that
don't read the chat.
This is the case that's being laid out, right? It is about the polling. It's about the data. And again, I'm not here to dismiss people. And I think it's very important to say that. And I think it's very important to say in general.
I'm eating a protein Pop-Tart.
I'm not here to question or attack the motives of people's, regardless of their position on this. Like, I think what is motivating I'm sorry why these things keep popping up. I don't know why. I think what is legitimately motivating a lot of people in this conversation is that everybody is terrified of a Trump presidency. And everybody wants to do everything and anything possible to prevent that from happening. And I think that regardless of your position on that, I think an overwhelming amount of people are motivated by that. And we are in an age and in a digital culture where people have gotten way too comfortable and gotten way too reflexive in this habit of anyone who doesn't agree with me is stupid, or everyone who doesn't agree with me doesn't see the full landscape of things, or anyone who doesn't agree with me is a bad person or lazy or corrupt or whatever. And I legitimately believe that this is a situation where a lot of people are motivated by very shared goals and may look at the landscape of things and come to different
Like Hasan.
So I want to say that.
Out of everyone in the media ecosystem, I've been incredibly charitable and understanding to their decisions and their motivations, and I was right as to why they made these decisions.
Players, etc., started to waver after the debate, and they're looking at the polling and they're looking at the performance and they're saying
I don't agree with,
and they're saying we need to jump ship.
I don't agree with the energy that they place in defending Biden.
I think there's a couple of things there, but let's say you're convinced by that argument. I'm not entirely, by the way, because I have not seen the fully laid out bulletproof data case. It's also July, but I totally can concede that a person very invested can have all these counterpoints to that. Now, to me, like brass tacks, when I think about the case in terms of supporting a Joe Biden presidency or being okay with Joe Biden continuing to be the nominee, I'm looking at a watch, and I'm looking at a clock, and I'm looking at a calendar. And I think that if people want to have this conversation 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago, it's a very different landscape of logistics. Every single person, I shouldn't say every single person, I'm going to say in this class of people that you see coming out now, right? If you're an everyday person that has this opinion, I'm not coming for you. But this whole class of people who are coming with this other opinion now have supported the president the entire time. And many of those people are the same people who closed ranks around anybody who even wanted to raise this conversation a year ago. Fine. But we need to me, like, I'm looking at a lot of different things. And I want to communicate some things, even if you don't, particularly the case for even if you don't support the president continuing as the nominee on substance, merits, policy, etc.
You're saying she's afraid, right? And it's far too late to swap out Biden.
What day is it right now? July 17th? I've been working like a bunch. So I think today is July 17th. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments if it's not. But the point is, even when this conversation was like really kicking up, July 13th, I think people need to understand the reality and the gravity of what these people are proposing. And I'm not saying this is all a reason not to do it, but I do think that people are talking about this without having two eyes wide open as to what this really means. The Democratic Convention is
not a good angle to defend it from.
4 weeks or so. The state of Ohio has legal ballot access issues that require a name to be enrolled and certified on their ballot even before.
This is not a good angle to talk. There is no good angle. You're right, but this is absolutely the worst possible angle to bring up. Ohio's not a real issue. I can't believe she's saying this.
And they say, oh, well, that's not really true because they actually passed this other law that allows the deadline to change. That law that allowed that deadline to quote unquote change also gets enacted and enrolled something like 60 or 90 days after passage, which now puts us in a legal gray zone. So whether you think it's
Yeah, the state of Ohio is not going to effectively remove a presidential candidate from the ballot. Like that is one of the most insane arguments of all time. No, I don't agree with that. And I don't believe that. It's not. No, this is like the DNC chair speaking right now.
Will be possible. And so for us, I want us to, like, opening this conversation, I think it's important for us to consider the stakes, okay? Before you even get into the merits, talk about the stakes. If this is even something that can be opened, right? And what we know is that we can virtually guarantee.
Chatters are so ridiculous saying Ohio doesn't matter electorally. There's still millions of votes across the board. Like for the general election, there's also down ballot races. Can you guys stop saying Ohio doesn't matter? Like, what if the president's not on the ballot? Like, that's an insane fucking conversation to be having. Okay? And it's not one that you have to have because it's not a real fucking argument.
Is counted out, but I am saying that's what's at the table. And guess what? Republicans, they mount that legal challenge. The possibility of our elections being decided by a Supreme Court ruling skyrocket. Okay? I'm not here to use fear. I'm not saying this to use fear to dissuade people out of their position. But I need us to understand the stakes. Okay? And that's point number one. Like, I can tell you that I have been, and I want to tell you also why I'm telling you this, is because the last 2 or 3 weeks of members of Congress or quote unquote Democratic
There's no 8/7 deadline. You're making that up. Ohio passed legislation so that whomever nominated at the Democratic convention will be on the November ballot.
Filters. How did a filter get on here? Oh my God.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's crazy.
I turned off. Sorry, guys.
Like, please, guys, think critically for a moment. Like, you think like a state is going to be able to just like casually decide that they're not going to have one of the 2 major party candidates on the ballot? That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. What happens if the fucking president dies? Like, what happens? You understand that, right? This has happened before, like when candidates have died in the past. Not until recently did the American Democratic Party decide on who the fucking presidential candidate is before the convention anyway. And even now, we do not decide who the president is, who the presidential candidate is before the convention. That's ridiculous. Okay? Yeah, too late. Election over. Think, guys. Think. Okay? Like, please, 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 think.
Who have been giving little anonymous quotes to the press, to some journalists, to print. And I'm not here to knock the press on it. I'm here to knock my colleagues on it. Because to me, I think that's, and I'm sorry I'm going to say it because it's after midnight, that's bullshit. Like, if you have an opinion,
Why do you keep
say
saying
it with
that?
your chest and say it in public. But the idea that you are an elected official and you are supposed to be responsible for a community.
I think the real reason why they're not out and outspoken is because they don't want to penetrate the sense that most Americans still have that the Democratic Party is not led by a vindictive, malicious, spiteful, demented old man. That's the real reason. I think they understand. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Nancy Pelosi and I disagree with AOC. Nancy Pelosi is right. Her instincts are correct. She is the person who understands the situation in front of us. If you are outwardly constantly ripping into Biden, the entire party is constantly ripping into Biden and Biden still refuses to drop, it's over. It's like, it looks like a total clown show. It already kind of looks like a total clown show. And the worst part is AOC probably might get her wishes in terms of like Democrats being openly contentious to Biden's reelection chances in broad daylight. Because after this weekend is over, if Biden is like, no, I'm not dropping down, I'm not dropping, then more Democrats are probably going to come out and
Leave.
speak.
Like, that is so garbage. That is such a fundamental lack of leadership. And I don't care what party you're from. Like, just leave. Like, just go work for a lobbyist. Go cash in on Wall Street if that's what you feel. Like, why keep that seat warm? This job.
I told you guys that she wasn't going to change her stances on Joe Biden, and that's why I think this speech is not important to listen to. That's why I don't think it's a good speech to give. I just don't understand the reasoning for it.
Number two, I don't think people understand what it takes in terms of running a presidential campaign. And I'm going to say what a lot of these folks aren't saying. I'm just going to say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken. And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket. Am I here to guarantee that that is what is going to happen, or that is what will happen? I can't tell you that because as we all know, politics is insane.
It's really bad to break caucus like this, by the way. I think she's like, again, the Democratic Party, at least the caucuses within the Democratic Party in the House and the Senate are, in terms of like communicating their desires to Biden, pretty much unified on this front. The Progressive Caucus is one of the few instances, one of the few groups that is not.
If anybody is the nominee, we're definitely going to win. Okay? And I understand where we want to talk about hedging bets, but I do want you to know what gets uncorked. Because if you think that's going to be an easy transition, I'm here to tell you.
I've told you guys why I think AOC is backing Biden so hard. I think that their calculation is that Biden is going to enact their policy agenda, which, you know, there is no proof that will happen. There's only proof that will not happen. And I think that's the reason why they are so hardcore riding with Biden. He's not going to do that.
Do not take that outcome for granted. It may make sense to you. It may be sorry, guys. I don't know why this keeps happening.
After that horrendous treat Trump gave, how could you still push this abandoned Biden crap? It's not working, dog. You're relying on polls, which are obviously wrong. And said polls have all your favorite alternatives in a much worse position. Yeah, okay.
And so,
yeah, once again, we found ourselves with the only candidate being Joe Biden, who's 800 years old, but somehow, simultaneously, while 75% of Americans want him to get off the ticket, 67% of Democrats want him to get off the ticket. Actually, no, that everyone secretly wants him to be on the ticket.
Their behinds off, and there is a war chest of at least $100 million prepared for the general election. If there is a new Democratic nominee, that money cannot be transferred. Okay? I'm just like...
Again, Kamala Harris... No, that's not true. And also, it's doubly not true for Kamala Harris.
Top of the ticket to...
These are all the same talking points that we've addressed a million times over. This is like Joe Scarborough talking points. This is Morning Joe. This is the DNC chair. That's it. I don't know why she's like coming out like this and defending Joe Biden when this is like all of these talking points have gone out. People have brought this. People have brought this up many times over. Hello. Hi. Hi, ma'am.
What are the risks of this going to the Supreme Court?
Like, what are you doing? Why are you still live?
Here to like assert any major thing. If y'all want to come with the receipts in the comments, that's fine. But what I can tell you is that I have stood up in rooms of folks making these decisions, and I have raised these questions, and no one had an answer for me. Maybe they have an answer now. I don't know. No one's gotten back to me.
Hello.
But
What do you want?
hello, like
You want to hang out?
nobody responded.
You wanna hang
Nobody
out?
has responded to me. And I'm not talking about some pundit with a column in a newspaper saying theoretically it's possible. I'm talking about the lawyers. I'm talking about the legislatures. I'm not talking about here's how an open convention would go down. I'm talking about people whose job it is to look at the letter of the law and the letter of many different states' state laws and take a look at this, okay? So while I understand the case that some folks may be making from a theoretical perspective and from even maybe, I don't know, a polling perspective, I'm here to also, like, as a person who is responsible for executing decisions and not just opining on them, I can tell you that I have not seen, I don't know why the fireworks keep going off, I have not seen the plan. And when a convention is in 4-ish weeks, when Michigan has to finalize their ballot 2 days after the convention concludes, which, mind you, you have an open convention. The convention could then go on for days if you have a bunch of nominees. And then before you know it, you blow past the Michigan deadline if you don't have a nominee in 2 days or whenever it may be. And then the legal problems start to mount, okay? And so I am concerned about the lack of thought that I have seen from the individuals that would be responsible for executing on this, okay? And so, like, that is before the fact that, you know, people want to talk about polling. I'm not here to tell you, like, polling is amazing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if there was a candidate that the polling was like a slam dunk on, maybe all this would be going down differently right now. But there is no safe option. There's no safe option. And I think given the stakes of this moment, we all want to run to safety and we want to run to the sure thing.
Josh Shapiro outperforms every fucking Democratic Party nominee in the state of Pennsylvania by like 10 points. One must ask the question, why? Do I think Josh Shapiro be good on the ticket? No, I don't. Do I think he'd be the best candidate? No. But why is he outperforming in Pennsylvania by like 10 points? Just like Whitmer is outperforming by 10 points in her own state, even larger margins, because they have name recognition and a proven track record of success in their own states, especially with Gretchen Whitmer. The point is, whoever comes after polls currently, when there is limbo, when there's chaos about who is going to be the next candidate, is not going to actually adequately reflect how well they perform. There's never a moment where that happens. That only happens in the fucking primaries when there's actually multiple candidates. Okay? The reason why I brought up Josh Shapiro is because he doesn't do well. He doesn't do well across the board, but he does phenomenally well in a state where people know him, in a state where he is the governor, in a state where he won an election. The point is, whoever the ticket is and how they perform will rely on the post announcement, okay? Will rely on what happens after the ticket is swapped out, looking at the polls currently and being like, well, at a time when like Joe Biden is the candidate, the fact that there's like all these other candidates who aren't performing that well, that's silly. Of course it's not going to work like that.
Wants, like, if you are the kind of politician that wants,
I think Hasan
genuinely
should
wants
run
to
for
be president,
president. Thanks, Gideon.
a lot of those folks don't want that. They don't want to be shooed in 8 weeks before an election starts. Because let me tell you something. People think this election is in November. The convention is in 4 weeks, and early ballots go out. The first early ballots in this country go out 4 weeks after that. This election is not in November. It's in September. It's in the end of September. It's in early October. And so we're almost in August. So I think we need to sit with the stakes, with the reality. And if you come to the same conclusion, fine. But I'm not seeing enough discussion. And I also don't want people to take for granted that the people in these rooms, like, totally for sure 10,000% have a plan. Maybe somebody does and they're not sharing it. That's also a possibility. I'm not here to knock on anybody that has come to a different conclusion. What I'm here to say is that as a person responsible for coming to a conclusion, I have not seen what I need to see to substantiate.
Someone said this should have been a tweet, and I agree. I wish she didn't do this and instead just tweeted out her opinions.
What I will say is what upsets me is people saying we will lose. For me, I don't care who, to a certain extent, I don't care what name is on there. We are not losing. I don't know about you, but my community does not have the option to lose. My community,
Yeah, that's precisely the reason why people are advocating to get Biden to drop out.
accepting loss in July of an
AOC is
election
addicted to content, can't get off that live stream
Like,
crack. This is on you. I did not do this.
My people are the first ones deported. They're the first ones put in Rikers.
Do not blame me for
They're
this.
the first ones whose families are killed by war. And this is horrific. I'm not here to like say everything is amazing.
She's an adult.
Okay? I'm not here to say that like, oh, you know, to lie to people. What I am here to say is that we
That's the funniest part of this process is that like the people like, do we think Nancy Pelosi wants Trump to win? Like that's what it is. It's like Nancy Pelosi secretly knows that like Joe Biden is too good of a candidate and was like, oh man, I'm really invested in Donald Trump winning. Or do we think that Nancy Pelosi, in spite of her comfortable seat when Donald Trump was winning in terms of like raising money and not being in position of power, there is something that has genuinely freaked out the Democratic Party and the people in the highest position of power within the Democratic Party, establishment Democrats that are looking at the writing on the wall and going, I feel like our chances of winning this election is far worse with an old man where the entire conversation is going to revolve around how old he is and how his brain is not working as well as he used to. Like, this is a person who has dedicated her entire fucking life to the Democratic Party. Like it or hate it, she knows how to whip votes. Like it or hate it, I've always openly admitted that Nancy Pelosi, the reason why I don't like her is because she's good at her job. Okay? She's good at her job and she's ideologically minded and she fucking loves the Democrats. She's a ride or die Democratic Party senior. She's dedicated her whole life. She's dedicated her whole life to the Democratic Party. She's very good at fundraising and she's very good at whipping. It's just, yeah, she's retired right now. And she basically came back as Speaker Emeritus for this. Specifically for this. I don't know. I just don't think that Nancy Pelosi, I don't think that like me and Nancy Pelosi have the same worldview at all. But on the issue of ensuring that Donald Trump doesn't win re-election and recognizing that Joe Biden is the guy that is not going to be able to unseat Donald Trump, we're in agreement.
primary, if not the entire city of New York, perhaps the entire state of New York. And so, you know, people may poo-poo where I'm from. I can't change where I'm from. What I can say is that I run a campaign that's not based on big dollar donors. That's not my information input. I run a campaign that is not, surprisingly, like entirely dependent on the internet. It's dependent on the streets, and it's dependent on presence on the ground.
I think she's mad at a lot of the left commentators, probably myself included, that have been very critical of her decisions here. If you told me with no context a year ago that you would agree with Pelosi over AOC, I'd say you were mad, but I agree AOC's wrong. Yeah. I think that's what it is.
It doesn't matter. But what matters is that what I'm seeing here.
Hank Green commented, here's the thing, we need to elect the president. We're looking with our eyes at a guy who doesn't look like he's up to the task of campaigning. Yeah. Damn.
Litigation among a certain class and conversation is concerning to me. And again, I'm not here to dismiss everyday people that have this opinion. What I'm saying is like the mechanisms with which this,
like the everyday people are what, like all the polls are wrong. Everyone I talk to is wrong. You know what I mean? Virtually every single person I've talked to, all the polls I've seen, everyone is saying the exact same thing, that Biden is too old and he can't do the job. I've been saying this for a very long time, right? But you know who's right? Joe Scarborough until yesterday, because this morning Joe Scarborough also is saying Biden probably needs to do the right thing. Joe Scarborough and like 8 people and 4 of the Progressive Caucus members, beyond this unique selection of like a handful of people, okay? Not even 2 hands, just one handful of people. Everyone that's saying like Joe Biden's too old is wrong.
Rich people think. What I care about is about what the working class thinks. And like what a lot of people not on social media think, to be honest. And social media is important. It is incredibly important. But we need a full input of data. And for example, whether you like it or not, whether you may think whatever you may think about it, Joe Biden kind of like stomps with older people, like electorally, which is
majority of chat is very malleable and listens to people and parrots your talking points. You are part of the problem in her eyes. You're listening to people like Nate Silver instead of what she has talked about from the inside. Do I believe that the Democratic Party is absolutely unimaginably incompetent and don't have their ducks in order in terms of like a swift transition? Absolutely. Okay. But she also has brought up certain points that are just objectively untrue. So I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, do you want me to sit around and be like, no, actually, you're right. The Ohio ballot considerations are valid. They're not. They literally are not valid. There is no world in which like a state like Ohio just gets to fucking purge one half of the ticket. Like, that's not a real thing. That's just, we're not living in that alternative reality. Okay?
What have you, supports another path, go ahead, like make that. But this idea that we're just
She's not saying the old people are Biden or buses. They're not.
theoretically is best. This is not 2023.
You say objectively, but she has lawyers and others telling her that there is not. No, that's ridiculous, dude.
Media from people like members of Congress saying things off the record. Like,
I think the reason why they're saying it off the record is in order to get Biden to hear the message.
This is what it is. But what I am here to tell you is some of the red alerts that I'm seeing on the dashboard in terms of things, concerns that I have not seen adequately addressed. And, you know, like, oh man, like, you're a neo-lib, sellout, careerist. Like, but I mean, if I were here to sell out, I'd be making, there are much more profitable and peaceful ways.
Yeah, I don't think she's a sellout or a neo-lib, by the way. I've never said that. As a matter of fact, I've yelled at chat who's currently still saying that. No, I think that they have made a bet, and I think that their bet is it's win-win for them as it stands, but they don't need to go this far. She's talking like there is just no way in the world that Biden drops out.
We need to look at what date it is and what time it is. And also, like, again, I also think that there's certain things about Joe Biden that, again, I'm not here to dismiss people's concerns, but I also think there are certain things about Joe Biden as a candidate and as a person that people often conflate with other issues. For example, he had the debate that he had. That debate had no people. There was no audience. It was like cameras and two pundits and the president and former President Trump.
So he got spooked?
And then people went the next day and they saw that he did amazing the day he did a rally, I believe in North Carolina, and he did a rally the day after, and it went super, super well.
No.
You have to understand, like, these people are human beings, and from what I assess, Joe Biden needs the energy of people around him. And
what?
He just did a rally in Detroit, and when he's around thousands of people, that is how he resonates. And again, I'm not here to, like,
He's reading a teleprompter at the rally.
Me over the coals. Trust me, if I was trying to do something that was like that I think was like calculatingly the best for me, I would not be on this live right now. You know, like, it's just easy to just hang back. But
I agree.
The reason I'm doing
she did that.
is because I care about the future of this country. I care about the outcome of this election profoundly and deeply, just like all of you. And as a person that is invested in our success, I feel like I would regret not raising some of these matters that I feel are not
I really wish she had not done this.
Appropriate consideration. And it kind of bums me out because the vast majority of people.
But I guess that the fact that she's this gung-ho about Biden implies that Biden might not drop out.
Who are following this conversation think. And
like, look at this fucking idiot. Hasan is beefing with you on stream. No, I'm not.
To himself,
dumb fuck.
That's on him. But
bro, people are so weird. Like, they're literally fucking so parasocial, where they try to like make drama between me, a political commentator, and a fucking sitting representative of the United States Congress. Like, Twitch chatters have this very weird brain where they just like cannot in any way, shape, or form operate in a normal way. They have to do this thing where they think that they're like fucking puppet masters or something. You are literally lolcow freaks if you behave like this, okay?
A knock or anything like that. But like, my job every day is, I'm like being so for real right now. It's not watching TV. It's not obsessing over polls. Like, I'm telling you, I was just telling you at the beginning of this, like, I've been in Puerto Rico for several days. Like, I'm trying to install solar panels in people who make
your sense of popularity is skewed because you're present on the internet. It's like when people said Andrew Tate could influence elections.
And trying to make sure
I'm
that,
saying
like,
the
they
exact
keep their
opposite,
oxygen
dumbass.
on.
I'm saying I'm not popular. And I should have no sway on this.
A lot of that stuff is what is consuming the vast majority of my time. I'm not seeing things that other people see, and other people are not seeing things that I'm seeing. And so I'm not here to like have a debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to say that anybody is wrong with a capital W. What I'm just humbly trying to do is just contribute some of these concerns, because it's real.
We're all worried about the upcoming election. That's the reason why people are saying Joe Biden should drop out.
Risk. And maybe I'm wrong. But one thing I get very concerned about is this presidential election being decided by Clarence Thomas in a Supreme Court instead of the American people. And that's already happened once in our history. And that's how George Bush became president. And so the idea that that's not something that would happen, like, let's not dismiss that possibility so readily. And maybe I'm being too risk averse. Maybe I'm not seeing what other people are seeing. I leave space for that. And like, whatever. Like, maybe I'm taking a big L, but you know,
my expectation is not for AOC and the Progressive Caucus to come out and make bold declarative statements about Joe Biden's age. My expectation is that they just like take a back seat to the conversation that's already happening and not go so balls to the wall writing for like a deeply unpopular candidate that 65% of the Democratic voter base, according to latest polls, says must be replaced. Like, most of those people will still vote for Joe Biden. But the problem is those margins are getting slimmer and slimmer. And whoever is and those guys are all not Biden or busters. Those guys are all ride or die, vote blue no matter who guys, okay? And my point is, any other candidate that comes after, especially someone like Kamala, especially with a decent media campaign beyond it, it's not a risky move. It is a risky move to keep going with Biden, knowing full well that the situation is going to look even worse from here on out. You cannot carry the Trump resentment into another electoral victory when the other side is demonstrably incompetent, okay? Everybody understands that Donald Trump is already a deeply unpopular candidate. But remember, 2020 and 2016, Donald Trump was not winning in the polls. 2016, he won in the end. 2020, he lost. But he was never up in the polls. Right now, he is up in the polls against Joe Biden. Okay?
that is not something that just goes automatically to any Democrat, as we've seen this week. And whether it's right or wrong, these endorsement processes for unions take weeks. If you're going at a breakneck pace, and they don't go to just whoever the Democrat is. And like, I think sometimes like the theory of how labor aligns itself politically versus the reality of it and the process of it, it's like not a slam dunk. It's not super easy.
How the fuck aren't you recognizing that Joe has so many months to win on the polls? Dude, Joe Biden is not a random fucking entity, dude. Joe Biden is the president currently. What are you talking about? He's not some newcomer to the fucking race. Oh, he's got 4 months. He can like change it. What are you talking about? This has to be debate for the top of the hour ad break, right? There's no shot. There's no fucking shot that this person is unironically advocating for this.
I know all the points that I'm making.
Like, he's the fucking incumbent, big dog. What do you mean? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and there's no incumbent advantage for you, just like there's no incumbent advantage for Joe Biden. As it stands, here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'm so fucking tired and so angry.
Job to get these things, and I have confronted and lived.
How do you refute her point about the court and finances? I don't fully agree with her, but I find this argument somewhat compelling as a risk conversation. It's just demonstrably untrue. All of the money directly goes into Kamala Harris if Kamala Harris is at the top of the ticket. That's number one. Number two, even if Kamala Harris is not at the top of the ticket, you can still take the $100 million and put it into a fucking super PAC. DNC will control the money regardless. So you're wrong on that front as well. What are we talking about? We live in the United States of America. This is one of the most corrupt. This is the country where you can have unlimited funds, go wherever the fuck you want. Okay? There are restrictions, or rather, lack of restrictions, specifically designed in this process by way of super PACs or by directly through the DNC. And as far as the courts goes, it's objectively ridiculous and untrue. Ohio has already said that they would obviously wait for the convention to put whoever the nominee is on the ballot. There's no world where you can, as a state, decide that you're simply not going to put whoever the fuck is supposed to be the presidential candidate before the goddamn convention, before the official declaration of the nomination, as not on the ballot. Like, you can't do that. That's not a thing you can do. They couldn't do that to Trump either. And I said it back then when people were like, oh well, in the Supreme Court, like, or not in the Supreme Court, sorry, like state Supreme Courts have decided that they can take Trump off the ticket because he's a criminal. It's like, no, that's not how this works. You can't fucking do that. What's your argument to a point that centrist Dems want to remove Biden and just kill the Democratic ticket in general? No, that's unhinged. I don't think that they want that. There might be some people that want that in the Democratic Party, but I doubt that there's like a significant amount of people who are just like, let's just YOLO this fucking race. Because if they wanted to just YOLO this race, then they would just keep riding with Biden. Like, because Biden's chances look pretty bad. So what is more likely? You think like the Democrats are secretly doing this plot to like destroy Biden's chances of re-election because he's like very likely to win re-election and they just want Donald Trump to win again? Is that what you think is going on? The entirety of the Democratic establishment is doing that. Biden himself is a member of the Democratic establishment. He was the hand-picked candidate of the Democratic establishment. What happened? Do you think it's just like he's too progressive? He's too bold? His bitch too bad? His weed too loud? Is that the reason? That's a ridiculous assessment.
You know, I just think that there's a lot under the hood here that people have not fully considered. And when it comes to polling, like no other, on the flip side, just as something, and again, I could be wrong on this. You can argue about polling all day.
Like, I would believe this if Bernie was currently the president, okay? If Bernie Sanders was currently the president and not Joe Biden, and the Democratic establishment came out of the gate swinging, being like, he's old, and Bernie was like showing signs of age, for example, maybe not even to the same degree as Joe Biden, but even then, okay? If they were saying that about about Bernie Sanders, there's an argument to be made there that the establishment Democrats want Trump to win and not Bernie to win because they don't want this to be Bernie's party, okay? They already did that. They rat fucked Bernie in the primaries already. But they're not doing that to Joe Biden, okay? The only reason why they're doing that to Joe Biden, who is a empty vessel for whatever the Democratic Party's policy positions are across the board. The guy who literally gave Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin a bipartisan bill, who then repaid the favor by dropping the Democratic Party altogether. Both of those people are dropping the Democratic Party altogether. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy is too bold and too progressive for the establishment Dems that they would rather have Trump over him? Or do you guys think that he is the ride or die establishment candidate, but because he's getting so fucking old that all of these people that are constantly spending time with him around him and in his orbit legitimately worried about his chances of winning re-election? I thought you were a liberal. Are you a Republican? He's a third more sinister thing. Yeah. I'm something different. I'm something that you never even heard of. Something that you've never even thought of. Oh my God, Mark Kelly's the perfect replacement candidate. Mark Kelly isn't bad, but the perfect replacement candidate is the easiest one, and that is still Kamala Harris, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm done with this. I don't want to listen to it any further. It is pretty funny that people think that, like, because I want Biden to step aside and actually put forward a stronger candidate for the Democratic Party so the Democratic Party could defeat Donald Trump is me being a Republican. Anyway, Biden's response to the Trump speech seems like he's doubling down. No, he's not. He's fucking sleeping right now. He has COVID, chat. Don't be ridiculous. Tonight, Donald Trump rambled on for President Biden is running a different vision. He's running for an America we defend, democracy, yada, yada, yada. Okay. No one thinks that the people who say that don't have the brain capacity to critically think, so they just resort to name calling. Do you think Harris is the worst candidate? No, I don't think Kamala Harris is a worse candidate than Joe Biden. I do not think Kamala Harris is a worse candidate than Joe Biden. Anyway, I'll do a lot more analysis over Donald Trump's speech and over the final day of the RNC, and also pay close attention to whether or not Biden is going to drop out. AOC's knee-jerk reaction to switching nominees just because the donors say we should is stupid. No, like people turning around and making it seem like this is the donors that want Joe Biden out for like some secret reason, and not one that they've like openly said what it is, are missing the forest for the trees. The only reason why donors' voices are heard in this circumstance is because donors are the only people the Democratic Party give a shit about. You think I fucking care about what the donors think? No. They do, though. The Democrats do. Hello? What are we talking about? There would be no conversations of fucking donors. It would be illegal to do this kind of political... it should be illegal to have this kind of influence over politics. It is patently undemocratic. The only reason why we spend any time talking about it, however, is because that's what the Democrats give a shit about. That's what the Republicans give a shit about. Those are the only people who have power in this fucking country, the donors. But Biden is basically alone in this battle. He's got like 3 people. Sam Adler-Bell, AOC making a full-throated argument with superficial caveats against Biden leaving the ticket on her Instagram. I have not seen an alternative scenario. It would be more compelling if she were not repeating the exact same talking points. Exactly. Some of them debunked that the Biden DNC Jamie Harrison camp have been issuing for weeks. Sam Adler-Bell is correct. Now she's saying Biden stomps with older voters and another candidate might not keep them. It's all a little condescending. I don't doubt she's sincere in her fears about changing horses. But if you're interested in my theory of other inputs into her and Bernie's position, why they've come out so strong for Biden, it's this. I think they were treated as almost junior partners in the Biden coalition before all this, more than they ever hoped. And then when Biden started losing support from their traditional enemies, frontline centrist Dems, the New York Times, etc., Biden met with them and promised a bunch of much more progressive goodies and probably plays to their newly shaped enmity towards those people. Yeah. No, I think so too. I think that is the political calculation here. I think it's a gambit that I don't think is going to work. I think this is a gamble that will fail ultimately. I don't think Biden will ever fucking do a more progressive, more robust progressive policy, specifically because AOC and Bernie and them stump for him. His entire track record in Senate shows, his entire track record in Congress shows the exact opposite. He is just a die-in-the-wool centrist, okay? He is smack dab in the center of the fucking party. You are not going to center right on some issues, actually, and very far right on Israel. You're not going to be able to move him on this. 5% rent cap, Lamau. No, the 5% rent cap is great. It's phenomenal. I love that. And you blame them for trying? No, I do not blame them for trying. What are you talking about? I just think it's the wrong calculation. I said the best possible thing for the progressives to do in this circumstance is to quietly issue support for Biden and say, hey, he's the candidate. I don't care who the candidate is. I'm riding for whoever it is. I'm stumping for whoever it is. But to go above board and to hit like DNC chair Jamie Harrison talking points is crazy. Oh my God. How many times am I going to describe this? Okay. I love you guys, but I have to end it here. It's 10 and I'm very tired and I'm running out of steam. And I also feel like I've just been very agitated since the Trump speech. Just as a side, you should tell chat to take it easy with the insults, attacks, and infighting. The left is not powerful enough. Dude, what are you talking about? They literally call me the #1 AOC dick rider every day. They literally fantasize about like some other secret, cynical reason as to why I'm not so aggressive on AOC. Okay, they think, oh, she's your friend. That's why you're doing this. Literally all day, every day. I have no capacity to fucking influence these goddamn rabid people. Okay, all I can do is tell you what I think is going on. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. There's much to discuss still, obviously, and we'll cover it all tomorrow. Holy shit, what a fucking day. What a goddamn day. But hearing AOC speak like this makes me feel like Joe Biden's not going to drop out. I'll be honest with you. Which means that it'll get uglier this time next week.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny
Anyway,
Los Angeles,
peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.